and justice for all. Thank you very much. It's now my honor to introduce the founder of Principles First, the man who got us all in the room here together, Heath Mayo.
All right, well, good morning. Thank you, Dave, and thanks to everyone he mentioned who has made this day possible. What an incredible sight to see this room. And let's be honest, it's a room that many, I don't think, thought would even exist. Packed full of Americans who care about our country's core principles, who have come from all over the country at personal expense to discuss the essence of what it really means to be an American when so many around us seem to be forgetting. Even if this is your first Principles First event, you are now part of a new and growing home in our politics, one that puts principles first before party or personalities. That's what makes us different. Here, we have our 15 principles out in the hallway. We don't have golden statues of politicians rolling around. Our speakers will celebrate the spirit of 1776 instead of January 6. And our people, the people in this room today, we know how to spot and condemn tyranny when we see it rather than to praise it. You know, just a few years ago now, we set out on a mission to create a principled alternative to the clown car at CPAC. We thought that there were Americans out there who were tired of the circus and understood that serious challenges demand serious leadership. And today, this room is evidence that we were right. I said this last year, and it remains true today. CPAC is shrinking, and Principles First continues to grow. But when I really consider what brings us all here today, it really feels, and I hope it feels to you, that this is much more than just rebutting an unserious conference. This feels like an overdue sort of come to Jesus conversation with the country about who we are and where we're going. You know, not too many days ago, many of you may have seen this, but a popular American vlogger went to Russia. He sampled the bread there. He visited a supermarket. He rode the subway. And he interviewed the country's tyrant, Vladimir Putin. And after spending 2 full hours shooting the breeze, Tucker concluded that actually it was the United States who had a thing or two to learn from Putin. Vladimir Putin, the same man who 2 years ago today invaded a free and sovereign Ukraine, targeting civilians, killing women and children. The same man that killed Alexei Navalny in his prison cell just a few days after that patty cake interview with Tucker Carlson. This is who Tucker cheers. This is who the supposed America First crowd thinks that we should emulate. And if Tucker is listening to this, if he hears my words, I have just one question for him. What are you thinking, man? This is the United States of America. We are the land of the free. And even with our challenges, we are the best country in the world. We don't want to be like Hungary or Russia or any of the other strongman totalitarian states that you may be praising on any given day. We want to be us, and why wouldn't we want to be us? Look, I get it. We aren't perfect, but have some perspective. People are so desperate to come to America that they will flee their homes and walk across continents to get here. Russians would literally kill to see Vladimir Putin held to this, accountable to the same laws that they are. You know, these folks like Tucker, keep wondering why the GOP is losing elections. And look, it's not rocket science. It's because they are talking about crazy things. We should not be Hello? There we go. Freedom. Where was I? You know, these folks keep wondering why the GOP is losing elections, and it isn't rocket science. They're talking about crazy things. We should not be debating whether Putin is a good guy, or whether we should terminate the Constitution, or whether our political leaders should be held accountable to the same laws and standards that we are. Those should not be debates in the United States of America, but in a MAGA-led GOP, they are. And if the Republican Party keeps on insisting on these absurd answers, they might not have to worry about us in a Republican primary right now, but they will not win the White House, and they will not win a general election without winning the people in this room, Principles First voters around the country. That's why the theme of this year's summit, Conserving America's Liberal Tradition, is so important. You know, it gets to the heart of this unnerving tension that we all feel in our politics, this sense that many of our fellow Americans are losing sight of that brilliant cocktail of ingredients that make America the envy of the world. We've spent so long being told that we should make America great again that many of us have nearly forgotten what makes America great in the first place. But if we just pause and tune out the noise, every American knows the answer to that question. They know what those ingredients are. It's our liberal tradition, the formula of individual freedoms, constitutional rights, accountable government, free enterprise played by an even playing field, mutual respect, common decency, equal opportunity instead of equal outcomes, a mutual and unyielding commitment to truth and facts, and taking responsibility for yourself while also extending a hand to your neighbor. This is what defines us, not our ethnicity or our religion or who we elect. It's our principles that define who we are as a country and who we want to be. And look, I believe that when America puts those principles into practice, we do big things, really big things. Just look at our history. Our principles of democracy and constitutional government inspired us to win our independence. Our principles of equality under the law led us to end slavery, end segregation, and then fight for civil rights. Our principles of freedom and a strong America that leads ultimately helped us defeat both Nazi tyranny and Soviet communism. Free enterprise and trade with our allies led to immense and unseen increases in our standards of living. And our embrace of science and objective reason helped us put a man on the moon and computers in our pockets. And it's because of that greatness and goodness of America, as we already are, that I think everyone in this room today is again bound together in a common purpose, one that connects us not just to each other, but to the generations of Americans who came before and will follow after us. But it requires that we make an important choice, and it's a choice that we'll make this year, not between Republicans and Democrats, but between conserving our liberal tradition and rejecting it. So as we listen to these panels today, tomorrow, I urge you to think critically about that choice and what it will take from each of us in the coming years to save these principles that we love. Because that's the task in front of us. In 2024, yes, but also beyond. And I won't lie, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough. And it will probably require sacrifice and sweat and struggle. But I promise you, our country is worth it. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to the Principles First Summit. It is my honor now to welcome to the stage our first set of panelists. The panel is America's Tradition of Classical Liberalism, and I'll go ahead and invite them to come on to the stage if they'd like. The moderator will be Mr. Bill Kristol, who I'm sure you all know, from Defending Democracy Together. Mr. Francis Fukuyama of Stanford University, whose famous book, Liberalism and Its Discontents, is well known. Matt Continetti of the American Enterprise Institute, and Quinn Hillier from the Washington Examiner. Thank you.
Thanks, Heath, and congratulations on this conference. I remember when Heath and I first spoke on the phone, maybe, 6 years ago, and he said, I'm thinking of doing this Principles First thing. Maybe we'll have a conference every year. I said, that's kind of tough to do, That was my usual cheerful, encouraging self. So congratulations, Heath, on proving me somewhat wrong there, and it's really great to see all of you. You seem to be recovered from last night, the wild happy hour, co-sponsored, I'm pleased to say, by the Bulwark, along with Principles First, and then sort of cements the Bulwark's reputation as the party animal of the Never Trump movement, Then the wild after parties, which I shouldn't even discuss here, of course, What happens at a Principles First conference stays at a Principles First conference. Anyway, it's great to see you all. It's great to moderate this panel. I've done enough moderating. My moderating is finished, and we'll go in alphabetical order. Matt, Frank, and Quinn will speak each for 8 minutes or so. I'll ask a couple of questions, make a couple of comments. We can talk among ourselves and make way for the excellent panels that are coming after us. So we'll begin with Matt Continetti.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Heath, and it's a pleasure to be here. This is my first Principles First conference. I won't be the last. I thought I might just start with the title of our panel, America's A Tradition of Classical Liberalism. And it strikes me as a very novel title in many ways, because just a few years ago, the phrase classical liberal was not in general circulation. You were either a liberal or you were a conservative. Maybe if you got deep into the weeds, you were a certain type of conservative. Maybe you were a progressive as opposed to just a regular liberal Democrat. And then something happened, and we've now entered a period where we have to rethink labels, and we have to argue over terms in a way that we really hadn't had to do for many decades prior to the last 10 years or so. And so now it's no longer, oh, I'm a conservative. You have to say, well, I'm a classical liberal because I'm defending a tradition of freedom. And I think that points to a change on the American right. It was assumed for much of the history of the American right after World War II that the right put freedom as the primary political value. So conservative in an American context was almost synonymous with a belief in freedom, political freedom, economic freedom, freedom overseas, right? The idea that American ideals should inform American foreign policy. And then over the last 10 years or so, freedom has not been the primary value of the American right. I think if you talk to Republican House members, Republican activists, they will still say that they believe in freedom, in American freedom. But there's another value at work, and another value that is held first among especially the MAGA wing of the Republican Party, which is now the dominant wing of the Republican Party. And I spend a lot of time trying to figure out what that value is. Because I don't think we've really identified it. I think early on, after Trump appeared, Peggy Noonan took a good stab at it in her column in the Wall Street Journal, where she said that what the value of the MAGA movement was protection. That is, protection from overseas entanglements, protection from immigrants coming to the United States, protection from trade competition overseas. But that seems very defensive. There's also, it seems to me, sometimes an offensive plan to the MAGA movement, right? That's not quite about protection. What is it about? It's about assertion. It's about strength, right? But for what? We don't know. And then other times I look at Capitol Hill and I say that among the what you might call the chaos caucus in the Republican Party on the House side, the primary value is simply negation. No, we don't like it. We don't want it. We want to tear it down. It's all bad. So in a situation where these values are undefined, where terms are unclear, you get strange combinations. And you get a panel on what it means to be a classical liberal in America today. You get Tucker Carlson interviewing dictators, but also welcoming to his platform people who had been associated and sometimes still are associated with the far left, right? And that is, I think, a sign of just how unusual our moment is. But as a historian, I also know that there are precedents for that moment. And so I look at our period as very similar to, say, the 1930s, also very similar to the late 60s, early 70s, times where values were in flux, political identities were contested and varied. And on the one hand, that is a moment of great uncertainty and anxiety and danger. But on the other, it's also a moment of great promise, because it means that we really have an opportunity to think through what it is we believe and to understand the reasons why the liberal tradition in America is important, and to reflect that a tradition of freedom also rests upon strong social institutions like families and communities that need to be revived if we're going to revive the spirit of freedom as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Matt. That was terrific and thought-provoking. Frank Fukuyama.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be able to address this audience. Everything I know about American politics, I learned from one of my great mentors, Seymour Martin Lipset, a great political scientist and sociologist whose last book was called American Exceptionalism. And that book was basically Lipset's life work. What is it that made America unique? And that was really the Lockean liberal tradition that led America to be different from other liberal democracies. So the Lockean tradition has a highbrow origin, right? It comes out of the tradition of Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, the great English theorists of the 18th or 17th century, actually, who argued that rights inhere in individuals and that collectivities represent the collective interests of those individuals. But the right to life, for example, that is in the Declaration of Independence really begins with Thomas Hobbes' insistence that the fear of violent death was the greatest human passion and the foremost duty of governments was to protect that. Now, this liberal tradition is embedded in American politics in many ways. Lipset noted that it is a double-edged sword. It has both a good side and a bad side. So you take something like rule following. Americans basically don't like to follow rules. There's a kind of anti-status tradition that comes out of the American Revolution out of the revolt against the British monarchy and the British Parliament that led to the American Revolution. And it's made Americans distrustful of state power and very much reliant on their own individual initiative. And this has had enormous impacts on the economy, for example. I mean, American views on property rights are very much more secure than those of other countries that are now liberal democracies, France, Japan, Germany, and the like, because they believe in Locke's view that you get property by mixing your labor with the otherwise worthless things of nature. And that's led to this innovative tradition, a market economy that's been the strongest and continues to be the strongest in the world. But it also has a downside because Americans don't like to obey laws, so it means that we have a higher crime rate than most other developed democracies. So it's, in a way, that same kind of rebellious spirit that leads to Apple Computer and innovation that also leads to a certain degree of social disorder. And that's simply a condition of America's founding and continues up to the present moment, except that there's been this decisive break, I think, in that understanding of American exceptionalism. I think that was marked by the interview that Trump gave several years ago when I believe an interviewer said, well, what do you think about Vladimir Putin? He's a killer. And Trump's answer was, well, we're killers too. You think we're so great. And unfortunately, that view of American exceptionalism, which as little as, let's say 15 years ago, every Republican would have said, we're exceptional, but we're exceptionally good, has now been turned on its head. And there are today many people on the MAGA right that would say, no, we're actually exceptionally bad, that we are spreading liberal values all over the world, that we are not a model to anybody, and that's the reason for withdrawing from international engagement. And it's had a big effect on their views on foreign policy. And it's one of the bases for this reversal of views of people like, Xi Jinping, well, not so much Xi Jinping, but certainly Vladimir Putin as a defender of Christian values and, strong patriot, a person that believes in strong government. I will remind everybody that the international dimension of that American exceptionalism was there right from the beginning. If you look on the American dollar bill, you see this Masonic symbol, the Great Pyramid with the all-seeing eye. Many of our founding fathers were, beginning with George Washington, were Freemasons. And the inscription over the pyramid is Novo Ordo Seclorum, New Order of the Ages. And I think from the beginning, Americans believed that their system of government, because of its exceptional liberal character, would be a model for other countries around the world. This then leads directly into the tradition represented by Woodrow Wilson of Wilsonianism. It can be carried too far, and it has been carried too far in many periods of American foreign policy. But the idea that the United States should be an inspiration as a beacon of that classical liberal tradition to other countries in the world, I think has been key to America's self-conception all the way back to the founding fathers. It took, the rise of America as a great power to translate that into a different kind of foreign policy, but I think that it is that fundamental self-understanding of what makes America exceptional that's important. I just want to conclude by saying one of the reasons that I regard myself as a classical liberal is just consider for a moment what the alternatives are. We have a number of conservative intellectuals like Patrick Deneen or Adrian Vermeule who have said, okay, the liberal tradition is exhausted, we need something else. And what do they go back to? Well, Patrick Deneen wants to rewind the clock basically to before the 17th century, where everybody had a single teleological view of man that they could all agree on. And Vermeule is some kind of a Catholic integralist in which, the frequent liberal criticisms of conservatives as being theocrats. I mean, he actually is a theocrat. He really does want that as an alternative to our existing liberal order. And I think this indicates, some of the stakes that are involved in the current fight over that liberal tradition.
Thanks, Frank. That was also terrific. Quinn Hillier.
Thank you all for having me here. You look at the MAGA right now, or the semi-right, and the woke left, and you look at Putin and Xi and Iran, and I think you get a sense that if you're trying to protect or defend, or even better, advance classical liberalism, it sort of makes me feel like C.S. Lewis's mouse in Narnia, Reepicheep, who, of whom C.S. Lewis wrote, his mind was full of forlorn hopes, death or glory charges, and last stands. And I don't think this is a last stand, but we are in a parlous situation, and sort of feel funny going from C.S. Lewis to Fleetwood Mac, but in Dreams, the song Dreams, Fleetwood Mac sang of remembering what you had and what you lost, what you had and what was lost. So here's a story of what we had. Think of yourself, you're 11 years old maybe, and it's 1975, and you're somebody who has loved reading heroic literature and also loves seeing sports teams come back when their backs are against the wall. And there has begun a 1.5 year long buildup to a celebration of the bicentennial of the United States. And it's April 19th, 1975, and it's the 200th anniversary of the Battle of Lexington and Concord. And people are talking about this, and it catches your imagination. I mean, there's the poetry of "Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere," or of "By the rude bridge that spanned, that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled. There the embattled farmers stood and fired the shot heard round the world." And it catches your imagination. And not much later, there's still this buildup, and you read almost exactly a year before the Declaration, you read of how George Washington shows up to the Continental Congress in his military dress blues, and that signal tells people he's the one to choose. We're going to go send him in charge of this ragamuffin militia against the greatest army in the world. And he's one of the 10 richest men in the country, and he's willing to give all that up to fight for it. And you start to wonder, what is it that makes them so dedicated? What is inspiring them? And you get into classes in the fall, you're only in, sixth grade, but the whole country was into the bicentennial at the time. I mean, we're coming back from horrible decade. We're coming off of Watergate. We're coming off of an oil embargo. We're coming off of assassinations, and yet the country is coming together, and they love this country. And so you start studying this. I mean, they give it at sixth grade level, but you learn about the consent of the governed. And as all this is going on, your father's a conservative. He gets Human Events magazine, and he leaves them around the house, and you start picking them up and reading the incomparable journalist M. Stanton Evans writing week after week about how great Ronald Reagan is. And so you start listening to Reagan, and there's a buoyancy about him and the palpable love of country. And all this gets you inspired. And as the buildup comes and the buildup continues to grow and the whole country comes together, sure enough, you get to the bicentennial, and it's this glorious celebration. And by this time, you're 12 years old. And as the fireworks go off, you turn to your father and say, "Dad, I want to live until I'm 112 years old because I want to see the tricentennial." That's what we had now, and yet, I mean, that's what we had, and yet now you see polls where very large, it's still minorities, but very large minorities of the American public doesn't think we're exceptional, doesn't think patriotism is one of the highest values, and certainly doesn't identify with the liberal tradition. What was lost? Let me tell you about experience. This is about 10 years ago. I'm a group of visitors, older visitors, to one of the best colleges in the country, and we're meeting with some of the leaders. This is not just the cream of the crop, it's the sweetest cream of the crop. And in the course of talking to them, one of the older people made reference to when in the course of human events and certain unalienable rights, blank stares. They didn't even recognize it. And so, of course, we apprised them. That was the Declaration. And we go on and we talk and we're moved to other topics, but then something else comes along, and I make reference to lives, fortunes, and sacred honor. And you'd think, this being within 15 minutes of having, mentioned the Declaration and had it come up, you'd think they would at least, it would say, okay, maybe that's the same sort of language. No, blank stares. Now, what was even worse was when two realizations hit me. Number one, the Declaration itself had no resonance with them, no meaning to them. This is 10 years ago. This isn't just recent. And second, look, in any context, a pledge of lives, fortunes, and sacred honor should touch a deep chord. It's poetic. It speaks of adventure. I mean, for millennia, history has been filled with people ennobled by calls such as Churchill's for blood, toil, tears, and sweat. Homer writing, "Be strong, saith my heart. I am a soldier. I've seen worse sights than this." Or even of Bruce Springsteen singing, "We made a promise we swore we'd always remember. No retreat, baby, no surrender." People, that's the kind of thing people get excited by. But not this bunch. This wasn't even part of their language, their frame of reference. It wasn't part of their safe spaces. And that was a decade ago. The situation has only gotten worse. By now, a full generation, probably more, has been educated in ways that deaden the imagination, that values feelings of safety well above freedom, that look at history as a wasteland of human evil, and that does not remotely appreciate the near miracle of the American project. Of course, if the story of America doesn't speak to a huge subset of an entire generation, then they'll be even less likely to grapple with and embrace the rich philosophical amalgam of Locke, Burke, de Tocqueville, Madison, even Erasmus, Montesquieu, and others that together form the intellectual tradition of classical liberalism, which leaves us where exactly? It leaves us in big trouble, because even as our institutions are rotting, we may be stuck with a choice for president between two crooked, brain-fogged old men, one who sold out to the crazy left, and one who is a raging menace, fond of both autocrats and of mob violence. But here's the key thing. History also teaches that hopes need not be forlorn. A big stand need not be a last stand. What was lost can be refound, Sometimes blood, sweat, and tears does win the day and even save civilization. Churchill showed that. That's why we're having this conference. And now we have the rest of this panel and the rest of this wonderful conference that Heath and others organized to draw up some battle plans. Thank you.
Thanks, Quinn. Maybe I'll just make a couple of comments. This has really been an excellent panel. I've moderated more than I should have over the years, decades in Washington. And this panel has uniquely, I would say, actually, each speaker has stayed within his time limits, and it was a tight limit of 8 minutes each. So that's contrary to Frank's claim that Americans are not rule-abiding. Here, principles for one of the first principles, principles first, is stay within your time limits. So that's where. But really, they were all excellent talks. I say this, honestly, not because they're all friends of mine too, but they were not cheerleading, they were not fatalistic, which are the two easy traps you can fall into. There were actually sober examinations, brief ones, but sober examinations of our situation and how we got there, and at least hints, I'd say, of how we get out of here. Maybe I'll just make a couple of comments, and then each of you can answer a particular question or discuss whatever you want. Honestly, Matt, you mentioned freedom. It's funny. Quinn mentioned Stan Evans, who was a wonderful journalist and who was a particularly great MC of conferences. I don't know if any of you ever saw him. He did a ton of these conservative. He's very close to Bill Buckley. Did a ton of these kind of National Review conferences, things like this, actually. But when there was a healthy conservative movement, that one could go to a conservative conference and feel okay about it, mostly at least. But Sam was incredibly witty. Anyway, he wrote, I think, only one book, or at least one. Well, you would know more, Matt. So you should talk about this if you want. And I think the name was "Freedom is the Theme."
The theme is freedom.
The theme is freedom. Well, thank you. That was better. Yeah. And so that does get to Matt's point, that freedom was so. This is Stan, who was a sophisticated guy. He understood the other traditions. He understood the importance of family and religion, and he wasn't, he wasn't a pure libertarian by any means, actually. But that was so central to the American conservative movement from Buckley on, I guess you'd say, or maybe before, really. And how did the degree to which that's just collapsed is really astonishing. And Frank, you've done so much abroad. You've worked so much with people, Central and Eastern Europe, Latin America, elsewhere, Asia. Just saying a little bit more on the implications abroad of the collapse, or at least the pausing of the American commitment to freedom and the distinction between dictatorship and liberal democracy. And again, that doesn't mean one intervenes everywhere. It doesn't mean one just cheers them on. It means one can make mistakes. But I don't really recall ever seeing quite as much of one of our two major parties, at least, not just sort of being a little bit slow or lax or confused, but just turning fundamentally against this tradition of America's role in the world and America as a model to the world, which was such a staple of Republican rhetoric just 10 years ago. Also about American exceptionalism, that was a phrase that Marty Lipset, I guess, picked up from what, German sociologists or something, who were trying to explain why America in the 20th century didn't have much in the way of a communist party or a fascist party, and certainly didn't succumb to either one. And it was a social science exploration of what made America different. It wasn't some cheerleading phrase, and in fact, part of it was a sort of warning that we actually benefited from things we didn't create, that we were sort of lucky to have, an ocean, a tradition that we didn't, that separated us, and didn't mean that we were set for the next century. It meant that it was important as a matter of actual analysis of history and social science to think about what made America somewhat resistant to these terrible viruses of the 20th century, and how one could create the resistance, strengthen the resistance, both institutionally and in terms of principles and values and habits and customs, strengthen that in America, but also abroad, how one could prevent that from happening again. And so the kind of degeneration of that theme into just a cheerleading kind of blindness about, Donald Trump hugs the flag, and that's American exceptionalism, is depressing and really dangerous, because it really means it's not just dangerous because it leads to some vulgarity and some overdoing of the, make America great again, but I think it also, what sort of Quinn's point, it takes away the attractiveness of the tradition. It's, it makes it just a kind of, here, this is our place, we're born here. None of us, frankly, very few people our age, we didn't create this, we inherited it. Why are people so proud of it, incidentally? I mean, they didn't do, all those people at these rallies, they're the ones who inherited what their forefathers and foremothers, just to be correct here, foreparents did, and what others did, and that's the challenge, right? It's not a matter of glorying in something that you happen to be lucky enough to be born here, right? And so final point, this is the anniversary, Uriel and Fiona are going to discuss this in a few minutes, of the second anniversary of Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, re-invasion, complete invasion, attempt to destroy the country and the people, really. I do think I'll say this, that there's a lot of agony about liberalism, liberal democracy, classical liberalism. Can it be strong? It doesn't suffer from all these terrible problems, and it does suffer from a lot of problems and a lot of tendencies which can do damage if let to get out of hand. And yeah, we actually have a case study. This is Frank sort of alluded to this, of a dictatorship and a liberal democracy. They're right next to each other. One of them invaded the other. Which is a more admirable country? Which has a more impressive form of patriotism? Which has produced better leaders? Which has risen to this moment and which has shown a kind of terrible tendency not just to invade neighbors, but to really be brutal and inhumane and just terrible, a terrible model terrible for its own people, terrible for everyone who might get in the way. So it's not as if this is a theoretical discussion. Let's really theorize about which, what kind of these two forms of government, how do they work out? You have a pretty vivid study right there. Same, it's not ethnicity. One of them isn't, white Anglo-Saxon and the other is Asian or something. They're like literally neighbors and many overlapping heritages. And we've seen, I think, what these two forms of government can lead to. So I do think it's worth reflecting on that when we sometimes get depressed, as Quinn was a little bit about what's happening in America. These traditions can get revived faster and reborn, not just revived, or born anew in the case of Ukraine to some degree, honestly, faster than one thinks. So that might be the war is a difficult war, and we're not doing what we should be doing right now, and it's a terrible war for all concerned, but in some way it's also very inspiring what the people of Ukraine have done. So those are my brief thoughts, but also questions. But maybe just go in order. Matt, whatever, one or two of those thoughts you want to pick up, and Frank and Quinn.
Sure. Thank you, Bill. I think I want to talk a little bit about fatalism and try to add a little bit more granularity to how we arrived at the present moment. I think when a lot of people diagnose what's happening in American politics, they tend to look at large structural forces. They talk about the geographic realignment of the parties, the rise of the New South and the Sun Belt, and how that shaped the Republican Party. More often than not, these days they talk about how the two parties are becoming aligned along the axis of educational attainment. So the influx of non-college degree holding white voters into the Republican Party, forming the basis of the Trump coalition and now some of the public policies that Trumpist senators are proposing. I think that's all that's true, and I write about that stuff and this larger demographic changes or structural changes, the weakness of the party, the growth of social media, all of these are important. But I want to emphasize just briefly the role of contingency and personal agency and how we arrived at this moment. And I think the example I always turn to is if you think back to the before times, in 2013, 2014, there was this brief media bubble surrounding what was called the libertarian moment, right? And this was as the Tea Party was gaining strength, and one of the faces of the Tea Party was Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. And he was advocating for a foreign policy that in many ways anticipated the Trump turn away from international engagement and American leadership and the belief in American ideals overseas. Well, why did the libertarian moment fail? It did fail. It failed for reasons of contingency and reasons of personal agency. What was the contingency? The contingency was ISIS. When ISIS began appearing out of the rubble of the withdrawal from Iraq, and started chopping people's heads off, the American voters didn't want Rand Paul's foreign policy. They wanted to smash ISIS, right? They wanted to re-engage, and they wanted to secure ourselves by combating terrorists overseas. That was the event. And then the question of agency, I mean, Rand Paul was just not up to the task of leading a movement. He's an eccentric figure, he speaks for his point of view, but he didn't have the appeal that Donald Trump ended up having to actually lead a movement, a mass movement of followers. So when we think about what were the contingencies and the individual choices that led us here, I would just say two things. There were several events in Obama's second term that created the foundations for the Trump movement, and they're continuing today. One was the Supreme Court decision on same-sex marriage pushed the religious right, a large part of the religious right, into an oppositional attitude toward America and American government. And a lot of the work that had been done for decades to make the religious right believe in American principles and believe in the sympathy between religiosity and American political ideals collapsed. Okay, that was one. That was two, was the border crisis began. The children started showing up on the southern border in 2014. And then three, you had the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement out of the Ferguson crisis, out of the Trayvon Martin shooting. All these three events began pushing the Republican Party toward a position of openness toward Donald Trump. And then you have the question of agency, and it's two parts. First is Trump's agency. He's always pushing, and he doesn't care, and he doesn't believe in responsibility for himself. But then you also have the agency of the Republicans who allowed him to take over their party. And at each step along the way, there were choices made not to push back, not to resist. And so, as much as we look at these larger forces pushing the country in the direction that it's headed, we also need to recognize both that events matter and choices matter, and we still have the opportunity to make choices for ourselves.
Thanks, Matt. Frank, take 4 or 5 minutes, and then Quinn, and then we're done.
Yeah, a couple of comments. So one of the features of American exceptionalism is that compared to other modern liberal democracies, the American founding fathers created a very complex constitutional system with many more checks and balances because of that distrust of concentrated state power. So if you compare the US system, let's say, to the classic British Westminster system, in Britain, 50+1 votes in Parliament can abolish any law in the country, including freedom of speech, or they can really do what they want. In America, we've got a very powerful upper house. We've got federalism that delegates many powers to states and localities. We have a Bill of Rights. We've got a constitutional court that can overturn ordinary legislation. And I think that this is one of those institutions that is a two-edged sword. I think all of us are actually quite glad that we have these checks and balances when you meet a demagogic leader like Donald Trump. In the first term, it really did keep him under control, especially the judiciary. But it also means that it puts obstacles in front of good leaders, and it's very hard to do things. We have too many rules, too much permitting, too much regulation in the path of things that we want to do positively. And that's one of the things that's fueling this desire to kind of rip down a lot of those fundamental checks and balances. One of the big issues that we are going to face, if there's a second Trump term, is how many of those are actually really durable. And quite frankly, it was the action and the individual agency of a lot of people like Brad Raffensperger that kept those institutions operating in the last election, and they may not in the future. Second point I would make is that one of the deep traditions that is associated with classical liberalism is what's referred to as the Republican tradition, not Republican in the partisan sense, but in the sense of ancient republics that were based on law, but also deeply imbued with a belief that public virtue is necessary for the survival of any Republican form of government of the sort that you saw in classical, Athens and Sparta or Rome and the like. I think that one of the most damning things that I've heard about Donald Trump was what his former chief of staff, John Kelly, revealed, about the trip that they took to Normandy, where they were looking at all the graves of those Americans that died defending Europe in the Second World War. And Trump's response was, I don't understand what motivated these suckers to go here, And he said this to a general whose own son had been killed in Afghanistan. And it reflects a mentality and a personality that is totally devoid of any concept of public service, of any idea that, we have a liberal republic that is not simply each one of us pursuing our own material self-interest, but that we have a stake in the whole. We have a stake in defending that liberal republic, and if you don't exercise public virtue, you're not going to be able to keep that republic. And I think that's one of the big issues that is at stake. And then finally, I agree with everything Bill said about, Ukraine and Russia. It is a really big test for us because I've never seen an international conflict with greater moral clarity than this one in terms of who's right and who's wrong. And unfortunately, we seem to be turning away from, being able to make that judgment properly.
Thanks, Rick. Quinn, you got about 4 minutes to leave us on a hopeful note.
Well, actually, that's exactly what I want to do because...
Look at that.
First of all, I do want to associate myself on the second anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine with saying we have to somehow convince Congress, the congressional leaders, to let a vote happen to aid Ukraine. We've got to go help save them. There was talk earlier about shifting labels, and it reminded me, in the early 90s, liberal was a really pejorative. It was a really bad word for good reason, because modern liberals, Democrat Party liberals had gotten really bad. But there, of course, is this sense of classical liberal, small l, and Democrat, small d, and at the 1992 Republican Convention in Houston, which the media oversold as this dark convention, but you had Pat Buchanan lay out this very sort of dark vision, and you had a lot of people who were feeling angry for whatever reason, and Jack Kemp, the great, ebullient Jack Kemp, who could be a pain in the neck, but he was absolutely wonderful. And Jack Kemp gets up there and has the guts in his speech at the 1992 convention, knowing exactly what he was doing and knowing that half of the audience there wouldn't really understand what he was talking about. He said, we have to re-establish and revalue our liberal democratic values. Small l, small d, but he didn't say small l, small d. He said, and he emphasized our liberal democratic values. And because he's talking about classical liberalism, which is what we're talking about now. But I think of Jack Kemp, and at the same time, nobody thought the budget could be balanced. As a matter of fact, the next year, Bill Clinton got in and he literally introduced a 10-year budget that had $200 million deficits every single year for 10 years. And Jack Kemp said, and I was there, I actually talked to him once. He said, yeah, we're going to balance the budget. He said, all we got to do, we've got a $5 trillion economy. That's how much small it was then. We have a $5 trillion economy. In 8 years, we can build it to a $10 trillion economy. And if we build it to a $10 trillion economy, enough money is going to flow in, we'll balance the budget. And people sort of laughed at him. But that's exactly what happened. And by the year 2000, the budget was balanced. And the point is, what Jack Kemp had and what Ronald Reagan had was this almost incurable, not that you would want to cure it, but an incurable optimism. I mean, 1775, who would have thought that this ragamuffin band could beat the mightiest army on earth? If I had time, I'd go through a whole series of historical events where you would have thought there's no chance of this happening. There's no chance of recovering. But you had people that believed that it could. And you had, I mentioned Ronald Reagan's buoyancy. You had Reagan, you had Kemp, and what they brought to the conservative movement was optimism. Optimism, a can-do spirit. We need to recapture that. We should not say that, oh, because something has not been done before, because stratagem A hasn't worked before, because pollster B has said that the odds are against it. We can't say, okay, well, then we can't do it. Instead, we say, let's figure out how to do it despite that. So let's get out there and let's make something good happen this year.
Thanks, Quinn. And I'll just add literally 31 seconds of remarks. In addition to Kemp and Reagan, I remember the 92 convention so well. I was there. I was Vice President Quayle's chief of staff. The Reagan speech at that convention and he was already a little bit, not quite what he had been, but he got up there late at night because Buchanan pushed it late into the evening and read this fantastic speech, which he had worked on personally. And if you reread the Reagan speech and the Kemp speech, that's a good antidote in a way to the Buchananism that unfortunately now prevails in the party. But I would just say there are liberals too who are upbeat and buoyant and hopeful. They might have gone a little too far, but the Hubert Humphrey, Scoop Jackson tradition, Martin Luther King, one really wants to recapture, I think, both the conservative side of the classical liberal tradition and the liberal side of the classical liberal tradition here in America. Thank you to this panel. Thank you all. Next up.
All right. Thank you for getting us kicked off here. It's my honor to welcome the next panelists to the stage for our 10 a.m. discussion, Confronting Authoritarian Threats Abroad, a conversation with Fiona Hill. I'm very excited about this conversation because it's obviously very timely and topical, and the way that we confront authoritarian threats is important. So I'll welcome them to the stage now, and I'll introduce, she will be on the stage with Mr. Uriel Epstein, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Renewed Democracy Initiative, an organization really focused on those threats and addressing them. And I'll just say a few brief words about Ms. Hill's bio. Fiona Hill is a senior fellow in the Center of the United States and Europe within the Foreign Policy Program at Brookings. She also holds the prestigious position of Chancellor at Durham University in the United Kingdom and was recently elected to the Harvard University Board of Overseers. Hill served as Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director for European and Russian Affairs on the U.S. National Security Council from 2017 to 2019, as well as National Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia at the U.S. National Intelligence Council from 2006 to 2009. Thank you so much for being here, and we're delighted to have you. Thanks.
Thank you. First challenge, figuring out the microphones. So why don't we begin here? As you know, Principles First is intended as counter-programming to another conference that shall remain unnamed, happening over at National Harbor. Over there, they're saying that the U.S. has no interest in Ukraine, that Russia is bad, but all leaders kill, and that ultimately the Kremlin and the White House are not all that different from one another. Why are they wrong? What are America's interests as they relate to Russia and Ukraine?
Well, thanks very much, Uriel, and it's a real pleasure to be here with everyone. I just want to make one point about, obviously, that comment about all leaders kill. Now, usually, if there is some kind of targeted killing, it's usually of a foreign opponent, a major adversary that has been threatening your national security. I mean, we haven't got to this stage yet, thank God, where our political figures are actually killing their opponents, even if there might be some incitement to violence that we're all particularly worried about. And when we look at Vladimir Putin, he has actually been in the business of knocking off an incredibly long list of opponents. If you look back over the whole period in which he's been in power, from 2000 all the way now to 2024, it's a pretty long list at this point. It was initially Chechens from the wars in Chechnya that Russia basically conducted from 1994 to the early 2000s, and a very long list, including assassinations in Germany of a Chechen figure in the German capital in Berlin in the Tiergarten, and all over, in fact, parts of Europe. And then, of course, it's been very prominent political opponents in the domestic arena, including Boris Nemtsov, who was killed 9 years ago this very month, shot down on the bridge in front of the Kremlin. And then, of course, the death most recently of Alexei Navalny. So if we put that into perspective, we ought to actually be bearing in mind that engaging with people of this nature and that kind of regime is a very dangerous pastime. And that should also be a very sobering thought when you're dealing with a country in which killing off the opposition, also taking hostages, including of Americans. Most recently, a young woman, a dual national, who had the temerity of sending $50 to the Ukrainians while in the United States. So, this just goes on and on, Evan Gershkovich, Paul Whelan, etc. Now, for some people, that probably won't be enough to really focus the minds on why we should be standing up to somebody like Vladimir Putin. But if we put it in a much larger perspective of our global role, not just the role that the United States has taken upon itself over the last 100 years in Europe, since first liberating Paris in 1918, when the cavalry famously went through the Arc de Triomphe. Russia is a major global power. It's not just a regional power, as former President Barack Obama once said, perhaps somewhat infamously now. Mitt Romney was actually correct, although at the time much joked about when he said that Russia remained our geopolitical foe. And unfortunately, we can still see that. You've got to remember that Russia is still the largest country by landmass, which means that Russia extends not just from Europe, but also down into Central Asia, against the borders, of course, of Afghanistan, and also to the Asia-Pacific. And Russia itself emerged on the international stage in the early 1900s by trying to invade and capture the Korean Peninsula. And we've gone, in 100 years since that time in the 1900s to, in fact, North Korea actually assisting Russia currently in the war in Ukraine. Because the war in Ukraine has taken on global dimensions, just as Russia's footprint is global. We have North Korea providing ammunition. We have Iran, much more disturbingly from the point of our own national security, in providing drones, which continue to take out buildings and civilians in Kiev and many other Ukrainian cities. So basically the intervention of North Korea and of Iran in support of Ukraine ties up all of the global pressure points and points of tension that we are most concerned about. Iran is a major factor in the Middle East, in the Gaza and Israel events that are unfolding. I mean, Iran has proxies that have basically fired upon the United States. North Korea obviously is menacing its neighbors. Japan and South Korea are both so concerned about this that they're also basically supporting Ukraine, because they know that if Ukraine falters, that what will happen is others will be emboldened to think that war works as a means of reacquiring territory that you might have lost in the past, but also of coercive, basically, diplomacy, because Putin thinks of war as an instrument. He's trying, basically to reclaim Ukraine. He said it very clearly. Most recently, in the interview with Tucker Carlson, he didn't say it was all about NATO, as Tucker Carlson was trying to get him to say. He basically was saying Ukraine belongs to Russia and has done since the 9th century. And so this is basically the thrust. And that will also open the doors, as the South Koreans and the Japanese also know, for more territorial claims against them and neighbors in the Asia-Pacific, as well as it will in other settings. So there is a global dimension to this.
I'm not going to ask you about Putin's history lesson with
No,
Tucker
we shouldn't
Carlson.
go that far back.
We only have 30 minutes here. We don't have 2 hours of history.
That's right.
Sorry, revisionist, kind of semi-fictional history, I should note. So my organization, the Renew Democracy Initiative, we try to combat and unmask the International Alliance of Dictators. You talked about Putin's global role and the intersection of Russia with North Korea, Iran, and others. And one of the key things that I think we need to understand is that Russia is not in this alone, right? This isn't just about Ukraine. This is about a global view of the world. And you have a lot of people who don't see that, right? You have Elbridge Colby and others saying, oh, well, it's just about Ukraine or China or whatever. We need to forget about Ukraine, focus on China. So, if you were to sort of respond to that more directly, what is Russia's role? So you've already noted a little bit about North Korean support, Iranian support, and setting a precedent and so forth. What else, how else do you envision Putin playing kind of the significant role in the international coterie of bad guys?
Well, there's a couple of different dimensions to that. One of it is personal style, obviously. I mean, there's a lot of people, including former President Trump, who admire Putin. They see him as an iconic figure because he's somebody who's able to get his way, and he looks like the ultimate strongman. Now, of course, he is showing and demonstrating that sense through some pretty brutal means, including getting rid of any opposition figure. So we're just a month out from the Russian presidential elections, which is going to be a re-anointment of Putin in the presidency. In theory, I mean, he can be president until 2036. So there's that style of government that, the state is me, I can be here for as long as I like. And if he does, in fact, serve all the way, well, serve is a bit of a, well, probably not the right term for that, but let's just say if he occupies the Russian presidency from 2000 to 2036, he's already kind of setting a tone there, right? Not just for kings and queens and, tyrants of the past, but for other leaders who might kind of, aspire to doing the same thing. And he's giving a toolkit for how one might go about that. He's making the world safe for autocracy and really kind of setting a tone. The other way is that Putin has really taken on the West, the collective West, as he puts it, in the United States. So what he is saying now about the war in Ukraine, very different from the initial beginning of the war, if we think back to 2 years ago when he was talking about denazifying Ukraine, and when a case could have been made that it was all about Ukraine, now he's saying he's fighting the United States, he's fighting NATO, he's fighting the West. So he's basically telling the rest of the world that the West is weak, the United States in particular is weak, and this is the end of Pax Americana, the end of a period of the United States as the hegemon, perhaps not going all the way back to 1918, but certainly since the United States entry into World War II and through the period of the Cold War. And we're really seeing Putin eroding the idea of the United States as well. There's a repository of values and of setting another example. Now, we're not helping, with all of this, but for Putin, this is, for him, a pivotal turning point. If the enterprise in Ukraine fails from the Ukrainians' point of view, if the United States is seen not to be stepping up, then we've really basically lost our leadership position. And Putin is basically saying the world is now a free-for-all, a transactional environment. The international system is at an end because it was, of course, glued together by the United States. And it's now much more of a kind of a case of leaders like Putin who can assert themselves, who are not shy in using war as a tool in international diplomacy for really kind of calling literally the shots in the future.
Yeah, it's, Putin is not just, according to him, he's not just fighting Ukraine now. He's fighting NATO already, right? Kind of funny, NATO hasn't lost anything yet. But he, according to Putin, according to Russian media, he's already fighting us. And one of his big successes has been here at home in the US, right? Where he has managed to co-opt a fair number of Americans who feel aggrieved, right? Rightly or wrongly. I'll say, our sister conference, I don't know, Heath, if that's offensive, I'm sorry.
Can we call it Brother Conference?
Brother. So they have been lionizing Putin, some every so often, right? Orban and others, as being the great defender of white Christendom. How do we combat this Russian disinformation, this Russian takeover of the former party of Reagan? I mean, I'll offer an example where I was having breakfast with a congressman who said that in Texas, people were watching significant amounts of RT, Russia Today, right? And RT is banned on YouTube, I should know, right? Like, these people actually have to search it out. And yet it has managed to make inroads in the least likely of places. You know, and obviously we have free speech, so we can't just simply ban everything outright, right? We have limitations. So what is it that we can do to try to blunt their informational offensive?
Well, first of all, it's actually pretty difficult. RT is actually on AM radio, and I don't know how many of you have taken a cab ride recently. RT is shockingly. I asked one cab driver if he'd listen to Al Jazeera, you know, just as an alternative, you know, at one point. But, you know, RT's there on, you know, the airwaves, so it's actually, you know, you don't twiddle a dial. Pressing a button these days, you know, you can actually find it quite easily. But that's actually part of the problem, because, you know, the Russians have been in this kind of propaganda game for, well, best part of a century, actually, since the Bolsheviks, you know. So we've got a bit of catching up to do. It didn't really abate all that much in the 1990s. It kind of took a back seat, but there were still many of the people from the old KGB, from the old services, the in international dimensions of that, you know, figuring out other ways of getting influence. And of course, again, Putin's been in power since 2000. And so, you know, this influence is, you know, propagated in all kinds of different ways. Sometimes you don't even know that some of the information that you're spreading is coming, you know, from the Russians, because they've been so adept at really adapting all of the techniques that, you know, we've often pioneered, using the same tools that we've invented in sort of social media, you know, for the purposes of informing and influencing. And of course, we act in the same way. I mean, basically, you know, I've said before, many other people have used the same analogy. Russia and Putin and the Kremlin like a super PAC. And they do exactly the same things as our political action committees do. But of course, you know, they're trying to influence, you know, our opinion for their own purposes. And what works best for propaganda is when there's large elements of truth and when other people are moving in the same direction. I mean, there's very famous, you know, incidences from back during the Cold War where, you know, the Soviet propaganda efforts really focused on groups like the British Labour Party. You know, it was infamous about Michael Foot, the former leader of the British Labour Party, who had been, you know, shown to have payments, whether he knew, you know, directly or not, coming from the KGB. They've been seeding, you know, parties more recently. Marine Le Pen's National Rally, the Lega, the Northern League in Italy. You know, they're actually equal opportunity on the left and the right. I was just in Munich, and there was a protest near the Munich Security Conference that obviously showed, you know, Free Palestine flags, but also Marxists, the left, and then also rather strikingly flags for Ayatollah Khomeini. And I was just looking for the Russian, you know, flag, because there's still the old Soviet hammer and sickle was flying there as well. So it's seeding that kind of thing. What we have to do is get out there ahead of it and be honing our own messages. And it does not help when our messages are literally all over the place and we have people in our own, you know, congressional and other settings, you know, basically parroting those words. So we have to basically take that on full on, as in fact you're trying to do, Uriel, and events like this trying to do as well. But I think we also have to get out there and meet with people. So what I would like to encourage, I mean, I don't know what your budget is for the Principles First conferences, but take these on the road. I mean, over the last year, I've been using World Affairs Councils or Institutes of Politics at various universities, you know, to go to all kinds of different places across the country, usually to try to purple or red states, you know, not trying to preach to the choir about, you know, issues related to Ukraine and elsewhere. And there's a real thirst for proper discourse. But I mean, I think, you know, eyeball to eyeball is one of the ways of doing this. So I would take a roadshow if you possibly can.
I like that. Yeah, we call those folks the Horseshoe Caucus at RDI. So Fiona, you served on the National Security Council under President Donald Trump. You know, I'd ask if he did anything that shocked you, but I think we all know the answer to that. You famously said that when Trump met with Putin in Helsinki in 2018, you basically said that he believed Putin over America's intelligence agencies. You were considering faking a medical emergency to get the press conference to stop. Now, I'm going to quote you here, Fiona. Quote, "How can I end this? I literally did have in my mind the idea of faking some kind of medical emergency and throwing myself backwards with a loud, blood-curdling scream into the media." Fiona, can you tell us more?
I also thought about pulling the fire alarm, but I couldn't figure out what finish was for fire alarm. And of course, that didn't go well for one of our members of Congress, did it, when he pulled the fire alarm? So probably just as well I didn't do that. Look, I mean, obviously that was, for all of us, one of the more humiliating episodes of all time. The actual meeting between Trump and Putin was, I know you probably won't take my word for it, but much more sensible behind the scenes. It was really the press conference. Because, Putin was always, trying to pull one over Trump, as he does over actually every leader, that he meets, including even President Xi of China. Apparently he's quite good at, he figures out what people's vulnerabilities are and, basically how he can then try to sort of manipulate the conversation and everything to go in his direction. But the issue was really the press conference itself, and we knew that was going to be difficult. I'd actually recommended against a press conference, but my word, obviously didn't have much coinage in that kind of environment. And one of the reasons was because, of course, Trump admires Putin so much that he never wants to be humiliated or shown up in front of him. And it was all about a personal sense of humiliation. The instant he was asked the question about whether he thought that the Russians had interfered in the election, he wanted to push back very brutally against it. And he wanted to diminish any kind of idea that had happened. Because if you go back and, you can make yourself go through the transcript and other interviews about this, Trump wanted to, get the message across that he'd won big in the election and that nobody had interfered on his behalf. And that's really how Ukraine comes in as well. He'd rather believe that Ukraine, a partner country, the United States, had done something to try to mess against the election by trying to support Hillary Clinton, than he would like to believe that, basically Russia had tried to tip the scales to his benefit. And if Putin had actually said to him at some point, well, Donald, actually we did try to interfere in the election, I think he would have lost his mind completely, because, what would he have done with that? So he's trying to push back against it. And because Putin, of course, said, of course we haven't, Donald, we didn't do that at all, he wanted to believe that because that's his peer. Trump's view is that anybody who works for him. They're not a peer. It doesn't matter if you were Rex Tillerson, the CEO of one of the most powerful companies in the world, or you're a 4-star general, you work for him. Everybody was a secretary, and you're then, somehow beneath him. Putin was his peer, just as Xi is his peer. It doesn't matter about the country or anything else that you've been heard. He's in the company of peers, and he does not want to be humiliated.
So I want to get the stakes right here, right? You knew Trump. How do you think he would have reacted if Navalny had been killed on his watch? And if he were to get a second term, what do you think our allies should expect?
Well, we've already heard President Trump likening himself to Navalny in his recent commentary. But if this had happened, on his watch, it would depend if it reflected on him or not. If, somebody had actually said, well, this is a sign of American weakness, that we couldn't actually keep Navalny safe, or somebody in his billionaires or trillionaires, circle, Elon Musk, heaven forbid, had actually said something positive about Alexei Navalny at the time, extolling him as a hero, that would have changed Trump's perception, because it's as capricious as that, I'm afraid. It's really about how it reflects on him. And in fact, he was adamant even to the point of talking about taking out Bashar al-Assad, because Bashar al-Assad dropped chemical weapons on his watch, and that reflected on perceptions of Trump's, rather than the United States, strength versus weakness. So, there's a rather narrow band of thinking on this. He wanted to take out Soleimani, which, we know that he did, because again, that was an affront to him on his watch. So if that, again, as I said, reflected on him in some negative way, he might have actually taken a harsher approach to it, not to Putin per se, but rather, to Russia and the system, because he didn't actually block a lot of the sanctions on Russia, because it's more about Putin and the person and how he interacts with him. So that actually is a lesson now to our allies, because they know that they're dealing, and in the Munich Security Conference, I had many conversations around the edges of the conference with prime ministers and presidents and foreign ministers and others of our main European countries, and they all know how capricious Trump is. And that's really what they worry about, because it doesn't matter how many people that they know who become Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense. Ultimately, it comes down to Trump himself and the unpredictability of his personality. And they've also then, as a result of that, started to lose faith in the United States. And we really saw that. We've become the weak link, and it's very distressing to hear that, despite all of the people here and, all of the people that they're interacting with, they no longer think that we're predictable because, we're so unpredictable that we can, vote in, kind of an uber populist leader. And, many other countries have done, that as well, but they're not obviously as consequential, although I would argue that Russia is pretty consequential also as a populist leader. But, for the United States, in terms of being that kind of bedrock that people could look to on democracy, on, range of values, and also in terms of our security guarantees for our partners, they no longer think that we can be relied upon. And Trump, of course, will rip up every agreement that doesn't have his name on it. I do want to actually say that in his time in office, he was very focused on arms control issues. I think he was looking to turn the START agreement into the Super Trump Arms Regulation Treaty, but he genuinely was actually interested in doing something on arms control, but that genie is now out of the bottle because Trump didn't manage to make any breakthroughs in his time because of, again, unpredictability. And Putin's gone rogue on the whole, nuclear issues too, which is also sort of setting a tone for when China and others watch this, because Putin has been showing that you can, rattle the nuclear saber, threaten on you to use tactical nuclear weapons. You can already cross that psychological threshold where you can use that as blackmail. So we're in a much more dangerous world, and Europeans are now even talking about the reliability of the United States nuclear umbrella. Not that they think that Trump's going to press a button, but actually that they think that the United States is not going to play that role that it did in terms of nuclear deterrence in the past.
Allies won't trust us, enemies won't fear us.
That's actually correct, because we're no longer in the business of deterrence, particularly if you have, somebody who can be easily influenced. Putin didn't necessarily have anything on Trump that we don't have. Whenever people ask me that question, I say, look, we've got 91 indictments. They talk about, what more do we need? We have Stormy Daniels, we have E. Jean Carroll. I'm sorry, what more could Putin possibly have? But what Putin did have is he knew that Trump was vulnerable to flattery. You notice that Putin is very, very careful about what he says. And European leaders are also saying, is that what we need to do? Do we just kind of take it cautiously? Do we just kind of flatter him? Do we produce golden orbs and special trophies and invite him to the top of the Eiffel Tower? What is it that we need to be doing here? And that's not how we, the United States, should be interacting with any international interlocutor.
So that's actually, I think, a decent transition to Navalny and the tragedy that happened last week. Alexei Navalny, as you know, as I think most people here know, was the most important Russian opposition leader still in Russia. He was poisoned with Novichok, and yet he chose to return to Russia.
Yeah.
He was arrested, of course, immediately upon arrival, as he knew he would be, and last week he died, more precisely, he was murdered. And in 2021, though, 3 years ago, President Biden warned of, quote, devastating consequences if Navalny were to die. So now this has come to pass. I know that the president has announced sanctions a couple of days ago. I'll be honest that I will question a little bit the stringency of those sanctions. So in your view, what should these devastating consequences be, and what could actually hurt Putin?
There are several things that could hurt Putin. Some of the difficulties whether we do them or not. Sanctions, do change things over the longer time. Russia has adapted and learned a lot of lessons. They've changed their trade patterns. I mean, they're trading now more with, we can see a whole long list of countries that they weren't before. And even some European countries have increased their trade because they're helping, Russia bust the sanctions. So one of the aspects is sanctions enforcement, and trying to figure out how we stop Iran and North Korea and others, and including China, from giving certain kinds of support. Look, one of the major issues is of the seized assets, and I know that's actually a very uncomfortable and difficult thing for us to work all the way through, given the sanctity of capital markets and the United States and Europe as a place for investment. But that would hurt Russia. It would hurt Putin. He's very keen on having not just a major sovereign wealth fund so he can pay to play globally, but also having enough assets for a rainy day. Putin knows that the Soviet Union collapsed and that Russia was in trouble in the 1990s because it was insolvent, it was bankrupt. And he wants to make sure that the country plays with the big guys, is in the top 10, top 5, top 7 of global economies, and without these rainy day funds and the sovereign wealth funds, that will be difficult. Obviously, it's also the oil issues, but that gets to our domestic politics and global politics and all of our allies if we put, basically oil prices through the roof. So that's difficult. There are other ways in which we can show resolve, though, and part of it is seizing back the narrative. And I know we've run out of time here, but I think narratives are extraordinarily important. Right now, we're kind of talking in defeatist terms. And, someone like Alexei Navalny, we should make more of the person of Alexei Navalny. And if we're talking about, Putin and trying to be, the Christian country, the great savior, Alexei Navalny is literally a Christ-like figure. There is even a thread now going around inside of Russia. Some Russian Orthodox priests have written to the Kremlin, bravery on their own, basically saying that keeping Navalny's body from his mother is, antithetical to, the essence of orthodoxy and also of Christianity. And Putin is worse than Pontius Pilate in terms of, basically condemning Alexei Navalny and then not returning the body. There is something in that narrative there. If you remember in the Tucker Carlson interview, he actually did ask Putin about God. Putin doesn't believe in God, but he believes in the power of the narrative, and he believes in the power of the church, and he believes in the power of religion. He's got activists running around here in Washington, D.C., saying that the Ukrainians are, basically undermining freedom of religion because, they're clashing with the Russian Orthodox Church. That's a load of, you know what that is, baloney. And basically, we need to take that narrative back. Basically, Putin is not the upholder of Christian values, of any kind of values, and he's now created a martyr. Alexei Navalny went back to Russia, as you said, out of an act of unspeakable bravery because he's also a Russian patriot, and that's what scares Putin. So we have to deny Putin, at the same time we're trying to put this other pressure on, the power of the narrative, and we've got to figure out how to turn the narrative tables.
So I want to conclude here by encouraging everyone in this room to push your representatives, push the executive to take the action of confiscating Russian sovereign assets. This is... RDI put out a report with Professor Lawrence Tribe of Harvard, one of the foremost constitutional scholars, highlighting that this act is legal and that the president has the authority to do it under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. And if we want to actually hurt Putin, we want to actually make a difference and not just say symbolic BS, pardon my French, then this is something that would do it. And clearly we believe that the risks of inaction are infinitely greater than the risks of action. Thank you. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you all.
All right, we will keep rolling. This next discussion, it is an honor and privilege to introduce Justice and the Rule of Law, a conversation with Honorable Alberto R. Gonzalez, the 80th U.S. Attorney General. And before I welcome him to the stage here, I'll just say a few words about Mr. Gonzalez. After attending the United States Air Force Academy, Alberto Gonzalez received a Bachelor of Arts degree from Rice and a J.D. from Harvard. He was nominated by President George W. Bush and confirmed by the Senate as the 80th U.S. Attorney General in February 2005 and served in that capacity until September 2007. And I'm excited to welcome him to the stage today. Testing? Okay, the mics are working. Well, Attorney General, thank you so much for being here. It is a great honor and privilege to have you. I was very excited to have this discussion with you, and I know a lot of the attendees are interested to hear your perspectives on the topic, justice and the rule of law. But maybe just to kick it off, why are you here today? We're just excited to have you.
I'm so happy to be here for this occasion. We spoke earlier, and a couple things. First, when I got the invitation to come speak at this, I had never heard of this group. And I thought, what is this? What is this? And then I started reading the principles. And one by one, I said, this is me. I believe in this. Every single one. And so that made it easy for me to come here. The other thing, sometimes qualms about coming to DC, is when I come back here, I generally have very mixed emotions based on my experience here. It was a privilege of my life to work at the White House. The hardest thing I've ever done was be Attorney General of the United States. It's an incredibly hard job. And so I've had mixed emotions every time I've come back. But on this trip, I haven't had those emotions. I've been so eager to come speak, perhaps to break bread with allies. I think people who think like me about the rule of law, the importance of the rule of law, the importance of America's place here in the world. And so I'm just delighted to be here. So let's get off with some questions.
Well, that's fantastic. I think I want to start with your time as Attorney General. Obviously, the Department of Justice, the DOJ, is the source of a lot of scrutiny nowadays. What was it like leading the Department of Justice? What were the surprises that you faced, and what were the biggest takeaways after having served?
Let me begin by saying there should be scrutiny on the Department of Justice. It is a powerful institution. It can take away people's life and liberty. So the scrutiny is something that should always be there. There were few surprises, relatively speaking, because I had worked for 4 years as White House counsel and had dealt with, if not daily, certainly weekly, with John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, and other senior leadership members at the Department of Justice. So I knew the players well, I knew the issues well, and so it was a fairly easy transition. But when I got over there, I also realized that less than 1% are political appointees. I had worked with even less than that. The rest of the individuals that work at the Department of Justice are career employees. They have little interest, or probably care a lot less than I certainly do, about who the Attorney General is or who the President is. They go to work every day, day in and day out, to simply do their job, to serve the American people. In the White House, I had a pretty small family of 14 lawyers in the White House counsel's office. The President's senior staff is fairly small. It feels like a family working in that building, which is relatively small. The Department of Justice is much, much different. And so one of the things that I discovered is I just knew so few people. So it was very, very different. And you had to rely upon the other Senate-confirmed appointees in order to make sure the work of the department gets done. As Attorney General, I would meet every morning with the senior team to find out what they were working on. I would travel a lot around the country, visiting U.S. attorneys' offices and raising the flag and thanking them for their service. I traveled to over 30 countries, again, to embassies. We had people stationed there, again, to thank them for their service. I had to do a lot of media interviews. I had to go to the Hill quite a bit to testify on various matters. And so the work of the Attorney General is very, very different than the work of those who go in and day out, simply doing their job for the American people. And I think it's important for the media and for critics of the Department of Justice to understand how difficult it is to politicize the work of the department. It is extremely difficult and dangerous for the Attorney General and for the President, because if you try to do that, it's going to become public, and you don't want that to happen, because it just damages the reputation of the Department of Justice and the President, and it affects the rule of law in a negative way.
It's a lot of good themes that you've raised there. I think, the theme of this conference is conserving America's liberal tradition. What do you see the DOJ's role in that process? How does the DOJ conserve that tradition, and what's the role of federal prosecutors in that system, in our justice system?
I believe the Department of Justice is the guardian of our democracy, the guardian of our liberty. It's a very, very important department and very different from other federal agencies. The Attorney General is different from every other cabinet official in that the Attorney General wears two hats. On the one hand, the Attorney General is there to implement, to police the President's law enforcement priorities. The President campaigns to the American people, makes certain promises about law enforcement policy. It's the job of the Attorney General to make sure those policies are carried out. The Attorney General, though, however, unlike other cabinet officials, wears a second hat, and that is as chief investigator and prosecutor. There, the Attorney General is completely, or should be completely, different, completely isolated and not a part of what's going on in the White House, completely apart from the president's agenda. There, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, has to be entirely impartial, following the evidence, making judgments about whether or not a prosecution is appropriate, and if so, to move forward in order to bring justice to the American people. So there is quite a difference in terms of the work of the Attorney General and the work of other cabinet officials, and it's very important for the Attorney General to always be very sensitive and keep in mind, all right, what hat am I wearing when I make this decision as in my position as the Attorney General of the United States?
I think those two hats, I think those it's hard to understand that, I guess, as for people who aren't lawyers or aren't familiar with the inner workings of the Department of Justice. And I think the DOJ's degree of independence or lack thereof sometimes from the executive branch, you know, that's become a point of intense national debate. You know, how independent should it be? Should it be carrying out the executive's, priorities? What is the proper role and principled function of the department? And how do we reconcile, the need for federal prosecutors to check the executive branch for corruption or criminality while also carrying out executive branch priorities?
We live in a society that is governed by rules. And if those rules are not followed or enforced, then we have chaos. And we can't have a position, particularly in leadership positions, where people believe the rules do not apply, that they can break the rules without consequence. It's the job of the Department of Justice to make sure that those rules are followed. Now, obviously, the work of the department is not perfect because the work is conducted by human beings. Also, sometimes the department makes a mistake because discretion is afforded to investigators and prosecutors, and then at the end of a prosecution, the courts have a role, and they tell us whether or not the department has made the right judgment. And I think it's very, very important to accept the fact that the department doesn't have the final word. The final word lays with the courts, and this is why separation of powers is so valuable, because there is a check on the Department of Justice. You know, when President Bush, during the first term after 9/11, he made some very significant decisions about how we're going to fight the war on terror. Decisions relating to Guantanamo, Geneva Conventions, interrogations, things of that nature. They were controversial, and they were very, very tough. They were litigated, going up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Within the executive branch, I would gather all the lawyers from the various agencies that might have some kind of input in a decision, and we would hash it out in terms of what is the right legal decision, what is the scope of the president's authority. And at the end of the discussion, I would turn to John Ashcroft or his representative from the Department of Justice and say, you've now heard the decisions, you've now heard the discussions, but you are charged by statute to give legal advice to represent the United States government in litigation, and so you have the final word. And that's how we would make decisions during the Bush administration. But there were 4 times where the U.S. Supreme Court said those recommendations were wrong. They ruled against the Bush administration. And, it's a little bit humbling to go into the Oval Office and tell the President of the United States, Mr. President, the advice that the lawyers gave you about the scope of your authority in fighting the war on terror, we were wrong. And President Bush, to his credit, accepted those decisions and simply said, that's what the courts are for. They're there to tell us whether or not we are doing the right thing. And if they agree with us, great. If they say we're not doing the right thing, then we change course and do something different. And that's the way that I think all of us as citizens should feel about the role of the courts vis-a-vis the role of the executive branch. We each have a role to play. We have to respect those roles because they provide the certainty, the continuity of this great country of ours. And so that's how I would respond to your question.
The word justice, it's the Department of Justice. I'm curious to hear from you, in your perspective, what are some of the biggest injustices in America right now, and how do you think we can address them? As you know, from your time in the DOJ, what are the biggest ones out there that we don't seem to be getting quite right?
When talking about injustice in America, I try to begin with a view about how are we as a nation, how is our system of justice, how does it compare with other countries like Russia? Just had a very interesting discussion about Russia. I don't think their justice exists in Russia, certainly not to the extent it exists here in this country. And so I would say that we should feel fairly comfortable with our system of justice and the way that it works. But there is one area that I do have some concerns about. It stems from the fact that during my time as general counsel for Texas Governor Bush and then as White House counsel for President Bush, I made recommendations to Governor Bush and President Bush to clemency recommendations with respect to almost 50 state and federal death penalty cases as to whether or not clemency should be granted. And I'm of the mind that, and people obviously have very strong views about the death penalty, but I'm of the mind that the death penalty is an appropriate punishment in certain limited circumstances, not as a deterrent, because I don't believe it is a deterrent. I just believe that for society, at least for me, there are some crimes that are so heinous, so deserving of the death penalty, that I think it is an appropriate punishment. Say, vicious crimes against a woman, for example, or vicious crimes against a child, torture and death of a child. I think in those instances, the death penalty, assuming you're following due process and rules in our courts, that the death penalty is important. However, during my time in government, I have observed that very few wealthy white individuals receive the death penalty and are executed. What I've often found was that the target, was often a minority, black, Hispanic, Asian, certainly poor. Therefore, they didn't have the advantages that someone with more wealth had growing up and perhaps learning values and getting a good education, and certainly couldn't afford a good lawyer. And so I worry about the application of the death penalty to a certain small segment of our society that, quite frankly, perhaps that is something we ought to be looking at.
Switching gears just a little bit, the DOJ, the line prosecutors, they've become obviously a favorite target of certain politicians and disinformation.
Really?
Yeah. How do we? I mean, and it's becoming a problem really for our justice system and our courts. How do we combat that?
Well, it starts at the top, meaning the president needs to speak out against it. The attorney general needs to defend his team. I remember during one particularly difficult time during my tenure, one U.S. attorney took me aside, and this was someone who had been in the department a long time. He was senior, a little bit older than I was at the time, and he said, "You need to understand, General, that the Department of Justice is a castle, and the Attorney General is the moat around that castle. The job of the Attorney General is to defend the Department of Justice and defend the people that work in the Department of Justice. Not to condone any wrongdoing or mistakes they make, because surely that happens from time to time, but as a general matter, to be out there publicly saying, I support the men and women that work at the Department of Justice. We follow the rules. We ensure that rules are followed in our society." And so, I'd like to see more of that, quite frankly. I know it can appear defensive for the Attorney General or even the President to be out there talking about it, and you want to sort of minimize talking publicly generally about a controversial case. Nonetheless, that's one place where I start. The other ideas that would be situations or venues like this one, where hopefully you're getting an education about how the Department of Justice really works, how the people that work there are motivated to serve you. That's what they're there for. They're there to serve you. And we need to recognize that. Not to say that the department is perfect. Obviously, the courts tell us when the department is imperfect. in Congress from time to time will also tell us publicly in the media and also publicly in oversight hearings. But it's very, very important for the American public to understand that the Department of Justice is there to defend the rule of law and your way of life. We need it to be as strong as possible. We need to care about that Department of Justice.
You know, you in one of your hats that you wear now as Dean of Belmont University, you spend a lot of time with, you know, future generations of leaders and thinkers and doers. I'm curious if you think, you know, have they been dissuaded from a career in the law, particularly the Department of Justice? Are you worried about sort of the crisis of confidence that and the disinformation about all of this that's out there, that people are not going to be inspired to a career in the law and public service in that way?
Sure, of course I worry about it, but if they listen to me, and if you listen to what I said to them, I talk about how you go in, you know, nothing could be as rewarding as the jobs that I've had as a lawyer, to be White House counsel and to be the Attorney General of the United States. It just doesn't get any better than that. It's why I went to law school, so I could make a difference in the lives of other people. And so that has been extremely fulfilling. I was in private practice for 13 years and really thought when Bush offered me the job to be his general counsel that I would do it for a few years and then go back into private practice to my nice, very comfortable life in Houston. But I quickly realized there was nothing like being in public service to really make a difference in the lives of others. And so you're right. When I speak to others, students, prospective law students, I talk about the fact that we are preparing you to be the next generation of leaders. Lawyers, despite all the lawyer jokes, when people get into trouble, who do they call? They call a lawyer. We are there. We are champions for others in need. We are a force for good. I've seen lawyers sitting by battlefield commanders in Iraq telling those commanders, this is a lawful target. I've seen lawyers on Capitol Hill at midnight negotiating on controversial legislation or an authorization to use military force. Lawyers are a force for good.
You know, yeah. We have a few minutes left, but you talk about lawyers and you talk about you know, the way that they influence the rule of law in places like foreign battlefields. I mean, we carry with, you know, as Americans, we carry this rule of law ethos with us, even to places where it might not even really apply. It arguably doesn't apply, right? And we take it there. And I'm just curious if, you know, why do you think that is? I mean, what do you think Americans are so, why our country is so attached to the rule of law? Like, what has been its successes for us?
I think it just stems from the birth of this country. You know, the Constitution of the United States. And it is, you know, it is the essence of the rule of law. And you're right. I think it applies everywhere, even during the toughest times during the war against terrorism. You know, we tried to always draw the box for the president in terms of, okay, Mr. President, all these activities within the box are lawful. All the activities outside the box, we would recommend that you not go outside the box. And he never would. He was always very respectful of that. I think it is important, again, to have rules, because if you don't have rules, you have chaos, you don't have accountability, and that's just not who we are as a society. That is not what America is. Today, too many people forget how special America is. She is so different. You travel around the world, there is no other country like America. I know sometimes we get discouraged about things going on here. I get discouraged and frustrated about what I see going on or not going on in Congress. No question about that. But we are still the greatest country on the face of the earth, and it's not even close, with all due respect to people that may not be from America in this audience. But we have to, as Ben Franklin said, a republic if you can keep it. We all have an obligation to work to keep it strong. Gatherings like this one is a great step towards doing that, and I salute you for coming here today.
And I get, sure. And I guess one final thought here. You know, obviously this year it's an election year. It's an important one. The country's attention always focuses on the big questions: who we are. You know, we've got a big decision to make, and I'm just curious. You know, stepping back from the law for a second, just our country, the health of our country, the discussions that we have as a society, has that changed? Are you optimistic? I mean, what would you, if you could say one thing to the country right now, what would you have us focus on as we look at this important year?
I'm an optimist by nature. Listen, I've seen the evil that man is capable of, but I've also seen the good. Brother helping brother, lifting people out of the rubble in New York City after 9/11. We are a strong, good, loving people. How many sons and daughters died on D-Day, not to preserve our own freedoms, but the freedoms of someone else, other countries, and lands far, far away? There is no other country that's given more sons and daughters, as I said, to preserve freedom around the world than the United States of America. We should be proud of that. We should maintain that mentality. People around the world are looking to the United States still today for hope in terms of what is possible. That is one of the reasons we have such a border crisis, quite frankly, is because what wouldn't I do to give my children a better life? What wouldn't I do? And so obviously I believe in lawful migration, and so we've got to get control of our borders. But people are coming here because the United States of America is still the greatest country on the face of the earth.
And one of the things that I think makes us so great is our Constitution. And you talked about the importance of our Constitution and the centrality of it. But a lot of people, I think, are questioning core pieces of it, whether it should be, controlling. What would you say to those people who are doubting our Constitution? They're looking to other places, Hungary, Russia, other places. What would you say to those people?
You're nuts. I would say, go live there and tell me after a year whether or not it's a better place. If you're unhappy with the Constitution, change it. Change the Constitution. If you're unhappy with it, if you're unhappy with a court decision that is supposedly a Constitution interpretation, all right, then, running around saying we need to fix the court, we need to put term limits, we need to, expand the court from 9 to 20, whatever. Change the Constitution. It's hard, and it should be hard. And maybe that's something that we ought to change, making it easier to change. But it seems to me that if you're unhappy with the Constitution, change the Constitution or get involved in politics or get involved in groups like this one, and start a dialogue about, how we can make America better.
We've got 90 seconds left. I don't know if you have any parting thoughts for the group. It's been a pleasure to have you here with us today.
Well, as I said, this has been a great experience for me. I'm hopeful. I am hopeful about our country. It makes no sense to run around with your hair on fire, because if your hair is on fire, eventually you're going to burn yourself and die, and you're no good to anyone. So it's okay to kind of run around and be concerned. We do need to speak out, because I'm concerned about how the election is going to turn out, quite frankly, and I think that that's going to present some real challenges. And so paying attention to what's going on is certainly important. And all of us we have a voice in the way that we vote. And I suspect there are people here from various communities, hopefully various states, and take this message, things that you're learning today, take them out to the community and start a dialogue, start a conversation about what the threats are, but also a hopeful message about what is still possible in the United States of America.
Well, thank you very much. This has been a fantastic. And we'll give just a few minutes, I think, to track down our next panelists, our Bulwark Live podcast. I don't know, is Sarah Longwell in the room? Is she here yet? She's outside, okay. Well, just give us one moment. We'll track down our next panel and we'll get started. Okay, everybody, sorry, we found them. We've located our panelists. If you wanna make your way back into the room, we'll just give just a second. We'll just hold on for a second. Everyone, if you're going in and out, just I guess come back in for a second. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce this next panel. 2024 election, the road ahead, and the principles at stake. Obviously, I think it's this one we've all been wanting to chat about, the political stakes of our principles and what's at stake in November. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, obviously, our Bulwark crew here, Sarah Longwell at the Republican Accountability Project, A.B. Stoddard of the Bulwark, and he's always right, he's never wrong, Jonathan V. Last. Yeah, well, all three always right, but JVL in particular. Thank you, and take it away.
So I told you where to sit, and you took the exact opposite of where I told you
No,
to sit.
you said you wanted to be on the other end.
Okay.
Okay, well, this is where the show is starting now. All right. Heath, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I've missed this 2 years in a row from illnesses, and I think I'm not going to get sick till later this afternoon. So I appreciate it. Thanks for bringing me here. Thanks to Heath and all you guys for coming from everywhere. I can't believe how many people are here. And, 100% less syphilis than at CPAC right now. All right, it's primary day. Look, it's going to all come down to turnout. Polls are showing Nikki Haley within 30 points of Donald Trump, right there with her. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I'll ask you 3 questions that I want you each to respond to. Relative to New Hampshire exit polling, you all right there, Sparky?
I was apparently unscrewing my microphone instead of pulling it out.
In New Hampshire, Nikki Haley won Democratic voters who crossed over 86-5. Will she do better than that or worse than that today with Democrats in South Carolina?
Worse.
AB?
I'm going to be a ray of hope today. I'm going to say better.
Yeah. Ooh.
Like level or better.
Okay. She won independent voters 58-39. Will she do better with independents in South Carolina today?
Level or better.
Sarah?
No, worse. And here's the, wait, hold on. Are we talking percentages or are we talking like absolute numbers? Because here's the thing. In New Hampshire, there are way more independents who culturally are used to voting in
I just mean
primaries.
percentages. I'm trying to norm it out because the point I'm trying to get at.
Well, let's say she does a higher percentage, but a much lower level of absolute numbers. That doesn't translate into a better showing.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is the more these people see of her, the less they like her, even the independents and Dems. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I don't make me spell it out. The subtext. Okay. And with Republicans, she got 39% of self-identified Republicans in New Hampshire. Give me her number with self-identified Republicans today.
30%. 28%.
AB?
I'm in that window. Definitely worse.
I'll take the under. Okay, last question.
Of course you'll take the under.
If this is Price is Right, I bid $1.
She could get to 30.
$1. Does any of it matter?
No.
Right. Does Nikki Haley strike you as the person who's going to stand up to Marco Rubio and Mitch McConnell and Ron DeSantis and the entire rest of the party and say, no, you guys are the crazy ones. I'm not going to do this?
I mean, I don't know. Let me go to bat for Nikki for a second.
Okay.
So I think she's going to do worse, not because I think Nikki Haley is worse. I actually think she's a much better candidate today in South Carolina than she was when she was kind of doing her middling thing in New Hampshire, right? The problem is that like South Carolina, which is her home state, which is going to hurt more. It's going to hurt more for her to underperform in South Carolina because she was the governor there. But it's also just not a state that's a good fit for her, right? New Hampshire was a much better fit for somebody like Nikki Haley. Even the Republicans in New Hampshire are a much better fit for somebody like Nikki Haley. But in South Carolina, I'm amazed. We just did a focus group in South Carolina. In fact, new focus group podcast dropped today. It's with Tim Alberta, who wrote that really amazing profile of Nikki Haley a couple of years ago. And what's so interesting about the conversation I have with Alberta about Nikki is that piece was called Nikki Haley, A Time for Choosing. And it was about this question. Was she going to choose to burn the boats? Was she going to choose to basically, because Alberta's thesis was Nikki Haley was a decent person who wanted to do the right thing, wanted the future of the Republican Party to be sort of a decent American leadership in the world, free markets kind of party. Was she going to choose that, or was she going to end up back in Trump's corner, right? And the thing that you hear from all the voters in the South Carolina group, and nobody was going to vote for her. There was one woman who was going to vote for her because she wanted her to have a good enough showing so that Trump might pick her to be vice president. But she still wanted to vote for Trump. This woman liked Trump. She was a Trump person. But the thing that they all say is they say they can't trust her. They can't trust Nikki Haley. And the reason they think they can't trust her is because Nikki Haley has been on multiple sides of the Trump question now for a long time, right? They heard her say, I won't run for president if Donald Trump doesn't want me to. Like, remember when she was asked if she was going to run and she said, well, I would talk to Trump first and I would sort of get his permission. That doesn't exactly scream strength and authenticity and the things that she needed to win. But she has chosen now, I think, to be burn the boats Nikki. The problem is she's been both of those things for so long that people can't trust her. But where she is right now, I think she's doing a good job. I think she's running as the person she genuinely wants to be, the person that I had always hoped she wanted to be. And she's showing something by saying she's going to stay in through Super Tuesday no matter what happens. Like, I just appreciate something about that. Like, I got all kinds of problems with how she's comported herself. Okay. But I think that there's something about saying, no, I'm going to stay and I'm going to make him fight for it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was mean. I take it back. All right, that's enough time in South Carolina. IVF, which is suddenly the most important issue in America. So the Alabama Supreme Court rules, they don't exactly rule that IVF is illegal, it's not a ban on it, but they issue a ruling that is going to probably drive IVF out of the state of Alabama. And we have what should be a weird moment of a trap, because IVF is wildly popular. Here, I have the polling down here somewhere. Hold on. 86. Yeah, 86% of Americans are in favor of IVF. Something like 78% of pro-life advocates are in favor of IVF. 83% of evangelical Christians in favor of IVF. And so you would think this is going to be a problem. And Nikki, when asked about this, she got herself on the wrong side initially. And she's been scurrying to back off of that since then, and has tried to then frame it as a states' rights issue. That, she's like, I personally think IVF is great, but also we have to respect states, and every state is going to come to different decisions about it. And then Trump does what Trump does. This is why I do think people misunderestimate Trump in certain ways. He's a demagogue, sure, but demagogues are a dime a dozen. He's a very talented demagogue. He is very good at finding the center of things. This is why so many people think he's pro-choice, and
because he is.
Also because he is. But he immediately just popped out and was like, yeah, IVF is great. What just happened in Alabama is a travesty. It's a Travis-mockery, and I call on the Alabama legislature to pass a law protecting IVF. Is that going to work?
So I think that this is the beginning of the issue. If the Democrats are smart, not the end of the issue. You saw Steve Daines, who runs the National Republican Senatorial Committee, alert the next morning all of the candidates up fighting for swing states. For them, and they all put out statements, including Carrie Lake, about how they just want so many babies and they're so pro-family and they're pro-IVF, and so they're now the champions. The fact that the Republicans are...
I'm sorry, I have to ask you though, does it matter that Steve Daines co-sponsored a bill granting full constitutional protections to frozen embryos in 2021?
Right, so, and Mike Johnson has been firm about this, that life begins at conception. I was just getting to the fact that incoherence is a feature, not a bug, in the age of Trump. And as long as Donald Trump gets to change positions, every day, and the Republicans have to follow him, they get to also. And so when his new thing is, people think that I have dementia because I confuse Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi. That's just what I do. I change names around, and I have fun, and I'm being sarcastic, and no one has a sense of humor. And so this IVF pivot will help them in the near term, but if the Democrats are smart, they will start running ads saying, are your eggs safe in Mississippi? Are your eggs safe in Idaho? And they need to do this because it is the logical next question about what authoritarians want to take from you. And there's a huge menu. They need to be very explicit about it. And Donald Trump has been working very hard. He might not have known this was coming, but he's been working very hard to throw the evangelical leadership under the bus on abortion and to say, we're going to lose elections on this issue. So if they've already let him do this, yeah, the issue is probably technically over within the movement and within evangelical Christians. They're going to support him nonetheless, but for the Democrats, I think the story's not over, and it's wide open. I mean, these stories, the last couple days of these women finding out that this had happened to them in this, I have 2 children from IVF of my 3, finding out in the middle of this course that you have spent so much time and money preparing for and so much emotional duress invested in, the injections you have taken, the things you've had to cancel, the secret you are keeping from your family and your coworkers and your friends, hanging your hopes on the retrieval, the harvest, the transfer, all these things. It is so completely overwhelming, and the idea that they are sitting in Alabama not knowing how to control their future for their family with these embryos in a freezer somewhere it really knocked me over watching these people. And this is a devastating story for them that I insist did not end with Trump's Truth Social post yesterday.
All right, I'm gonna be super dark, but I'm gonna let you go first.
You're kidding. So I'm going to defend Nikki again here, because I actually don't think she said what people made her out to say. I think what she said was she also had her kids via IVF, and that she really wanted those kids, and they felt like a life. And I think this is actually not an uncomplicated question a little bit, in the sense that, so I also have 2 kids that were done via IVF, although lesbians, the thing that they tell you when you go to a fertility clinic is it's like, well, you don't actually suffer from infertility, you just suffer from lack of exposure to sperm.
I'm not sure I'd call that suffering.
So we're gonna get you some of that, and then, but actually what happened, this is a little bit of a personal story, but I got explicit approval from my wife to tell it, was we started out under that sort of feeling like, oh, okay, this is gonna be great. And then we tried for what ended up being almost close to 2 years, and it didn't happen, and we had to move to IVF. And we had miscarriages in there, and it was like, it's one of the hardest times when you want children badly, and it's not happening. And I think that, and eventually, obviously, it worked, and now I have 2 kids, boys who I love more than life itself, and I think that, like, you're messing with something in people's lives when you do this that goes, people think, like, this is not your job, Tommy Tuberville. Tommy Tuberville does not get to have a say in, like, this thing that's happening. And so I agree with AB. The problem is with Democrats, they are, like, allergic to offense. And offense is what you do when you take an issue and say, no, we're the pro-life party. These guys aren't pro-life. They weren't pro-life during COVID. You make this point. They're not pro-life on taking care of your kids once they're born. Like, and there is an offense message here, and it's up to them to jump on it.
All right, I think this is a 100% loser for Democrats.
Okay. Whoa. I want to hear it.
So Donald Trump has basically come out and openly defied the furthest elements of pro-life incorporated on this, right? And he said IVF is great. He's called on the Alabama state legislature to rectify this horrible law and a horrible wrong and pass a law protecting IVF. And nobody from like far out rad trad pro-life world is going to crack back on him. They're all going to say it's fine. And this is then going to create a halo effect for the rest of the Republicans running, because right now you have a split. Some people in the Senate, like Daines, are now reversing themselves and pretending that they don't like this. But you got 125 Republicans in the House who are still on board with a cosigns to a bill that would essentially create personhood for embryos. And those people, I think, will get to benefit from Trump's halo, right? So that, well, sure, my rep says this crazy thing, but I don't have to worry about it because Trump, Trump is really super pro-IVF. In fact, do you want me to read it? Do you want me to read the thing I did?
Yes, read the thing. Yeah, it's funny.
So I took a turn as Trump's speechwriter on Threads this morning. I'm sitting on the train coming down, and somebody responded to one of them and said, I bet you $1,000 Trump couldn't even tell you what IVF is. And my understanding is that they take the baby, the very small baby, some say even smaller than the baby Jesus, and they inject it right into the mother, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. We love babies. Maybe not the Mexican ones. You can't say that. Fake news gets very upset when you say that, but the Mexican IVFs should stay in Mexican. So this is... But he'll just do this. And also, every minute that you're litigating this stuff, you're not talking about Dobbs, right? This is, I just think it's lose, lose, lose.
Hold on. No, and
For
to
the
be
Democrats.
fair, this is predicated on the idea that Democrats are able to prosecute this case, which is not 100% that can happen. But if they did, because here's the thing you're absolutely right about, which is Donald Trump is perceived as a cultural moderate by voters, and it is very much misunderstood. And here's the thing about why voters think that he is a moderate on abortion. They believe he doesn't engage in any kind of sexual morality. They're like, look, in focus groups, I don't say this, I'm just gonna put it on the voters, they say this, they're like, he probably paid for an abortion. And so they think that, and so they don't think he's pro-life. They don't think he is like the rest of the party. There is a reason that Donald Trump is actually more popular than the Republican Party, and it is because people perceive him to be not kind of a Mike Johnson type or a Mike Pence type on both gay issues and on issues of reproductive rights. And so if you talk to a bunch of sort of swing voting women and say, do you think that Trump is extreme on abortion or moderate on abortion, or they'll just, moderate. And so there is where, and the more extreme the Republican Party gets on things like IVF, Trump is able to triangulate against that and look more moderate himself, okay? True. But the Democrats have to remind people that Trump put the 3 Supreme Court justices on the court that overturned Roe. And he has appointed the judges, and that the Republican Party, and I do think this is going to be important. It is going to be important. It's a walking and chewing gum thing. You have to run against Trump, but you got to run against the whole Republican Party. You've got to run against what it has turned into under Trump and Mike Johnson, because when you do that, if you can effectively prosecute that case, I do think you win that.
I mean, maybe. We live in a world where nobody remembers the pandemic, right? Million Americans died. This guy was standing out there saying, we should shine the lights inside them, maybe put in the bleach. The ivermectin, it works.
They remember it. They just don't remember to blame Trump for it.
They don't remember any of it. This is the other gentleman who writes about focus groups for us.
This is what JVL does to bait me into writing for the website. He publishes other people about focus groups just to troll me.
That's 100% true. And he did a focus group with pro-Trump, pro-choice Republican women from swing states. And they all thought, oh yeah, Trump is great. He's right with me. I feel really good about Trump's and his position on abortion. And when asked then about the Dobbs thing, like, don't you maybe think he had something to do? Because they all hated Dobbs. They think Dobbs is really bad. 3 of the 15 said that maybe Trump bore some partial responsibility for it. And you know what? That sounds about right to me. I've seen the people. I live with the people. That's what they think. They can't hold these things in their heads.
That's true, although, so part of the biggest problem for Democrats, and here's where I think it's going to help, and here's where I think they need to be aggressive on it, is that you may have noticed that Joe Biden is not doing great with people age 29 and younger, right? Young folks, remember the focus group we did with the young people? I did it with Tim, and one of the girls was like, you know, he's like the same age as my grandma, and she says a lot of problematic stuff. So, I think maybe he's like that. And, you know, so, but the thing that will get those people out, it is not going to be Joe Biden, but it is going to be those issues, and it is going to be the contrast between Joe Biden saying, I'll protect reproductive freedom, and being able to effectively prosecute a case against Republicans who want to get rid of it, and Donald Trump, who appointed the justices who overturned Roe. And I think if he can do that, it does a lot for the enthusiasm that right now isn't there for Joe Biden and is showing up in his sort of lackluster poll numbers.
I think that you actually argued this months ago that he's kind of effectively won on the, you know, distancing himself from Dobbs and the abortion issue. I think it is still so powerful for the Democrats to tie when they try to explain to people, and you're right, they have to say these are the justices that he appointed, with quotes from him saying we're going to overturn Roe v. Wade and pictures and everything, but IVF is so much more tangible to people than when you explain to them what has happened since Dobbs in terms of women with ectopic pregnancies and being denied procedures because doctors are leaving the OR to call their lawyers. So that's a little bit too complicated unless it's been in their community or their family or their circle of friends. IVF is so much more accessible an issue to tie to Dobbs, to talk about Dobbs, and to talk about the Supreme Court that he set up to repeal Roe v. Wade. And I think I think it's a slam dunk. You just basically say, it doesn't matter what Donald Trump is telling you, these are the people in red state legislatures. They're coming eventually for birth control, but right now they want your frozen eggs if you're a single woman and your frozen embryos if you're a married couple trying to conceive. They can pretend in Alabama they're going to fix it. Where is it going to be next? These are people who are dystopian and radical, and it's just the easiest message. I mean, I
It's
just
almost like
don't
you
think
can't trust the guy.
I don't think it's over I don't think it's over as an issue for them. I really don't.
But here's just the last, like, one thing to understand about this race, it hasn't started yet. Like, it's not even, it feels to us like, ugh.
That's because it's already over.
Stop it. You stop it. There are reasons that people run campaigns. There are things that they teach voters who are not paying attention yet, and as somebody who talks to a lot of voters, they are not paying attention yet. And look, the dynamic of this upcoming race, if you listen to me talk, I talk about this a lot, is it's not like persuadables in a different thing where you got two people that everybody doesn't know that well. Because then you're trying to teach them new stuff. And that's not really what this race is going to be about, unfortunately. And this is why, if you guys were there last night, I was talking about not getting exhausted and how we really have to keep our blood up and keep our energy up. Because it's easy to get like, oh my God, I can't believe we're going to do this again with these two guys. And the voters that are persuadable hate both of them. Okay? The persuadable voters this time are different than other times. They are double doubters, double haters, a pox on both their housers. I don't like either guys, which means it's going to be a race about who they dislike more. And I don't like when things are just about hate. It's not my favorite, but
Give in to the hate,
Yeah.
young Jedi.
but negative
It will
polarity
make you powerful.
Negative polarity is going to rule the day. And that's why, like, the campaign's really going to matter, right? Joe Biden's old, but you know what? He can either be Yoda
true.
old.
Is he old?
Yeah, but you know what? He can be Yoda old, wise, there to protect us, teach a new generation, or he can be.
Go ahead, name the character.
I don't
name
know.
the character.
I don't
you
know
have
the
no
other
idea.
one. I don't know the bad guy, old
You
guy
saw
in
me
Star
say
Wars.
this somewhere, and now you're trying to do your sci-fi analogy, but you're not a nerd.
I know.
You can't fake it.
What's the name of the bad guy?
The Emperor. Emperor Palpatine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That guy.
This is why I didn't have a girlfriend until I was 30. Okay. This is actually a very, very nice segue. Because I was hoping to rope you all, very nice people, into being co-defendants with me with the No Labels lawsuit.
It's not a lawsuit, okay? Listen, No Labels.
You're all co-conspirators just by listening to us talk about this.
This is actually, do you guys know this? That JVL, one day on a podcast we were doing, started an insane rant against No Labels, talking about how anybody involved with No Labels should never be able to get a table at Spago. They should be just ruined, their credibility. And it was, and I, was doing like simmer down. But he did it right before I was supposed to debate Nancy Jacobson, the head of No Labels. We were supposed to have a public debate. And she used JVL's rant to cancel the debate. She sent me a note that said, I watched your despicable podcast with your despicable co-hosts who said...
Fact check true.
Yeah. And then they sent a letter to the Department of Justice claiming that there was a RICO conspiracy against No Labels that included our podcast and JVL and a bunch of other people who are trying to educate the public about why No Labels would have a spoiler candidacy effect. So JVL keeps calling me being like, am I going to jail? Am I going to jail because DOJ? I was like, buddy, anybody can send a letter to DOJ. Like, this is not a real thing. It's cool, man.
I'm being stereotyped based on my New Jersey heritage. So AB, I want to talk to you about this because yesterday we had a piece by Greg Sargent in the New Republic basically arguing that the bottom was falling out of No Labels because Manchin had pulled the plug on his maybe I'll run, and St. Larry is going to run for Senate, which is great.
Woo!
Thank you, Larry Hogan, for not running as a third-party presidential spoiler. Yay! So when we were talking about this, I was like, what do you think? And you took a contrary opinion to Greg Sargent. Can you explain to the people?
Yeah, so the New Republic piece, the New Republic piece claims that the effort is in meltdown. It's very well funded and it's very well organized. They're already on 16 ballots, which is more than RFK Jr. can say for himself. So it is pretty intentional and it's pretty, like I said, it's pretty competent. And they wanted Romney. Romney would have been obviously the ideal candidate. With Hogan and Manchin out, it clearly looks to the casual observer like it's over, but there are other people that they're pursuing. And so at that point, you're challenged, if you go to a lower tier, by a name ID problem. If you get someone who's competent and could appeal, but is not RFK Jr. or Mitt Romney. So, or I guess Larry Hogan. So it doesn't mean that it's over. And I think that, so the theory that it's in meltdown is wrong. There's an interesting kind of, they've just invested so much money, I just don't think they're not going to go through with it. And then there's a theory that, there's a Dick Gephardt and people who are working against it are trying to get them to back out, because No Labels has maintained all along they're going to do this if there's a path to 270. They've maintained vociferously recently that they don't intend to be a spoiler for Trump. And so this new kind of exit ramp that people are pushing for who oppose the effort is, can you get out at the last minute if it looks like it's not viable?
By July.
Right,
That's
that's pretty tricky. So you get someone in and you have to work up their name ID, and that's mid-March soon, early April the latest. And then I just, obviously we're in a new world. There's a lot of concern about this going to the House and becoming a contingent election scenario where the House decides it, which I really truly believe would just break the country in half and burn it down. And that the American electorate is not prepared to accept an election decided by the House right now. So they have a lot of decisions to make about whether they want to go forward. I think, like I said, because the operation is in drive already, that they do that. And then, at what point do they see a path to 270 which avoids the Nightmare House scenario? Or do they actually give in to the groups trying to dissuade them and say, okay, you're right, we did this, and this historical effort, because we believed the public so hates Biden and Trump that they would come on and give us our ticket of plurality, and then when do they back off? I mean, I don't.
Have
Anyway,
you talked to anybody in this orbit?
no, I'm agnostic. I'm on the outside. I've volunteered with No Labels for many years. Big believer in what they've done with the Problem Solvers Caucus and the Senate sort of coalition of the willing, which Manchin and Collins
so the
have
former insider
led
is
for-
part of the
for-
bulwark and part
for
of the
years.
RICO.
And
It all
I
makes
no,
sense
I,
now.
I really want to say, and this audience will appreciate, that we would have no CHIPS Act, no PACT Act, no codification of same-sex marriage, no first gun reform in 30 years, no Electoral Count Act update, no infrastructure, without that group that functions in Congress and stays at the table and persuaded a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate of Republican senators to defy their president and give Biden all these accomplishments. I'm just opposed to the unity ticket.
Yeah, and the fact that they've done such good work with the Problem Solvers Caucus is actually why it's such a bummer they've decided to shred their credibility through this cycle. AB's right. I'm just going to make the they are in meltdown case just really quickly, which is the idea that they're going to get to 270. I would like to, how many electoral delegates does Delaware get? 3? 3, right?
3.
I don't think they're going to get to 3. And here's what, but they put out material that says they're going to win a bunch of states. One of those states is Delaware. Can you think of anything about Delaware that might make it really implausible that their unity ticket would beat Joe Biden, that'd be better than Joe Biden? I can think of a reason, which is that it's Joe Biden's home state for like a gajillion years, right? They're not gonna vote for the No Labels candidate. So they've been selling snake oil this whole time. And basically what's happened is the people that they've been trotting around saying, hey, it could be somebody like Larry Hogan, could be somebody like Joe Manchin, who all of these billionaires who've kicked in all this money have given them. Now those guys are both out, real out. And so now they're going down the list. And I actually think full meltdown looks something like them going to RFK Jr. and being like, what do you think, man? We got access, you got whatever it is you're doing. And, but the billionaires who funded this thing are not going to like that. And they're not going to like some B-tier, second-tier candidate. And so now they are just in this, like, potentially troublemaking position. So I think they can still cause trouble, but I think that in terms of them doing anything that looks like a serious effort, they went from, no, we're going to have all of these delegates. We're going to hold a big convention in person in April. No. Then it was, no, we're going to hold a Zoom convention. Cool. Now they're not. Now it's like a few party insiders are going to pick this person. I think that kind of looks like a meltdown. Anyway, enough of the labels, but.
No. So one more thing, because I wanted you said this to me in passing yesterday about the polling, and polling showing that third parties really hurt Biden. And this speaks to your broader case about building an anti-Trump coalition. So the most recent one of these I've seen is I know you don't like Harvard-Harris, right? You don't like.
They're a bad polling outfit.
Yeah, you think they're a bad polling outlet. Their most recent one, when it's straight up Trump and Biden, Trump is +7. When it's Trump, Biden, and RFK, Trump's lead gets a little bit bigger. And when you throw Jill Stein and Cornel West in, Trump goes up 11. So the more third-party candidates you offer, and that's because they're each appealing to some different part of what would be the anti-Trump coalition. Yes? Would you like to speak to this,
No,
please?
if you just go
I don't
back to
wanna put
the
a quarter
idea
in
of
the
like
machine.
double doubters, double haters, right? If you give them, like what happens in that situation is you're basically causing people to like, what voters would talk about as choosing the lesser of two evils, right? That's how they talk about it. In fact, if we had a drinking game, we had to drink every time someone said I have to choose the lesser of two evils, like we'd all be dead from alcohol poisoning. Because people say it all the time about how they make their choices because you are not building a pro-Joe Biden coalition. You are building an anti-Trump coalition. And the anti-Trump coalition has a slice of those Nikki Haley voters, right? It's right-leaning independents. It's soft GOP voters. You need those people. You give them a unity ticket at Joe Manchin and Larry Hogan, those folks, they're right there. They're out. But then you give them Cornel West, well, there's a lot of sort of disaffected black voters in that group or young voters who are more progressive, and it peels them off. And anytime you peel off a segment of the people who, when push comes to shove, of who do I hate more, they choose Trump and go Biden, you give them off-ramps, and it fractures the anti-Trump coalition, and that is how this race is lost. And so it's why I have always taken the third-party stuff really seriously, because with the particular psychology of this race, it can do enormous damage.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. So we're gonna end with a big philosophical question. But before that, newsflash: today at CPAC at 1 o'clock, the defeated former president will be giving an address. Did you guys know that? Yes. Yeah. So I will say that once upon a time, having a former president who is the presumptive nominee of his party speaking at a conference where the opening speaker said, "Welcome to the end of democracy. We are here to overthrow it completely. We did not get there all the way on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here." He said, raising a fist. So that's Jack Posobiec, the Pizzagate guy.
I thought he raised a cross. I think it was
I
a
thought
cross.
it was he had a cross in his fist.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Never mind. I take it back. So I think it would have been the end of the campaign for the presidential nominee to appear at the same conference that was opened that way. I get the sense that's not the case anymore. Maybe I'm wrong. So we have advanced look at the remarks, which he may or may not stick to. But I don't know if you guys saw this morning, right? So he's going to say, 4 years ago, I told you that crooked Joe Biden got to the White House, our borders would be abolished, our middle class would be decimated, and our communities would be plagued, interesting word, by bloodshed, chaos, and violent crime. As the saying goes, Trump was right about everything. That is not the saying. I just want you to know, I have the trademark, and that's not it. So he's going to do American carnage again. He's just going to do American carnage again. And what do you guys, is that going to work again? I mean, spoiler, yes, it is. But I'd like to hear what you guys think.
So Elise Stefanik was there yesterday saying that Democrats destroy democracy because the 2020 election was unconstitutional. Trump's remarks say that he's going to talk about the tyranny of Joe Biden, and that's their MO. And I think it's going to work on a lot of uninformed voters, that we are living under fascism now. Trump always says the socialists, the communists, the fascists in his speeches, and he's turned, basically the threat of him and his party into a criticism of Joe Biden and the Democrats, and they're happy with it. They're raising money on it. The government, we're living in a third world country where the government is going after this martyr political poll leader, and it's terribly effective right now. If he's winning all the polling in the swing states, they're not going to let up on it because it's working. So everyone should prepare for that.
How does this, I mean, I don't want to sound like an elitist, but people are buying a lot of boats. People are even buying $400 sneakers.
Man, you are so
They're buying sneakers and Trump NFTs, and how does that work if it's so terrible? I don't understand.
But there's a lot of people in this country. Some of them are buying sneakers.
And they're
Small
all
number
terrible.
of them are buying boats and putting Trump flags on them. But I don't know that it's enough to say that this is the fullness of the economy. But whatever. Here's the thing.
No, let's have our fight again.
No, I don't want to fight about the boats or the economy. What I want to say, though, is that, like AB said, it's working right now. Here's the thing. You can come talk to me in 4 months. And if in 4 months it still looks like this, I will hit the panic button. But the reason that I have not been panicked this whole time that everybody else has been freaking out, even though I said a long time ago, I thought Joe Biden is indeed old, and that is indeed going to be a big problem, and just whether the media talks about it or not, the voters have noticed. Okay, they've noticed. However, right now people know what they don't like about Joe Biden because he is the president. He is right in front of them, and they see it, and they've got their frustrations. They've forgotten about Donald Trump. And actually, something that is happening right now is because the media, who I actually feel bad for, they sort of can't win in a lot of senses. Everybody was like, stop broadcasting all his insane conspiracy theories, it just elevates them. And now everybody's like, why aren't you broadcasting his insane conspiracy theories? None of these voters now know that he promotes them. And both of those things are kind of true, and I don't know what to do about it other than I believe that when voters see Donald Trump more, when he is in front of them, when they see how much he's always been unhinged, which actually is to his benefit because the drop-off doesn't seem so pronounced. You're like, he always sounded like a lunatic like this. But I've listened to swing voters now through multiple cycles, and they think it's not even democracy or abortion. They think he's awful. They think he's a jerk. They do. And I think that when people are snapped into, again, as long as there's no third party, as long as there is a head-to-head competition and it becomes a contrast with Trump, I do think Joe Biden's going to win. I believe that that scenario exists. I do not think we have to be like... And the other thing I'll say in the contrast, but again, this is why prosecuting this case is so important, the Democrats have done a pretty good job, in part because of responding to the Republican Party that's been driving itself off a cliff, of not putting forward, there's a bunch of people on the Democratic Party now who are like very normal. Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania is a normal guy. The progressives were like, we're taking down the William Penn statue. And he was like, no, you're not. What are you talking about? And Joe Biden was like, yeah, we're not doing that. Stop it. And Gretchen Whitmer is a normal person, and so is Abigail Spanberger and Alyssa Slotkin and Mikey Sherrill, and they've got this whole bench now where... But you know what? Those people have got to come out and become surrogates for this Democratic Party and show people what the future of the Democratic Party looks like, because otherwise it's going to be Gavin Newsom, and I don't like Gavin Newsom. So that's about me. That's a me problem, but I'm just saying, like, there's a much better version of the Democratic Party to show. There's a future case to make, and contrasting that with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz and Tommy Tuberville and the future of the Republican Party, that contrast can get pretty stark pretty fast if you show it to people. And so there is going to be no organizing tool like Donald Trump back in the public eye, but if media, if you're listening, show Trump in all his glory. Voters need to see it.
All right. So we're going to bump up against time, but I do want to do a little philosophical. What happens next, right? So we're going to, we're going to hit an inflection point.
I'm going to eat lunch.
Yeah. We're going to hit an inflection point in 8 months where one of three things will happen, right? Donald Trump will win the election fair and square, become president. That's one pathway. Joe Biden will win the election and will wind up sworn in again after whatever happens, because I just assume that, there will be challenges again. There will be Stop the Steal 2 will be much better organized than Stop the Steal 1. And the third option is that Biden wins and then the election results are overturned, possibly through legal means, right? I mean, we would say illegitimate, but perfectly legal. Like you could send alternate slates of electors, which created confusion, and then the Electoral Count Reform Act is taken before the Supreme Court to see, really how much power do they have? Are they allowed to? All I'm saying is you have to squint a little bit, but not all that much. So my question to you guys is, where do these three pathways lead? And if you wind up on one of the two pathways where Trump loses, is there a line that Republicans won't cross? Like, is there Mike Penceism, the great American hero? I'm serious about that. I will fight anybody who wants to talk bad about Mike Pence. Is there any force for that left in the party? So there, go ahead. So you do your thing, and then I'll make everybody want to hang themselves before they go to lunch.
So I think that I want to end on a high note for me, which is that I just believe that Nikki Haley, who is a through and through phony, because I didn't do my Nikki Haley South Carolina thing. It doesn't matter what she's doing in this race. The fact that people are giving her money to injure Trump for the general election matters to me and the cause. She is finally speaking the truth. She cannot back away from it. And I don't believe she's going to endorse Trump. And Tim and JVL and Sarah all think she will, and that's fine.
I
Okay.
got a 35% chance she won't.
Okay. So I'm really, I'm clinging to this now, that she's not going to. And whether she believes that there is, in the event of a Trump defeat, a revival of some kind of new, a boomerang, and Republicans finally saying, once again, with Trump we lose. And she, at that point, is better situated than Ron DeSantis. She believes that she's the champion of the peel-off faction. I believe that I want to hope that Senator John Thune and Senator John Cornyn and people will stand up if Trump loses and we're into Stop the Steal professional version, stand up and say, I'm out. I'm done. Actually, this election was as safe and legal and secure and legal as the last one, and I'm really done this time. We know there will be many who don't. We know what Elise is going to do. We know how many people are going to run around and lie about this. Vance, all these people. I am hoping there's this tiny, crusty slice of what was the establishment, and Paul Ryan will be one of them now, who say this is bull, and I'm out. I don't know that means that there is any hope for that, separate from a real rump group turning into the next Republican Party. The next Republican Party is Trumpist. I mean, the post-defeat Trump Republican Party remains Trumpist, and I don't believe that means anything. But I so hope there are a few that just say, I'm done once he starts, stopping this deal.
This is why nobody can get tired. This is why nobody can decide that, I don't know, I'm just a pox on both their houses. I don't really feel like dealing with it. Sometimes when I really want to just ruin my own day, I sit there and I'm like, who would Trump's cabinet be this time? Yeah, I know, I call JVL. But I just do Trump's fantasy cabinet. John Eastman, who tried to overturn the last election, would probably be the head of the Justice Department, right? And
with Jeff Clark.
With Jeff Clark, right? So all the people who tried to overturn it, the Mattises, the Kellys, everybody who kept the thing on the rails last time, nobody's joining the administration again to do that, right? Who he chooses as his vice president is not going to be Mike Pence or somebody who says, and by the way, just in your scenario, Kamala Harris is the vice president, which makes it much harder to do one of these alternative slates of electors stealing things this time around, so just FYI in that scenario. But I don't think people are sufficiently alarmed about what a second Trump, I don't think it's just American carnage all over again. Because I think that there's a bunch of people, you talk about burning the boats in the good way, like Nikki Haley, I think is kind of doing. There's burning the boats in the bad way, right? Where these guys are like, I'm riding this Trump thing until the end, and I'm gonna get my cool, big position, and I'm gonna do whatever I want, and I'm gonna punish my enemies, and we're all getting audited in this room if Trump is the person. At
a minimum.
At minimum. And so I sort of try to hold, anytime I feel tired, I hold those scenarios in my head to think about just how bad it could be. And the thing is it's not just, most of the people in Congress who would have stood up to him the last time, they're gone. They've all been run out. There is Brad Raffensperger in Georgia. There's Stephen Richer in Maricopa County in Arizona. There's, Kemp in Georgia you could probably count on to do the right thing. In fact, I'm sure you could. But it is a dwindling number of people that will stand up. And so that's why it is on us to do the hard things in this moment and push one more time, except he'll be the 2028 nominee too, probably, but let's push one more time.
All right, you know what? That was so good that as my gift to all of you, I won't tell you why she's wrong and that we're all doomed. All right, Heath, thank you very much. Guys, thank you for coming out to the
Yeah,
show. We really
thank you.
appreciate it.
All right, we are through the first quarter. Thank you. We will now break for lunch. Just a note, when you come back from lunch, there will be 3 panels outside, a Principal's First banner with Lincoln on it. You should feel free to sign that with one of our Sharpies. We have Sharpies out there, so when you come back from lunch, do that, put a pin in the board, and we'll see you back here. We'll get started at 1 p.m. with Alyssa Farah, Cassidy Hutchison, and Sarah Matthews. Break here. We've got some folks coming in. If you can get settled, we'll get started here in about 3 minutes. So 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Hopefully you had time to get enough lunch. I know it's a quick turnaround, but we appreciate everybody bearing with us and getting back here for the rest of the discussions. And it is such an honor and a privilege to introduce this next panel. I think it's really critical, this discussion that they will have. It's really a testament to the leadership that these women have exhibited. The title of the panel is Leading with Principle, and I'll welcome them to the stage. They can make their way on. Speaking up for the truth. You know, I think that it's easier said than done a lot of times, particularly when you're right in the middle of the battle and you're serving in positions of government. You want to serve and you want to serve the country, and all three of these women have done that. Alyssa Farah Griffin, now of The View, is here. She will be moderating the discussion. She's joined by Cassidy Hutchinson, the former White House aide to Mark Meadows. And Sarah Matthews, the former White House Deputy Press Secretary. Please give all of these women a round of applause for their courage.
I know. Thank you guys so much. I honestly get teared up when I see these two because I have so much respect for them, love for them, and just absolute admiration for their bravery and their courage. And I would just remind you all that when the two of them spoke out against the most powerful man on the planet, they were in their 20s. They were younger staffers with big jobs, big titles that they earned and that they did well, but they came forward to do the right thing when so many people, 3 times their age, saw the same thing and didn't say a damn thing about it. So these are two incredibly brave women, and I'm honored to be with you today.
I would just like to note, though, that I don't think Cassidy and I would have had the courage to speak out if it wasn't for this woman right here, and I know Cassidy agrees with me, so we thank you for being an inspiration to us.
Well, let's get right into it. I want to start just a little bit on what got them to where they were in the process of speaking out, but I really want to reserve a good amount of time to talk about what a second Trump term could, God forbid, look like, because all of us have unique insight into that, and I think it's something that in this moment isn't getting enough attention. So to both of you, if you could just share what ultimately made you want to speak out and what that process looked like for you, and the days and weeks and months afterward that follows after you do something like that.
You want to start, Sarah?
No, you got it. Go for it.
Well, my path wasn't exactly linear. I worked in the White House for the Chief of Staff until January 20th. I did plan to move to Mar-a-Lago with Mr. Trump after the end of the administration, even after January 6th. I look back on that now, and I have a very different perspective. But at the time, when I was still entrenched in that world, I felt that he needed good people around him, and I had been blinded to the fact that he was surrounded by enablers, but he is also the perpetrator. And I think that that speaks to a lot of what we have seen as a continuing problem with Donald Trump, is how he's been able to artificially seduce people into believing his lies. And so, that being said, I spent about 1.5 years, kind of trying to toe both worlds. I didn't want to really be involved in Trump world at all anymore. I had been very outspoken after January 6th that we were at fault for what happened. But I had financial constraints, and I had an attorney that, was helping me through the first few depositions. It wasn't until a few pages of my transcripts were published that I had this, for lack of a better term, I kind of had a mental breakdown. Because I was reading these pages and I knew the public servant that I had wanted to become when I entered public service. But I saw how far I had strayed from that person. I saw how I was avoiding telling the truth. And I hadn't been as forthcoming as I had wanted to be. So I called a member of Congress. I refer to him as Sam. And he is a current sitting member of Congress, Republican, did not serve on the January 6th committee. And that night, he asked me to go look in the mirror. And I was kind of annoyed at him that night, because I was crying, and I was like, I don't want to go look at myself. I look probably not great right now. And don't look at your appearance. I want you to go look at yourself. It was this really profound and impactful moment for me, because the next thing he asked me was, could you look at yourself for the rest of your life, knowing that you are not honoring the person that you want to be? Can you live with that person for the rest of your life? And I knew then that I couldn't. There were a few other people, including Alyssa, who helped usher me back to the right side of history, but I was really scared. And it wasn't until really I discovered this book called The Last of the President's Men by Bob Woodward, featuring Alex Butterfield. And Alex Butterfield worked for Nixon's chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman, and ended up revealing information to the Watergate Committee, but he didn't want to come forward. He still felt loyal to Richard Nixon, but the difference between myself and Alex Butterfield was that the moment that he was asked to come forward, he did. He honored his oath, and he honored his oath as a public servant, as a former member of the military, and as an American. So I saw who I had wanted to be in Alex, and that really gave me the drive and the push to move forward in this so-called journey, alongside a lot of other incredible, primarily women, but also my amazing team of attorneys who came in early June.
So I think I have been asked, oh, was it on January 6th that you decided to resign? And yes, that was, I think, the tipping point for me, but it was kind of a slow burn that had started after the election. Because on election night, I remember sitting in the West Wing and seeing the results coming in and knowing that Georgia was not trending in the way that it should be for a Republican candidate. And I remember telling this room full of people, we lost. There is no coming back from this. And people were saying, oh, but we might wake up tomorrow, things could be different. And then obviously that evening, I think it was like 3 a.m., Donald Trump went out and declared victory. And I felt really uncomfortable by that. And so it was kind of from that day moving forward, and as he started to cling to these conspiracy theories to try to explain away how he could lose to someone he perceived as weak as Joe Biden, that I became increasingly uncomfortable with staying at the White House. But I felt this duty to finish out the term and see through a peaceful transition. And I had promised my boss at the time, which was the White House press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, that I would stay on until the end. And so then January 6th came, and we all know what happened that day. And Donald Trump sat back and watched it and enjoyed it. And I was working as a spokesperson for him. And so I think that that made my decision to resign maybe a little bit different than other people who were also working at the White House, because my job would have been defending that and walking into the White House gates the next day and acting like everything I saw was fine and trying to have to tell reporters that and defend his lack of action. I just couldn't do that. And so I ended up resigning that night. And then after that, I actually went back to Republican politics, went back to work on Capitol Hill. That was where I got my start. It felt like a safe landing zone for me. And then a couple months went by, and eventually I got connected to Liz Cheney through Alyssa, because Liz had asked Alyssa if she thought that I might be willing to cooperate with the January 6th committee. And obviously I was sympathetic to the cause and believed that there needed to be an investigation. And so then when they asked me to publicly testify, I was more than happy to do so and shed some light on what I saw in the lead up after the election and on January 6th itself, which was that Donald Trump did not care what was happening at the Capitol and sat back and did nothing.
I think something that we all spend a lot of time thinking about, and none of us have a clear answer to, but some perspective on, is we're all lifelong Republicans, we're lifelong conservatives. We probably all agreed with about 70% of Donald Trump's policies. I think we were all very open-eyed to his character when we agreed to serve, but came to the decision ourselves that he's commander-in-chief. You need people there of good conscience who take the oath that they swear to the Constitution seriously. But I think what we're both struck by to this day is why so few other people haven't come forward, who saw what we saw, who heard what we heard, and why that wasn't a motivating enough factor. I mean, my working theory, because I look back at my time in the White House, is part of it is you're going a million miles a minute, but another part is you do start to exist in an echo chamber of people who are telling you, this is all right, that we're gonna get through this. You're watching a media environment, the right wing, the Fox News, that's kind of validating what you're doing, what you're hearing, and what you're saying. and you can almost start to lose yourself in it. And I think that speaks a lot to what we're seeing from a lot of elected Republicans in Congress, who all of us know better. Like, I know that Tim Scott knows better. And it's hard to even wrap your head around the mental gymnastics it takes to be where he is, or someone like Elise Stefanik, who we were both very close with. But I think that is part of it, is people deciding to isolate in these environments. My question I want to ask you guys is, what's your perspective on why, because Liz Cheney came forward and thought more people were going to follow, and it was like the three of us and no one else. Why do you think more people haven't come forward?
I think that, sadly, people are more concerned with their own positions of power than they are with doing what's right for the country. And it's so sad because these people were elected to not serve Donald Trump. They're there to serve their constituents. And they seem to have that confused. And so they're doing his bidding. And they're so concerned of painting a target on their own back. I mean, look, Donald Trump, when people speak out against him, what does he do? He tries to find a primary opponent for those people in their race, so that way he gets them out and gets someone that he approves of in. And so I think a lot of these politicians are using that as a calculus to not speak out. And it's really disappointing, because I think a lot of people probably think, I can't imagine that Donald Trump must be that bad if there aren't a lot of other Republicans speaking out. Well, they're not saying anything. There's only these, couple of people who seem disgruntled, or, what have you, or want the limelight or something. They come up with some excuse to kind of explain away people like us coming forward. But I think that people would believe the threat of Donald Trump if there were more willing people, these elected officials, to come out and say what I know that they say privately, say publicly.
That was brilliant. And you took the words out of my mouth. I do want to touch on one thing Alyssa said earlier about the singular worldview, or something to that effect. When we existed in that environment, at least in my experience, it can be an extremely isolating place to be, because on one side, you do have the Fox News telling you what they believe is true, which they have received lawsuits for. So no, that's not necessarily the case, not the truth. But aside from that, the isolation is such a powerful tool that Donald Trump, if he's done anything successfully in his life, he has successfully weaponized isolation and joined that with his message to make it the only message that matters. If you disagree with him, we are beyond tribal politics at this point. If you disagree with anything he says, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you're automatically the enemy to him, and he will go after you, and he will go after you fiercely. Sometimes I do struggle to chastise some people that don't come forward, even though it is the right thing to do. But I know in our situations, we have all been subjected to horrible attacks and threats on our life. It's not easy to be in this position, but just because it's not easy doesn't mean that it's not worth coming forward. But there are... And I think in this next election cycle, we're not going to solve this problem in this election cycle in totality. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to help bring people back to reality, to bring people back to not believing these conspiracy theories and the propagation of lies that Donald Trump has done. But what we need to do is also practice compassion for people who did fall into that seduction and who were artificially duped. And we need to help educate those people. We don't shame people out of their belief system. We have to welcome them back. And that's something that in my journey, I consider myself extremely fortunate, where I'm very warmly welcomed to rooms full of wonderful people like you. But that's not the case for everyone. I think of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who are innocent election workers in Georgia. I think about Rusty Bowers, who is trapped inside his home as Donald Trump supporters, who Donald Trump and Rudy Rudy Giuliani sent to his home while his daughter is passing away inside. This is a problem that has persisted, and we're at a level of political violence that we have not seen in modern times. So we need to retract from that. We need to restore some normalcy, but we start in this next election. We start by doing everything we possibly can to make sure that Donald Trump never gets near the Oval Office again, and to make sure that every member of Congress who has been an enabler of Donald Trump's agenda is also held accountable and voted out of office.
Very well said. And just to underscore something, because you allude to something very important, I always try to catch myself and make sure I'm not being hyperbolic in how I talk about Donald Trump. I don't want to fall into the trap of this Trump derangement syndrome. But what I want to tell you as somebody who knew him very well and spent a lot of time with him is the worst things you have heard are only scratching the surface. This is an unprecedented moment that we are in. There has never been, now granted, we're some of the more vocal former Trump staffers, but he has been denounced by all of his most senior staff, something we've never seen in modern American history before. Multiple White House chiefs of staff, multiple secretaries of defense, his former national security advisor, his former White House communications director, people who saw him in the most important decision-making environments have spoken to the fact that he is unfit and that he poses a threat to democracy, and people need to wake up to that. Something I think we're all very passionate and energized about going into this election season, knowing we're 8 months out from he could be president again, is what a second term would look like. And I think foundationally, and Liz Cheney's made this point before, is we're not even out of the woods if he leaves. Let's just be clear. The idea that his supporters are going to take it lying down and that it's not going to be another contested election, an election where you have a Speaker of the House potentially who is not going to certify election results depending on the makeup of the Congress. But if he does win, what that could look like. And I hope you both could speak to just some of what you think would happen in a second term based on what we know from what he said.
So I like to touch on what he has said very vocally about Schedule F appointments, which is something that was actually discussed at the end of his first term too. And I focus a lot on Schedule F because I think it's something that, I think sometimes, at least in my view, we get stuck in the Beltway talk. And the average American person may not know what a Schedule F government employee is. But essentially what Donald Trump wants to do is take Schedule F employees who are career civil servants and be able to fire them and replace them with Trump loyalists. We have seen that Donald Trump and his supporters and his enablers and different groups have already started compiling databases of people who are sufficiently loyal to fill those spots for him. In a second Trump term, there's not going to be people who are willing to stick up for the truth. There will be people who are willing to execute Donald Trump's plan and Donald Trump's plan only. That is fundamentally un-American, that is fundamentally undemocratic, and that is, in my view, one of the biggest threats to our constitutional republic that we're facing.
Yeah, and I think kind of going off of that too, we see now even in his court cases where he's arguing that he should have presidential immunity. And his lawyers are literally arguing that he would be allowed to, assassinate someone and get away with it because he was acting as president. And I think we should take him at his word when he says things like this, because it's really easy to get desensitized by all the crazy stuff that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth, and I think a lot of Americans have. And I think we are able to kind of tune it out because he just continues to say these kinds of crazy things. But when he's talking about wanting to, kind of weaponize the government and put in loyalists to carry out his agenda, and he even has called for doing away with parts of the Constitution. I mean, this is someone who—
Look at January 6th.
Yeah, true. And this is someone who has no regard for our Constitution, no respect for our institutions, and does not care about the rule of law. He actually thinks he's above the law. And so that is really, really scary to think of a second Trump term, because this is something that I've tried to make the case for, to people who I know who still support Donald Trump or are considering voting for Donald Trump is the Donald Trump that you met who came onto the political scene in 2016 and the Donald Trump of 2024 are wholly different people. I mean, in 2016, he kind of ran on this optimistic message of make America great again. What is the campaign message now in 2024? All about retribution. And it's all about himself. It's not about you and improving your everyday life and making policy changes in that way. It's literally about him wanting to consolidate power in the government, to weaponize that power to enact revenge on his political enemies.
And so just building off of that, he is a man that prioritizes authoritarian rule over our rule of law. And we cannot let somebody like that near the nuclear codes. We cannot let somebody like that occupy the Oval Office. And we cannot let somebody like that get reelected to the White House. I know that if one day, hopefully I'm fortunate enough to have children of my own, but I don't want to have to explain to my children that we all were bystanders as the greatest democracy in the history of the world is crumbling, and we're just watching it happen before our eyes. So I think, when Donald Trump says that, he acts like he jokes, but he also says that he would be a dictator only on day one. You're not a dictator for one day. If Donald Trump is reelected, that is the greatest step towards fascism that we have taken in this country, and I don't know if we would be able to return from that.
And there are two things. I think we have to look at both the domestic political front and the international political front when it comes to Donald Trump. And on the domestic front, the first term, they didn't really know what they were doing. He didn't know how to put it mildly, he didn't know how—
It was a learning curve.
He didn't know how to use the levers of federal power the way that he will in the second term. And there were also people who got in who were checks throughout. I think a lot of us probably have frustrations that there weren't more, but I think of a comment that Donald Trump made last week saying that if NATO members didn't increase their shares, that Russia should invade them, and that he would essentially do away with Article 5 of NATO. Well, he talked about doing that in the first term. He wanted to do that in the first term. But if not for John Bolton stopping him and then again Secretary Esper being there to stop him, that could have already happened. Those people won't be there next time. To your point, the Heritage Foundation, the once esteemed Heritage Foundation, is now collecting names to staff a future administration that is full of, as they've described it, Tucker Carlson's, not Ronald Reagan's and Paul Ryan's. So that's what we're looking at, the most powerful institutions in government being staffed with sycophantic loyalists, not people with experience who have a global perspective. And on the domestic front, I just want to say this quickly. He knows how to use the system better. So something that he started to delve into in his term was appointing people in acting capacities at departments. It's a way to bypass Senate confirmation. We intentionally have 3 equal but separate branches of government for a reason. He, going into a second term, would intentionally put people in acting capacities to bypass going through confirmation, and they could be there for 180 days without any sort of Senate approval. And what you can do in that amount of time is actually quite stunning and scary. So be thinking about who are the voices he's amplifying, who are the people he's surrounding himself with. Those are the kind of people he's going to bring into government. And it's really a scary moment. What I want to ask you guys, though, is the future of the party. I think it's hard to be sitting here, the 3 of us, and we're 8 months out from an election, 3 years after January 6th, and it feels like the party's just completely lined up behind him. He's very likely going to secure the nomination basically tonight, if not the first week of March. What can we do in the 8 months ahead?
I mean, I'm definitely encouraged by this room of people. It shows me that we might be small, but there's a growing number of Republicans or independents who are fed up with Donald Trump and his chaos and his divisiveness, and who want a return to normalcy in our politics. I mean, I love hearing the message from Nikki Haley, honestly, on the campaign trail. She's been kind of leaning into this about, like, do you want a normal candidate? I think we all crave that. We just want to go back to that. I mean, yes, Republicans and Democrats, we've always fought, but I think that things have just gotten so ugly in the last 10, 20 years. And so I think that I feel encouraged by this room, and I think at least for me, I want to do everything that I can in the next several months to ensure that Donald Trump is never president again. And I'm hopeful that by speaking out, it will encourage others to come forward. And I mean, even I feel like, as I mentioned with Nikki Haley, like this turn that we've seen from her in the last couple of months, and her getting more aggressive in her attacks against Donald Trump, it really gives me hope. And honestly, too, even in the primary, Chris Christie, Asa Hutchinson, Will Hurd, I mean, their voices were so important. And even if they weren't going to be able to overcome Trump, it shows me that there are politicians out there who have a backbone and who are willing to stand up and say that this is not acceptable. And so I hope that we'll see more of those people start to run for office. And it does concern me, though, too, when I think about the current makeup of our government, because we are seeing a lot of the more kind of normal Republicans start to retire now. I mean, recently we had Mike Gallagher from Wisconsin say that he was going to retire. He's like in his 40s, and he was the chair of a committee. And he is so fed up with Washington, clearly, that he wants to be as far away from it as possible, and he's going to retire. And so it makes me saddened, though, because we need more people like Mike Gallagher in Congress and less people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. And so I really hope that it sounds so cheesy, but like be the change you wish to see in the world. And so I really hope that more people will be fed up and will seek to run for office. And I hope that more Republicans will speak out against Donald Trump as we get closer to the election.
And just to build on that, Sarah, you're on fire today. But just to briefly build on that, as I've been traveling around the country these past few months, I've been very encouraged by the amount of young people who see the threat that Donald Trump faces. But we need to do more. We need to do more to mobilize voters. We need to do more to educate voters. The reality is of this next election is it's going to come down to a handful of states, similarly to how it happened in 2020. We need to focus on those states to make sure that those constituents are adequately educated on who they are voting for. And if the ticket is a binary choice between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, people need to understand at a very basic and very fundamental level that there's that there would be one candidate on that ballot that will support our democracy and that will continue to support our policies so we can continue to thrive, and that's not Donald Trump. But in saying that too, we can't just focus on Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a big part of the problem, and I do not want to underscore that. But we also need to focus on Congress, because Donald Trump would need Congress, or Joe Biden in a potential second term would need to rely on Congress. As of right now, the swath of Republicans who are running for re-election or running for office are not honorable people. They're very unserious politicians. If that means that we need to vote all of them out and rebuild the party from the ground up, that's what we have to do. This is a moment that is so much bigger than partisan politics. This is about the future of our country, and we can't, there could be no stone left unturned after this November.
That's a very important point. Donald Trump is the biggest part of the problem, but we need to look beyond that. The Congress matters, and I appreciate that Liz Cheney, in adhering to the Principles First motto, she said, I want good Republicans to win, but I want bad Republicans out. And frankly, this House Republican Conference is dangerous. They're enabling of Donald Trump. There's a handful of good ones. I want to shout out Brian Fitzpatrick, who it sounds like is going to do a discharge petition to get aid to Ukraine. But if you are someone who is continually lying to the public, you are withholding critical aid from our allies, you're refusing to secure our southern border, to deny a win to the Biden administration, get the hell out. That's not what we need. We need people who hold Trump accountable.
Amen.
Something I want to add to, just kind of piggybacking off of this idea of Republicans and these people in the House kind of being a threat in terms of them being willing to do whatever it is for Donald Trump. It's so funny because looking at the current Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and he really isn't much of a speaker at all, is he? Because he really, he makes Kevin McCarthy look like Nancy Pelosi, basically.
Oh, I'm sure Kevin will love that one.
But he really does. I mean, it's really sad, and he actually has such a moment right now to fundamentally impact the history of the world with this aid to Ukraine. I mean, like, if we do not send them this money, they are probably going to run out of resources and ammunition in a matter of weeks. It's not even months, it's weeks, is what I heard a member of Congress say on TV recently who had a briefing on it. And that is so concerning. And the House, I believe, is currently on recess until February 28th. And yeah, for the last 2 weeks, that's what they've been doing. And instead of in there doing their jobs and passing this aid bill, because I think that this could send a message in the wake of Navalny's death that America is going to stand on the side of freedom and not side with evil and Putin. And it's really unfortunate, though, that it appears that Speaker Johnson is just a puppet for his puppeteer, Donald Trump.
And for Vladimir Putin. It's also a stark contrast, I think, when we look at CPAC this weekend. I've heard at least reported that they are not sold nearly the amount of tickets that they have in previous years. Wonder why. Say that to a room full of lovely people here. But it also speaks to where the party is at. You know, there are people there who are apologizing for Putin, who, like Sarah's saying, are not sticking up for Ukraine. And that it is it is beyond my comprehension why this is has become such a polarized issue. It's pretty straightforward at the end of the day, which is unfortunate. But this is American freedom. And, you know, what's made America so special and unique since our founding is the fact that we've been able to either correct our wrongs and to look towards our better angels and set a better example for the world stage. And in America, we're very fortunate where we haven't had a direct threat to our country like we are facing right now. But this is how it starts to happen. We look at countries like Venezuela where the regimes just completely topple. And it's because people weren't paying attention. They weren't paying attention to the very fundamental values of democracy and what we stand for in our republic. So I think that when we look at this next election, like what Sarah was saying, we need to think about the example that we're setting on the world stage too.
And I do want to note, you know, whether you love or dislike Nikki Haley, she's proving something really important in this historic moment, which is that about a third of Republicans cannot be with Donald Trump. They are pleading for someone else. And so we do, all of us in this room do have a degree of power as a minority in being able to try to stop him from winning the presidency. But to Cassidy's point, and this is why we all have to stay vigilant, is 7 swing states and 500,000 voters are ultimately going to determine this election. Donald Trump will lose by the largest margin, the popular vote, probably in modern history. There are more Americans who do not want Donald Trump than there are that want him. But that does not mean that he won't be in the Oval Office again. So we have to use our voices and we have to speak out. And I think just finally, and then I want to give you both a closing word here, is if the moment of coming to Ukraine's aid against Russia is not a sobering one for Republicans in Congress to step away from Donald Trump just this once and vote, if someone like Lindsey Graham, a hawk who is John McCain's best friend, cannot buck up and do it in this moment, then we know where they are. They're too far gone to salvage. And we constantly quote among each other Liz Cheney saying, there's going to be a day when Donald Trump is gone, but their dishonor will remain. And the world is watching, our children are watching. We need to get this through. Final thoughts, parting words.
Well, I echo everything Alyssa just said, and just in brief closing, I want to thank you all seriously from the bottom of my heart for being here today, but for listening. And one of the biggest fears that I had before I came forward and spoke out was that people wouldn't listen. I think in our society right now, we have an issue where we so often talk to be heard, but not talk to be listened to. And the fact that you all are sitting here today listening to us speak, that gives us a platform, that brings legitimacy to the fact that Donald Trump is a fundamentally dangerous man. The more that we can create environments where people feel that they are being listened to and that their thoughts are also heard. You know, my story is a cautionary tale of what can happen and almost did happen, but this, you know, it's not a story of complete retribution for myself. This is an arc. It's something that I work towards every single day. And honestly, some of the most difficult days for me came after I testified, because that's really when I began to process the magnitude of how dangerous of what I was involved was in. So the only thing else I guess I would say is, you know, in this next election cycle, please just keep using your voices. Please just keep talking to people. Please just keep listening. And that the only way that we get out from this is if we come out from underneath of it. But it takes all of us coming together, regardless of our political affiliation, to do so.
Really tough to follow that, but I'll do my best. I think everything Cassidy said is absolutely correct. Speaking out against our former boss, who happens to just be formerly the most powerful man in the world and president of the United States, it can be really scary and isolating. And so being in a room full of people like you all makes it kind of worth it, because I think all of us have sacrificed a lot in different ways to speak out because we thought it was morally the correct thing to do. And I think that this gives me hope that maybe that there can be a change and we can move past Trump and the MAGA brand and chart a new course for our future.
And just one more, sorry. I would like to also thank Alyssa Griffin for one, for being here, but two, she really was the first person to take that step in early December and resign. She set the example. I have goosebumps right now because she set the example for people like Sarah and I. I want to thank Liz Cheney. I want to thank Adam Kinzinger. I want to thank Nancy Pelosi for being steadfast in creating the January 6th committee. And finally, I want to thank and pay tribute to the work that there is currently going on in a lot of different court systems in America, and that we respect the court process as it plays out. But there will be a day where the courts will rule, but we can't rely on the courts to stop Donald Trump. We have to stop Donald Trump, and that's what we need to do in these next few months.
Thank you, Sarah Matthews and Cassidy Hutchinson.
Wait, do you have to be?
Yes, give all three of them a round of applause. And Cassidy, we're gonna sneak you, Cassidy, for just 1 second. So every year, Principles First awards our Profiles in Courage Award, and it's my honor to be joined actually with our 2023 recipient, Mr. Harry Dunn, who's now running for Congress. He's a Capitol Hill police officer, and we know his courage that he showed on January 6th and afterwards. But Cassidy, we give this award, our agenda committee and our host committee who put these together, our grassroots committee, votes every year to pick someone who really exemplifies what it means to be principles first, to put the country ahead of party and even personal interests, and to stand up as you did at such a young time in your career, early time in your career, with so much on the line. That is exactly what everyone in this room and so many around the country have been asking our elected leaders to do. Republicans, just stand up and take one risk. And you have done it in spades. This is for you. We are honored to have you here. Thank you. And then we got a Detroit Lions jersey with her name on it. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. Yeah, get that Principles First logo in there. There you go. Oh, we want one more. Okay. All right, we will keep chugging along here. The next session here is going to be a slight change for that I think that currently appears, but I think that we're all going to really enjoy this discussion. I think we'll change the title to Unplugged and Unafraid with Mr. Charlie Sykes. It's my pleasure to welcome him onto the stage. I really don't think he needs any introduction. But this should be a great conversation. So, Charlie, if you want to take a seat, we'll. All right, Mr. Charlie Sykes in the flesh. What an honor to have you here.
It's good to be out of the basement.
Out of the basement, good. You know, I think this may be your third. You've been here with us from the very beginning. I mean, you've been sort of in the trenches with us. Obviously, everyone in this room has listened to your podcast, read your writings. I'm just curious from your perspective as someone who has been in the business for years and has seen sort of the ebbs and flows, from the media's perspective. 2024 election, they've covered Donald Trump once. They know the drill to some extent. Is the media going to cover Donald Trump in 2024 the right way? Are they going to get it right?
Fuck no. Thank you. And that's it. First of all, thanks for having me back. I appreciate it. I mean, it is always great to be in a room of people who are also not crazy. This is worth the price of admission for all of you. But no, the media is not going to get 2024 right, and we've already seen evidence of this. Donald Trump has broken the model of American journalism, and American journalism has not recovered. And just to give you an example of, I actually brought notes because I thought you might ask that question. I want you to think about some news stories over the last couple of months, okay? Donald Trump called for the death penalty for General Mark Milley. He mocked the hammer attack on the 80-plus-year-old husband of Nancy Pelosi. He's called repeatedly for the summary execution of shoplifters. He has endorsed extrajudicial murders. He asked Vladimir Putin, just a few days after Vladimir Putin launched his genocidal war against Ukraine, he asked Vladimir Putin for help in smearing Joe Biden. Now, could it just stop right here? These stories on Earth 2.0 would have dominated the year's headlines. This would have been disqualifying moments. They would have been wall-to-wall coverage. And yet, as I go through them, you might go, yeah, I kind of forgot about that one. Because the news media, again, I think if you ask them, you know, this is not normal, you know that, right? And yet we still pretend that it's normal. Or we pretend that it's reasonably within the range of normal politics. And as you watch the political coverage, you can actually, if you blink, think, you know, yeah, it's 1996 all over again, or it's 1984, when in fact, we are seeing this amazing transformation of American politics. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but we are not sufficiently alarmed by this. And the media, and again, I don't want you to be despondent. I want alarmed but not despondent about all of this, but to understand exactly what we are up against. And every time you hear the horse race stuff, you hear the polls, you see the focus groups and everything, it's like, yeah, this is like we have a primary election and here's election night, as if somehow we have not broken something fundamental. So I only got about halfway through my list. I mean, Donald Trump, we remind ourselves, he incited an attempt to overthrow the government. And that's like number 3 on the list, right? He, as the previous panel mentioned, he has openly called for terminating elements of the Constitution to restore him to power. Just take that story. How many front pages were devoted to that for a week? You know, look, I think the questions about Joe Biden's age are legitimate. I wanted to say that. But if Joe Biden stumbled coming off Air Force One, it would receive more coverage than any single one of these stories. And I think that is part of the problem. So in the last week, Donald Trump basically said that he would abandon our NATO allies and invited Vladimir Putin to invade Europe if people didn't pay their NATO dues, which of course doesn't actually exist. After the murder of Alexei Navalny shocked the conscience of the world, Donald Trump was unable to come up with any comment because he was too busy hawking golden tennis shoes, and then compared himself to Alexei Navalny, which is obscene. The problem is that we have this banality of crazy. This is a phrase from Brian Klaas, is that there's so much bullshit. There are so many moments that would be disqualifying. When he was campaigning against Nikki Haley and he was mocking, where's Nikki's husband? Where's Nikki's husband? Well, he was doing what you were too fucking afraid to do, which was put on a uniform and go out and defend the country. Was that a page 14 story or anything? So we keep going through all of this. He has made it very clear that if he's elected president, he will pardon the rioters who attacked the Capitol, who beat up police officers. Now, again, I know I use the phrase too much. I'm old enough to remember when the Republicans claimed to be the party of law and order, when they claimed to back the blue. And here he is saying, I am going to stand in solidarity with people who literally beat up police officers. How is that not a consuming news story? How every day do we go without having Republicans in Congress shown a picture of somebody saying, would you support pardoning this person? Do you think this is a genuine American hero? And I haven't even gotten to the fact that he paid off a porn star or that a federal jury and judge said that he raped a woman. You know, somebody asked earlier today, I think it was, you asked Fiona Hill address this, does Vladimir Putin have, compromat on Donald Trump? What more could you have than Stormy Daniels and E. Jean Carroll? And the Republican Party says, yeah, we are okay with that. So the question was, is the media going to get 2024 right? No, they're going to continue to go, hey, maybe we could have a town hall meeting with Donald Trump. We'll have this will be a ratings get for us to do. We will cover both sides as if it is, a reasonable moment in American politics. And again, I don't know what the right answer is. I want to make it very clear, except that, that you have to call lies lies. You have to not turn your platform over to someone like this. And you can't pretend that what's going to happen in my hometown in Milwaukee this summer is like a normal political convention when the cult gathers to anoint Donald Trump. So, I'm sorry, that was a somewhat long answer, but...
You covered a lot of ground.
Okay.
A lot of good ground.
Well, I gave you the short answer.
That was the short one? Okay, good. So a lot of things to jump in on there. One that I'm particularly interested in when I hear you talk about the responsibility of sort of what I hear you talking about is really the legacy sort of mainstream outlets. I mean, I think a big problem is this siloization of the way that we consume news. I mean, so many Americans aren't even watching these networks to some degree. I mean, and to a lot of degrees, some don't even watch them at all. they're watching Newsmax, or they're watching Tucker Carlson on Twitter, or Andrew Tate on YouTube talk about God knows what. How has that happened? I mean, you kind of been in conservative media ecosystems back when it was normal. Is that a problem we can fix? Is it addressable? And is it just going to continue to get worse?
I think it is likely to get worse before it gets better. When I wrote my book about how the right lost its mind in 2017, I was pessimistic, but it was way worse than I thought. Because this siloization has accelerated all of the incentive structures in the media are to silo people off, to create safe spaces so that people don't talk to one another. I don't see that changing anytime soon. In fact, if you understand what the business model now of the right-wing ecosystem is, it's, imagine some meth dealers on the street, and they're in competition with one another, and the only way that you stay ahead is by selling stronger meth than the guy on the next block. And so you have to keep, ramping up the outrage, keep ramping up the hippie punching, et cetera. And if you back off from that, you run the risk of losing your audience. So what we are seeing is the audience capture. I know that there are people who think, well, if we just did this to Fox News or just did this to this, it's not always top down. Sometimes it is. But a lot of it's bottom up. It's like, these are my people, I have to follow them. The heart wants what it wants. And they're captured by the audience, which is demanding the harder and harder and harder stuff. Now, the really bad news, I'm afraid, is that if you step back from what's happening right now, and I want to talk about the crazy pill thing, if you step back, because we've spent the last 8 years going, why is this happening? Why do people believe this sort of stuff? When's it going to go back to normal? It's not going back to normal. In fact, what's happening now ought to remind us what happens in a society where people become isolated, alienated from one another, bored, when all the mediating institutions of society fall away and we're all spend these times in these silos. And the silos, to your point, understand that all the outrages that I just mentioned about Donald Trump, there may be 40% of the country that doesn't know any of it, that will never hear of it. And unless there are ads on the Hallmark Channel or something that tells them this, which is not a terrible idea, by the way. So I think that this atomization is going to continue, and I think that it becomes more and more difficult. I told the story, I think I've told you the story, how, as a conservative talk show host, I always assumed that people got both sides of the story. We were the other side of the story. And by 2016, it was pretty obvious you could not push back against disinformation or fake news, because if it was outside the silo, people didn't want to hear it. And those of you who have relatives, who have family members, or in your community, you know how hard it is. You have a piece of fake information. How do you refute it? Well, the answer is it's irrefutable, because as a result, we are going through a period of real tectonic change. I don't want to compare what we're going through now to, say, the Black Death, or to World War I, or the Depression, but the reality is the world has changed. The world has changed globally. We're not alone. There have been dislocations that are taking place across the world. The pandemic changed a lot of things. To anyone here that imagines that we're going to go back to the politics of the before times, I think maybe that's why we're all so shocked all the time, because we think we understand America is like this, politics is like this. If A happens, then B will happen. So we go, what, are we the crazy ones that it's not happening? But the problem is that world doesn't exist anymore for millions of Americans. And we're going to have to get used to this. This is not going to be something that's going to be resolved in 2024.
So, optimistic discussion. I'm just tracing forward that arc that you're sketching, because I agree with it. I don't think it's reversible. I don't think we're going to wake up and everybody's going to get their coffees and start watching Meet the Press in the morning, and we're going to have nice Monday morning conversations about the debate. I'm just curious what the people in this room, what citizens as consumers of news and information, and citizens that, like you say, they coach their kids' t-ball teams with these people who are getting a completely different narrative about the world that we're living in. How do you break that cycle? Because at the end of the day, we can't address siloization with more siloization.
Right.
I don't know the answer, and I ask it a lot. I'm curious if you have thoughts on what people in this room can do to address that problem.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's that point. You cannot fight siloization with more siloization. And I know that there are some people who believe that the response to all of this is for those of us that look at Donald Trump, see what Donald Trump is doing, watch this mad rush toward extremism and radicalism, and say, the only way to fight this is that we all need to become liberal Democrats now, okay? We need to fight the tribalism by all emphasizing our tribal loyalties to the other side. I understand this argument. It's dangerous because this country needs two rational political parties. So from my point of view, this is my point of view, the most important people in American politics are the people in this room right now, the people who are center-rights in the center, the people like Liz Cheney, people like Adam Kinzinger, people like Mitt Romney, people like Larry Hogan, those people who have said, look, we are still Republicans, but we're not crazy, we're not authoritarians. We signed up for a libertarian party, not a fascist party, because those are the people who can still speak to the people who will determine the election, which are the swing voters, maybe 500,000 voters in 7 states in Wisconsin. And so those people are conservatives or have voted Republican, may vote for Republicans up and down the ticket, despite what I may tell them to do, but will say, Donald Trump is a bridge too far. He's not normal. He is an existential threat to American democracy, and we're going to bail. If we decide basically like, no, really, we like all the policies of the liberal left, and we are not concerned about the attacks on liberalism coming from the left. Look, I mean, the distinction that I've made, and I borrowed it from others, is that there is an attack from the left, an illiberal attack from the left, and then there's the illiberalism of the right. The illiberalism of the left is like long-term cancer. The illiberalism of the right now is like a heart attack, immediate. And right now you call 911, you call the paramedics, we need to unite to deal with that, but don't pretend that there are not other problems. Don't cut yourself off, silo yourself off from millions of Americans who are fundamentally decent people. And you ask the question, how do you do it? Well, you show up. You go to Little League, you go to T-ball, you go to soccer, and you know what you notice about the people who are standing around? They're not crazy. They may be on some weird Facebook page. But this is the thing, and I will admit this is the thing that makes me take the crazy pills. These are people who would never tolerate this kind of behavior from their children's coaches, from their babysitters, from a coworker. They teach sportsmanship, they teach decency, they want their children to treat one another with respect, they believe in the truth, and yet somehow when it comes to who they want to put in the presidency, they're willing to set all that aside. So to the extent there's some optimism is there's this vestige of fundamental decency that if you get them away from, the way I would do it is, don't start by talking about Donald Trump. Start showing that you share their values, that you understand them, that you don't hold them in contempt. And then once they realize that you are like them and that you care about the things they care about, then you can move to the others. If you start at the top line, you know how it goes. You've all had that conversation, right?
You start at the principles.
Yep. Exactly.
I want to kind of switch gears a bit. I think in one of the other panels they talked about Mike Gallagher resigning recently, making that decision. Obviously, Paul Ryan had stepped down before him. Good principled conservatives that basically just said, I'm out of here, I'm checking out, I'm done, I don't want to put up with this. You know, I'm curious, is there hope in Wisconsin? I mean, you're still out there. I mean, do you think those guys will be back? Should we expect them back? Or do you think that, you know, they've just kind of accepted the state of the party?
Paul Ryan's never coming back, so no. And I think in some ways that's unfortunate because he represented an alternative direction for the Republican Party. I know that there are some people who believe that Donald Trump is just the logical extension of where every Republican was going. And I'm telling you, I don't think that's true. By the way, one of the things I've been doing lately is I've been walking my dogs a lot more often lately. Is I actually got a couple of Audible books listening to all the collected columns of, say, a Charles Krauthammer, a principled conservative. It's impossible to sort of go back into that before time and listen to minds like that and think, yeah, this is going to lead to Trumpism. You know, the thought, the nuance, the intelligence, the understanding of history, the appreciation for the American values, the specific American values of the rule of law. But to your question, the story about Mike Gallagher, you're all familiar with this, I assume, you know, young, bright congressman from Wisconsin, was really one of the rising stars, had to make compromises with MAGA, disappointed, as they all are. But, you know, in the last 2 weeks, he said, yeah, I'm not running for re-election, I'm leaving. So I think there's a larger pattern here in terms of the wave. You know, I mean, what happens with waves? Well, waves always break sooner or later, right? Something that can't be sustained forever doesn't last forever. The Republican Party is in the process of eating its young, its intelligent young. Think about what the bench is going to look like for the Republican Party. Because if you are a really bright young guy like a Mike Gallagher, or fill in the blanks, look at the list of the people who've retired recently. These are people who say, I don't want to be part of this anymore. You know, I'd like being a congressman, but not if it means I have to sit in the same room with Lauren Boebert for another 2 years, you know, or Matt Gaetz or Paul Gosar. Just this shit is just not worth it anymore. So they are leaving. And if you're a young Republican and you want to get into public life, the next generation, what do you have to do right now? Think of the crap sandwiches you have to swallow. Think of the rings you have to kiss. Think of the litmus tests you have to pass. And how many of these bright young Republican men and women are saying, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something else with my life. I'm not going in. So let's look 20, 30 years from now, 10, 20 years from now. What is the bench of the Republican Party going to be looking like? What is the younger generation going to look like? Because right now, Donald Trump is dominant in the Republican Party. MAGA is in complete triumph. But the price is, think about all the people who are self-deporting, self-selecting themselves out of that political party. And I think that will have consequences for a very, very long time.
We got a couple minutes left, and I want to offer maybe a counter narrative of maybe the next 4 to 6 years. Suppose, you know, I'm of the view that Trump's grip on the Republican Party is not really rooted in any sort of policy agenda. You know, he hasn't convinced everyone to abandon their ideas. It's not really an idea thing. It is the cult of his personality, the fact that there aren't very many strong leaders to go up against him in the party. He railroaded all those people out. And so he's like this big, charismatic, yeah, I mean, I'll say it, he's charismatic. Agree with him or not, he's got some charisma and personality that, you know, resonates with the voters.
I really don't get that, but
yeah.
go on.
I just, but it's enough to capture the
No,
voters.
yeah.
It's enough to capture the voters, so it's like a big hot sun in the middle of a MAGA solar system that keeps all the planets revolving. And I think one counter narrative could be that when that sun is gone, when you take that sun out of the solar system, it's going to be a shit show. You know, it's going to be crazy. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have Marjorie Taylor Greene, Vivek, who knows what he's doing. It's going to be just a chaos. And I'm just curious, in that moment when there's no leader, there's no person that can fill those crazy shoes that he has created, I mean, where does the party go? I don't think it goes back to Reagan. No. If you're in that narrative, what does a conservative movement after Trump look like if one could ever possibly exist?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question because that will be a hell of a moment when he leaves. It's not going to be a snapback, but it's going to be what I think some theorists call the plastic moment in history, where you have these hinge points where everything is in play, and in a short period of time, you could have really, really, really dramatic choices. So, you know, from the highest level, I would say, look, this is going to be a MAGA-like party for a long time, but one caveat today. So it is Saturday. Nikki Haley is going to go down to defeat in South Carolina. And of course, the usual pundits are going to say, see, there's no room for anyone like that in the Republican Party. But I would say that the debate that is taking place right now over the future of Ukraine is going to be one of those decisive debates. Republicans have shown a willingness to cave in on virtually everything else, and they may cave in on this. I'm not naive about that. But right now, the more traditional conservative Republican internationalist point of view, it's an endangered species, but it's not extinct yet. If there was a vote in the House of Representatives, if the fifth string speaker, Mike Johnson, would, when he comes back from vacation, you know, find a paragraph in Deuteronomy that tells him that he can have a vote, the vote would be overwhelming. I think there'd be 300 votes, bipartisan votes, for the aid to Ukraine. You saw that there were 70 votes, bipartisan votes, in the Senate. So there is still a very live issue. And so I do think there's a possibility that on some of those wedge issues, there is hope that you're going to push back against Trump. And that's why I think this debate about Ukraine is going to be so serious. But also, try to think ahead. What happens? What is the next step going to happen? Because the story of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin is not going to get any better. It's not going to improve. The election cycle is not going to make things calmer. And so part of the difficulty of making these predictions that you're talking about is we don't know the level of chaos that's still coming. You know, I'm always glad to see Harry Dunn up here, but every time I see Harry Dunn, you know, the police officer who saved the Capitol, was one of the genuine heroes of January 6th. I'm sorry, but I think January 6th was a dress rehearsal. Does anyone in this room think that Donald Trump will graciously concede defeat in 2024? Does anyone? What do you think the aftermath of the 2024 election is going to be like? It's not going to be like anything. So we were shocked after 2020. Should we be shocked after 2024? Is the media, to your question, preparing people for that? Might there be another assault on the Capitol? Might there be other outbreaks of political violence? That's a wedge issue in the future. That right now, Donald Trump can provide cover for every sort of dishonesty, every sort of immorality, every sort of incident of wink, wink to domestic terrorism. I'm not sure that that will survive him. So I think that there is, if you believe, and again, none of what I'm saying is ideological. It's not right versus left. If there's a fundamental decency, a sense of fairness, a sense of right and wrong, I think as you watch the international stage play out, but also what might happen domestically, I think that there might be a pivot moment coming.
Mr. Charlie Sykes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just checking the agenda. Is it a coffee break now? I think it is. It's not. Just 1 second. It is not a coffee break. I'm sorry. Everyone should make their way back in. And while you make your way back in, I will hunt for our next set of panels. If the 220 panelists can make their way to the front, we'll get started. I will introduce the next panel. This next discussion, and they can make their way onto the stage, our panelists, while I'm introducing them. This next discussion, I think, is really important. It's on a lot of people's minds. The title of the panel is Moral Leadership in America, Principles for State, Church, Culture, and Community. I think this is an issue that we've seen increase in importance. Christian communities, faith communities, what has happened to them in the wake of all this political turmoil that we've had in our country, and the way that moral leadership matters, telling the truth matters, and how we form those morals in our country are important. And the panel we have here to discuss it with us today is really second to none. This is exactly who you would want talking about these things at a Principles First Summit. Hosting the conversation will be Ms. Cherie Harder, president of the Trinity Forum. If you're not aware of that organization, it is a fantastic organization, great printed materials. I encourage you to check them out and all of their literature that they produce. Mr. Michael Weir, is the president at the Center for Christianity and Public Life, also tackling these issues head on and doing some great work. Mona Sharon of the Bulwark, she really needs no introduction. You're all familiar with her. She's been at this a long time and has been focused on social policy and issues of family formation in the United States. Has a lot of great thoughts on that. And then we're delighted to have, I think for a first-time appearance also at the summit, Mr. Robert A. George, writer and speaker. You are probably all familiar with him from Twitter. He's formerly of Bloomberg Opinion, but he writes some just incisive commentary about our culture, the state of American life, and I'm just thrilled to hear from all of them today. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Heath, and great to be with you all. I will confess it is a bit intimidating to have to follow the courage of Cassidy and Sarah and Alyssa, as well as the irreverent brilliance of Charlie Sykes, with a panel on moral philosophy. But here we are, and if nothing else, the last few years have proven the incredible importance of this topic. It shows the reason why this topic, moral formation and moral leadership, preoccupied so many of the best minds throughout history, the historians, the moral philosophers, whether it was Plutarch or Thucydides or Herodotus or Aristotle. It shows why this preoccupied the minds of the founders and framers, why they wrestled so extensively in the Federalist Papers with what it meant to check and constrain and channel self-interest, to check faction, and to cultivate the better angels of one's nature. It's why George Washington took the opportunity of his farewell address to talk about the indispensable supports to political prosperity and to freedom itself that moral leadership and moral character in citizens played. And it's also why we are at such an important and in many ways unsettling crossroads right now. Because while it's certainly true that throughout history, it's not like we've had one great moral leader after the other, there have been plenty of villains and scoundrels and liars and tyrants and moral mediocrities who are citizens and who have been moral leaders. But we have retained a sense that a more perfect union is possible, and we as a country have also faced, challenged, and overcome some very significant both moral failings and moral challenges in our past. Right now, we are at a point, though, of great challenge and peril. On both ideological and partisan poles, there are real challenges to the idea of moral formation and moral leadership, whether it's on the left, where character and morality itself is seen largely as a smokescreen for power plays, and virtue and blame are seen more likely to be whether you belong to a colonizer class or based on the intersection of your identities, as well as on the hard right, where a frankly evil and nihilistic leader whose worst tendencies of cruelty and belligerence and dishonesty have been not only tolerated, but valorized as what it means to win and to show strength. So what does moral formation and moral leadership mean? What does it look like? How can we cultivate it? And what difference does it make? It'll be hard to get through all of this, but we certainly have a panel here, I think, who can make a huge dent in kind of our understanding of why this is so important, the attention we should be paying to it, and how we can cultivate it for a more perfect union. So just in starting off, I want to turn to my fellow panelists, and Michael, perhaps we'll start with you to say, when we speak about moral formation and moral character in our leaders and in our citizens, what are we talking about? How is character formed?
Great. I'm really happy to be here, really happy to be on this panel. I think part of the problem here right at the outset is that in politics, morality, the sum of what it means to be moral, has been taken up with having the right positions or the right answers. And I think that the way in which that conception of morality alone, the way that that can be misused, has become really apparent. So when we talk about formation, and I talk about spiritual formation, in part because of that reason, the spirit just refers to our character or our will. Formation is about the process by which our will takes on a specific defined character. And everyone has a formation. There's no getting around it. One of the reasons I love the name of this gathering, why I love Principles First, is because it could just be the organization for the right principles. Principles First implies that we want to be the kind of people who can uphold our principles even when it's difficult. Cassidy is a wonderful example, right? She didn't just have the right ideas. A lot of people had those ideas. A lot of people, if you ask them in a survey, would say, yeah, rule of law, fantastic. The real test is, are we the kind of people who can follow through on our intentions in the moment of crisis? And that's a real issue for us. T.S. Eliot once suggested, and by the way, he wasn't positive about this. It was an observation. T.S. Eliot said that the great human endeavor has been to try to create a system so perfect that people no longer have to be good. And that is the political conceit that we have, that we can just have the right answers without being the kind of people who can back them up. And that's why moral formation, spiritual formation is so critical.
I want to invite my fellow panelists just to jump in too as you see fit. So if there's other thoughts, feel free.
Before I begin, I just want to thank all of you for being here, and all of the people that I was able to greet and talk with last night and during the day so far here. It is so gratifying to see you in the flesh. You are, I'm old enough to remember George H.W. Bush's expression about the great civil society that was out there. He called it 1,000 points of light. And that's what I see in this group, and it is unbelievably moving, and so thank you for being here.
You can applaud yourself.
So I love what you said, Michael. I was thinking about, before this panel, and I was thinking about moral formation, and that, it's very important. Morality is key to a thriving democratic republic, and we have all kinds of expressions of this from the founders where, for example, John Adams said, our Constitution was made for a religious and moral people. It is wholly inadequate to the governance of any other. And yet, look, we have to be realistic. The people on the MAGA side and the people on the far left, they also feel that they are the moral ones. They think we are evil, and they will say that very, very clearly. So Kristi Noem at CPAC said, there are two kinds of Americans. There are two kinds of people in this country, she said right now. There are people who love America, and there are people who hate America. And I'd like to, yeah. So I want to reflect on this for a minute because it's important to understand, I think, or at least try to understand the moral reasoning that can lead people to embrace what we think is one of the most wicked, evil forces that has darkened America's doorstep in our lifetimes. And so we have to think about the fact that they argue that the house is on fire. The country is in a dire emergency. And because of that, we have to turn to a strong man like Trump. And they say, after all, I mean, if your house were on fire and your neighbor came along with a garden hose, you wouldn't turn his help away because he was a sex offender, right? You would accept the garden hose, you would accept the help, and then you'd thank him very kindly. Now, of course, in that analogy, you would thank him, but then you wouldn't elect him president of the neighborhood association. And, you know, that is, I think, so key to why the MAGA people always need to say, this is an emergency. The country is burning. Biden is destroying America. It is, you know, all hands on deck, because they know that they have embraced this really morally compromised, horrible leader. And so there is never a time when they can acknowledge that this is that the country is actually just fine, that we are not in any kind of dire emergency. And so that's the secret of their, I don't know if it's the secret, it's my interpretation of their justification. Robert Heinlein, a great science fiction writer, once said, man is not a rational, but a rationalizing creature. And they do rationalize their support for Trump. And so they need to make the other side seem evil. That is why we have all of this nonsense about the Biden crime family. You know, Biden is many things. A master criminal, he is not. But that's the key to their moral universe. And whether we can puncture that, whether we can appeal, as Cherie says, to the better angels of their nature, I don't know, certainly not for the MAGA hardcore, but potentially for people who are not quite at that level, but who are in the more persuadable category.
Mona, I grok what you're saying on the Robert Heinlein, so thank you. I'd also like to echo what Mona said at the outset. It's a real honor to be on this panel. And I should tell everybody here, I signed up for this conference about 7 or 8 days ago. And then the next day, I got an email saying, would you like to be on a panel? So what I'm saying is, you know, if you come here again next year, you know, who knows, this could also happen to you. So whether that's good or bad is up for you to decide. I would slightly disagree with something that Mona said that while it's true that you know MAGA is saying that the country's on fire, and you said that ultimately they're overstating the case that the country's fine. I would say though that the country isn't fine, and MAGA and Donald Trump are reflections of the fact how far the country has gone off course. Right, and the thing is though, but it's not just that. I mean, as we were saying before, you know, this view that we you know, pat ourselves in the back and say that we're the somewhat, you know, the somewhat sane middle. There are those on the left and those on the right that call us evil because either we're not woke enough, or we're not MAGA enough, for them, and we're squishes that can't rise to the moment that is required. But I just thought though that just in the context of where we've gotten to and where sort of this moment of amorality, for want of a better phrase, I sort of see it in a kind of a spectrum of a 25-year, a quarter-century kind of decline. And just so we can get a little bit of old school red meat in here, I would bring up a name that hasn't really been mentioned much so far, and that's Bill Clinton. I think when you go back from that moment of it depends on what sex is. It was at that moment where you've got a president of the United States that is, in a sense, putting moral relativism, into the public sphere, and while there was bipartisan consensus at the time that the president had done something wrong, the question was, what was the solution about that? And Republicans thought it was impeachment, and Democrats, said, censure and move on, and so on and so forth. But what ultimately came out of that is, though, the Democrats kind of in almost any other moment, I think in our history, the bipartisan consensus, the pressure would have been strong enough to get the President of the United States to resign. But what we ended up with was a decision by the Democrats and allies and media and so forth that what he had done was not so bad that it required resignation, and instead there was a powering through. And the first principle, if you will, at that point was kind of power. How can we push through against these usual ethical and moral barriers that historically would have been enough to move the president out of the way and allow the vice president to take over. Instead, the president pushed through. He survived. Excuse me. But then the question is, at what cost, and what lesson was ultimately learned? And I think one of the residual lessons is that forget about ethics, forget about actual morality. The number one principle in politics is power, and I think that's a lesson that. The MAGA people have learned, and their standard bearer has taken the Clinton model and amped it up to 10.
So just riffing off of that a little bit, I want to ask you each your thoughts on kind of what has gone awry. And part of what I mean about this is not just a political analysis, but we'll hearken way back, thousands of years, to St. Augustine, who talked about how virtue is largely properly ordering your loves or desires, ordering your values in a way that accords with reality, that is both wise and prudent, as well as loving things in the right way. And when you think about that, you think, okay, something has gone on beyond just the political. The former president does not fill stadiums with people looking forward to, relishing seeing their enemies humiliated, just because they want to, say, win in the next election. There's something else here, it seems like, where we the people, not just our leaders, but we the people, are starting to value the wrong things, are starting to love domination and the humiliation of our enemies too much. What has gone on? And Mona, maybe we can start with you.
Nice small topic there. There are many things that are tearing us apart. We have a radical change in family structure where many, many people now are living alone. And a record number of people are living alone, and record numbers of people are lonely, which isn't exactly the same thing in every case. You have lots of kids growing up with very chaotic home environments where they not only see their parents split up, but then serially the parents have new relationships and the kids are shunted around to different homes with different step-siblings and all of that, and that is not good, we know, for the stability and mental health of the kids raised in those environments, and this has been going on now for several decades. We also have the rise of the internet and the information silo, which gets mentioned a lot, but it is crucial. You know, when I was growing up, people used to say, you are what you eat. And I think now we are what news we consume. You know, you can tell everything you need to know about a random 70-year-old single man who lives in central Pennsylvania by whether, when you walk into his house, it's Fox News that's on all the time or something else. People have become so insulated and into their own bespoke realities. They create their own realities, and it is unbelievably destructive of a country that is, by its very nature, large, pluralistic. We have lots of different communities, huge geographic diversity, religious, racial, every kind of diversity, and we need to be able to have certain things that we agree on. We need to have certain facts that we all accept as true so that we can compromise with one another and that we can say, okay, you know, you like more immigration, we like less immigration, let's meet in the middle. That has become practically impossible in our age of bespoke realities where people on the right don't just think that Democrats want more immigration or have more liberal views about it. They think that Democrats have a scheme, a plot run by Jews to import more dark-skinned people into the country in the Great Replacement. And so how do you compromise with such a terrible... yeah. And so those are, you know, it's both a technological challenge that was brought to us by the internet and also by cable television, but also, and by the internet. So the technological challenge is part of our problem, and the social challenge, as I mentioned, with more and more people living alone. When you live, I'll just say this last thing about being lonely and being alone. You know, I think I can't prove this, but I think people are more easily led into extremism when they aren't living face-to-face with other humans and having the ability to bounce off ideas toward, you know, get a reality check, right? It's like, you know, Sam saw something on the internet that says, you know, that there's a scheme to run an underground railroad from Mexico through Canada, and it's going, right? Which, by the way, was on the internet. And, you know, when he goes online and puts this in, he gets all kinds of people who say, yes, we heard that too, you're right, we agree, it's a scheme. Whereas if he said to his wife or his live-in, you know, lover or whoever, you know, did you hear about this thing? She'd say, what are you talking about? Right? No, I mean, that doesn't sound right. But there are fewer and fewer of those in real life sort of reality checks for a lot of Americans. And I think that's part of why we're seeing that the crazy gets more traction.
Yeah, the difficult truth is that the state of our politics is a reflection of the state of our souls. And this is the beauty and the weakness of democracy. There is no getting around the kind of people we are. And if our ultimate principles derive from politics, then our ultimate principles will be subject to political circumstances. And that is a lot of what we've seen. In 2020, a group of social scientists came out with a framework for thinking about the particular kind of polarization we have today. And they called it political sectarianism. And they said political sectarianism is a toxic cocktail of 3 ingredients. First, aversion, the tendency to dislike and distrust one's political opponents. Othering, the tendency to place as other or essentially different those who are political partisans. And then the tendency of a misplaced moralization, the elevation of political disagreement to that of iniquity or good and evil. And when that is the fuel of our politics, then all kinds of rationalizations can take place, similar to what Robert was talking about. The problem is not that we take politics too seriously, but that we take it seriously in all of the wrong ways. If you think politics is just about power, then that is what is going to guide your political actions. And so part of what we need to do is provide a vision for a politics that is not solely about who has the power, who can impose their will. And that's a chief challenge because, frankly, to Mona's point, that's how our politics has operated for quite some time. We need to have a different source. I mean, this is the issue with liberalism unmoored from a higher philosophy, which is that liberalism allows for decisions that are made on the basis of power and the popular will. But if that is your only construction of reality, then yeah, everything just becomes, well, you have one opinion about January 6th, I have another. But the thing is, there's been like a lot of, there is a truth, like there is a reality. Like it's not just who thinks January 6th was a bunch of patriots fighting for a fair election and who thinks it was a disgraceful affront to democracy. Like there's an actual reality there, and we don't need to be insecure just because there's a difference of opinion. We actually need to understand that we can name a truth even if it's contested.
Exactly, and you know, well, some of us we're looking partly in this in the political context, but we can also see this sort of collapse or this moral relativistic aspect in other institutions as well, and certainly, you know, one that I've been part of for 25 years, the media. Broadly understood, bears a large responsibility for this as well. Now, you know, as Mona said, you know, part of it is there's been a sort of kind of a collapse of media, partly because of the internet, and you know, and the siloing of news. But one of the greatest responsibilities that media traditionally has is to inform and to educate. Now. Either yesterday or the day before, I forget now exactly what day these clips ran. So in one of his events, the former president was saying, you know, I'm gonna stand for Christians because the other side is coming to take your crosses, and the first thing that communists do is, you know, try and get rid of all these religious symbols and so forth. You know, basically red meat, terrifying the base. Meanwhile, you have a guest on MSNBC who basically said that if Christian nationalists believe that our rights come from God, and this is what the Christian nationalists believe, and this is what they're trying to do if they get into power. You know, all you have to do is like look at something like the Constitution, which I think you figure, you know, it's been in the news. It's something that people should be able to read. You actually can find that it says right there that our rights come from a creator. It's not a Christian nationalist sensibility to believe that. But when a media entity puts that out there, it makes it so much easier for the other, you know, for people on the other side to say, well, maybe Trump's got a maybe Trump's got a point. Maybe they are trying to come after us, for our religion, for the things we actually for we actually believe. So that sort of thing is happening from the media, and then meanwhile, if you're watching the House hearings a few weeks ago, and you've got three intelligent, supposedly intelligent academics who can't find it easy for them to say that, if our student body, calls for the death of Jews, that might violate our free speech codes. I mean, when these supposedly mediating institutions also are not able to either A, educate us correctly, or B, make clear moral statements, it's not surprising that that the broader society is collapsing as well.
So, Robert, I want to pick up on one of your points just now, which is about our mediating institutions. And of course, our mediating institutions have been one of the chief ways of trying to call forth the better angels of our nature, at least in terms of being morally formative. As an aside, of course, institutions that are morally formative can also be morally deformative, which is why the formation of those institutions is also so important. And I think it's fair to say that we're at a point right now where many of our most important and formative institutions are weakened, which is true in both the political sphere. I mean, I think by any measure, Congress is significantly weaker than it was just a few years ago, but also in our civic sphere, with families and churches and schools also facing their own internal challenges. And Mona, maybe we can start with you. What hope do you see for the renewal and reinvigoration of morally formative institutions?
Well, at the risk of getting outside my area of comfort, because I'm Jewish, but I'm very interested in what goes on in the Christian world, which is far more influential, obviously, in this country. There's a great book by Tim Alberta called The Kingdom, the Power, and the Glory, where he outlines, yes, applaud that book, fantastic, the corruption of the churches and how they have become really sacrilegious. I mean, they have replaced a worship of the United States with for God. They have replaced in many cases, not all, obviously, but in many cases, they are, elevating Donald Trump to some sort of, godly figure and status. And that is profoundly, obviously, dangerous, deforming of our national character. And the struggle within the church, now, of course, they should be morally forming institutions, but a lot of the pastors will say, look, they're watching Fox and they're on the internet, 12 hours a day, and I've got them for 2 hours on Sunday. It's no contest. And so they people come to church now believing in QAnon and that sort of thing, and they're impatient with pastors who try to dissuade them. So that is a huge, huge problem. An institution, the churches, that should be a bulwark, if you will, against against the forces of nihilism and baseless hatred and demagoguery, are instead elevating it, joining in, giving fuel to the fire. The good news is that there is pushback. And that there are people within that world who are very energetically attempting to roll it back and provide far better models. I mean, Russell Moore, David French has been involved with this, Tim Alberta himself, many others. And so we have to hope and give them all the support we can, hope that is at least somewhat successful. I mean, people are drawn to religion because it helps you to see the good, and it helps you to see what is right. And we have to rely on that part of human nature to prevail in the end. But it is a huge, huge struggle to, sort of wrap your arms around what's happening in the churches. I defer now to you, Michael.
I'll just say, certainly we're seeing, I have a new book out on the spirit of our politics, and I talk about this concept. Some of you may be familiar with the term moral therapeutic deism. I introduce in the book the idea of political therapeutic deism, which is supported by beliefs such as God is on my political party's side, or God has a general approval of my behavior in politics because I hold the right positions. And there has been a development for a number of reasons we won't be able to discuss today, where what it means in the same way that what it means to be to have a Christian politics means to have the right answers on a few discrete policy issues. There's been a theological development that is almost exclusively in the West, that what it means to be a Christian is to provide mental assent to a few lines of doctrine, and you could be the worst, you could have the worst kind of character possible, yet so long as you're willing to nod your head yes when you're supposed to nod your head yes, then that's it. You're in. You're part of the right club. And that is fundamentally contrary to the gospel. That's fundamentally, I am, to the Christian nationalism point, I am profoundly hesitant, both substantively but also strategically, to point at a group of folks who welcome someone like Donald Trump, to tell them that loving your enemies, that stuff from Jesus, maybe try that in your personal life, but look, if you try that in politics, you're gonna get steamrolled, so let me take care of you. I'm really hesitant to say that's Christian anything. We really need to we need to be careful about what we're willing to give over to Donald Trump and his branding and his outreach. No, I feel very confident fundamentally saying that if your politics is not oriented toward the good of your neighbors, it is not Christian. It is not Christian.
Arguably an increasing percentage of society that no longer sees itself as religious, is not just no longer Christian. They're completely secular, if not atheist, maybe agnostic. And when you have that society that sort of decides to stray away from some version of religion, the lessons that religion can still inform on a broader secular society tends to deteriorate, and the common moral language that kept the country going for 250 years or so starts to fray, and we no longer manage to in a sense speak the same language, and that's sort of where we are. So what's going on with MAGA and Christianity and so forth is certainly a problem, but the fact that we can't really speak the same language across the society, I think is the far greater problem.
Could I jump in on that point? Because for years I used to say, yeah, it's really a problem that religion is declining and that more and more people are not members of congregations, and they don't have that sort of community development in their lives, and that's a problem. And yet, right now, we are also living in a time where some of the craziest and most destructive voices in this country are the most religious, I'm sorry to say.
So we've talked about the kind of moral confusion that seems to, and different realities that people are occupying, such that we actually are in a situation where you can have protesters chanting in support of genocide on one hand, and on the other hand, people invading the Capitol and hosting a prayer service. We've talked about the decline of some of the morally formative institutions that have helped shape character. We've talked about the perversions and distortions of Christianity that have enabled and accelerated the decline of character and moral leadership. So, of course, all this leads us to the big question: what do we do? How do we go about renewing and reinvigorating moral formation and moral leadership in our country? And we're going to mix up the order here. And Robert, we're going to start with you.
Oh, thanks a lot. The immediate word that comes to mind is pray. I'm gonna say a phrase that you don't often hear on panels like this, and that is I don't know. Because, as we said, what's going on here is something really fundamental, and certainly MAGA and Trump are symptomatic of what's going on. But it can be somewhat argued that aspects on the far left, some of the wokeism, sometimes elevates itself to almost to a pseudo religion as well, and that is also something that is to be kind of pushed back on, the sort of amor propre, the kind of self-love and identity overall. I mean, I think this sounds like a little bit of a cliche, but some of a lot of it has to start in terms of basic education. I mean, you're trying to instill civics and a moral civics and so forth, at the earliest ages. But that means, in a sense, once again, sort of having stronger control at the elementary schools and so forth. So that's one place to start.
Well, I admire you for saying you don't know. You're right, most people don't say that. And I would agree, I'm not sure. I will say what I personally am trying to do in this moment, because I do think that the information silos, the two completely different realities that people live in, is one of our biggest challenges. And so one of the reasons I started the podcast Beg to Differ is that I wanted to show or model that you can have a civilized conversation among people who have different points of view. These days we do happen to agree because we all agree about Trump. But on other things we do disagree, and we model that you can respectfully hear out somebody who has a different point of view and come to some sort. You may not agree, but at least you can have an airing of views, and you can have an agreed set of facts. And I have to believe that the greatest challenge is helping this country to be able to have at least a shared reality instead of separate realities. And I would just close by reminding us that we have an unbelievably rich history and tradition to draw from, and that gives us strength. Our roots are so deep. And I was reading about John Adams spending his first couple of nights in the White House. He was the first president to live in the White House. And at the time, it was unfinished, it was drafty, it was damp, uncomfortable. But he sat down and wrote a letter to Abigail, and he closed with these words, which have since been inscribed into the mantelpiece in the fireplace in the state dining room. That was done. But here's what he wrote. Before I end my letter, I pray heaven to bestow the best of blessings on this house and all that shall hereafter inhabit it. May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof.
Michael, bring us home.
Yeah, well, thank you. Unfortunately, I do have the answers. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
What's the name of your book?
Yeah, yes, it's all there, and I gave you just enough of a taste to want to find the actual answers in the book. That's $15.99 on Amazon. Look, I mean, right, part of what it means to come to terms with our situation is that there is no program or three-point plan for getting us on the right track, and I think we could delude ourselves into thinking that there's a technocratic approach here. One thing I would say is one of the greatest gifts that we could give our politics in this moment is not telling it what it is, what it must be, but reminding our politics and reminding our fellow citizens of what politics is not. We need to provide a further horizon than just political outcomes. And that means further out than this upcoming general election, further out than Donald Trump. We need to help folks understand what is true, that politics is not ultimate, it's penultimate. Politics is not the area of the dogmatic, it's the area of the prudential. Politics is the area of the contingent and the mediated. That politics is not a pure expression of our will, it's about a contestation of ideas. Our political parties are not meant to be brands, they're actually vehicles for mediating difference. These kinds of things, helping Americans once again, or maybe for the first time, rightly situate politics would do so much to help the state of our politics.
Michael, Mona, and Robert, thank you so much. It's been a real delight.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And I think you all are released for your coffee break.
Yes, thank you. We will observe the 10-minute coffee break. now on principles or economics, I wouldn't say. And so it's important, I think, to have this discussion about the facts, and I don't know that we could have a more esteemed or accomplished panel here to discuss it with us. I will introduce our moderator here, who will then introduce the rest of our panelists. But it's my privilege to introduce our moderator, Mr. Bob Bushman. He is he's an original Principles Firster from the very beginning. He was at some of our earliest meetings in Atlanta, Georgia. Back when we were 10 people around a Chili's dinner table somewhere at a Chili's somewhere, just kind of talking about conservatism and the principles that ought to define our country and our politics. He's the state economist of Georgia now, appointed last summer by Governor Brian Kemp to handle revenue forecasting and advise on tax policy and other economic matters. He was previously with Georgia State University, ran the public finance research cluster, and worked with the state government to score proposed revenue legislation and evaluate tax incentive programs. Also occasionally taught macroeconomics, but otherwise focused on tax policy and public finance research. Bob, take us away.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce the panelists first. I'll try to be brief. Maya McGinnis, to my immediate left, is president of the Bipartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, where she oversees committee projects, including but not limited to the Grassroots Coalition Fix the Debt, Fix US, a project, is it Fix US or Fix Us? That's kind of the cleverness. Okay. A project seeking to better understand the root causes of our nation's growing divisions and deteriorating political system. Maya is also a returning Principles First panelist, having joined me here 2 years ago as we sought to give some definition to the term fiscal conservatism. Doug Holtz-Eakin is president of the American Action Forum, a center-right nonpartisan domestic policy think tank. Before founding AAF in 2009, Doug taught economics at Syracuse University, served as chief economist on President Bush's Council of Economic Advisors, served as director of the Congressional Budget Office from 2003 to 2005, and then as director of domestic and economic policy for the John McCain presidential campaign. And on the end, we have Brian Riedel, a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. Brian's research is mostly in the areas of federal spending, tax policy, and the debt, as well as broad macroeconomic issues like inflation and economic growth. Brian has also served as chief economist to Senator Rob Portman, staff director of the Senate Finance Subcommittee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Growth, and in policy positions with the Mitt Romney and Marco Rubio presidential campaigns. So welcome to all the panelists. And thanks to all of you in the audience for spending your Saturday afternoon with us for the Dismal Science panel. So most of y'all probably recall from the Clinton years the line, "It's the economy, stupid." Polls tell us that the economy is the #1 topic voters want government to work on. But voters have different ideas about what economic issues are important now, and depending on their political leanings, widely divergent views on the state and the direction of the economy. According to a Suffolk University poll last month, 46% of Americans think we're either in a recession or a depression right now. Another 21% think we're in a period of stagnation, and only 29% think we're in a period of recovery or economic growth. The reality, the U.S. economy grew at an inflation-adjusted rate of 2.5% last year and averaged 3.4% real growth over the last 3 years. Unemployment last year tied for the lowest level of my lifetime, reaching 3.4% for the first time since 1969, and we're still only slightly off that level. And wage and salary incomes of Americans have grown by 5.2% over and above the rate of inflation since the last quarter before the pandemic. So does the economy stink or is it strong? And that's where we'll start. This will be sort of a lightning round, a few minutes each on 2 questions. How is the economy today really? And what are the top economic policy issues that we should be concerned about? So we'll start right here.
with me. Thank you. Okay, first I just want to say thank you. It's great to be here. This is truly an organization that I'm such a fan of, and really glad to be a part of it. And if there's like the volunteer coordinator out there, I will volunteer. Sign me up. I'd love to help, but I just think it's such an important organization. And how great is it that people have all come together for this conference? So happy to be a part of it. How is the economy doing? I think the economy is doing really pretty well in the immediate, which isn't what interests me the most. I think the economy's strong. I worry about inflation probably a little bit more than a lot of people are worrying about inflation. I'm not sure that we've got it under control. But I think given the challenges that it took to get us here, it is a generally strong economy in the moment. I think I'll just give 3 things that I worry about the most, though, and that's why I spend all my time worrying about everything. So the 3 biggest in the economy, and I could also do top 10, but the 3 biggest, not surprisingly for me, because I've devoted my career to it, is the fiscal health of the country. We are, and I could just go on, we could all go on with long lists of the numbers, but we are so in debt. We are close to the record that we've ever been in debt in this country. The last time it came after World War II, this time came after no war. Our interest payments are soaring. We're spending more than defense, like long, long, long list. And it means that we are weak, not just from an economic perspective and vulnerable, but also from a national security perspective. But the 2 others I would add to my list, I'm very worried about income inequality on its own, but also more so because it is causing people to lose trust in the economic system. Many people think that the system is not fair, it's rigged against them, that if they play by the rules, they still won't get ahead. And that leads to my 3rd worry, which is that I am particularly worried that people are starting to walk away from the system of capitalism and markets being used for the allocation of capital because they are losing trust in our economic system, and that we are thereby going to end up with things which are really bad for the economy, are going to slow growth dramatically. We're going to stop considering growth as much as we should in our policy decisions. Smaller economic pie is going to lead to even more political tension than we already have. So I'm both worried about the problems with capitalism, but I'm worried that people are about to reject it rather than making some tweaks to improve it, and that would be very dangerous.
Well, the voters are always right. Well, first of all, thank you for the chance to be here. This is my first time. It's a fantastic organization. I question only how you spend your Saturday afternoons. No, I think the voters are onto something, and I think they're onto some concerns about the near term, where I would say there remains an elevated chance of a recession in the second quarter of this year. Inflation is not yet back, that genie is not yet back in the bottle, so those concerns are real and legitimate. But the larger concern is the fact that in the 21st century, we grew quite rapidly. GDP per capita, crude measure of income per person, or the standard of living, grew at 2.4% per year. No one needs to remember that number. All you needed to know is that in one working career, 29 years, the standard of living would double. In the 21st century, we're growing at 1.4, and the standard of living doubles every 56 years. And so it's true. People feel like they can't get ahead. The access to the American dream is disappearing over the horizon. Had we kept growing at the 20th century rate in the 21st century, everybody in this room would have another $19,000 in real GDP. I want my 19. I think you should want your 19 too. And so that is our biggest problem. We have an enormous growth problem. Part of that growth problem feeds the deficit. If GDP was as high as it should be, we'd have another $1.2 trillion a year in revenue. Given the deficits we face, $12 trillion would be handy over the next 10 years. And the deficit and the structure of the federal budget is the biggest headwind to economic growth. And so if we take on the deficit, we can take on the growth problem. That's the #1 thing we should do.
Thank you. And again, thank you for coming out on a Saturday. You know, the best news about the economy is the unemployment rate is low. The bad news about it is really the unemployment rate is low just as a result of a typical inflationary overheating that we've had over the past couple of years. The inflation rate has come down, but prices haven't. Prices are still up 18% since President Biden took office. You see it when you get gas, you see it when you go to the grocery store. Wages have generally not kept up. They have started growing a little bit more, but depending on how you calculate wages, compensation, whether you remove composition effects, a lot of real wages are still down. And ultimately, real wages is what matters the most. Economic growth, real wages? Are you getting ahead? But it's not even just the numbers on growth. The cost of buying a home has doubled in the last 3 years if you take into account the rise in interest rates at the same time of a rise in prices. The mortgage on a median-priced home is double what it was 3 years ago. Moving forward, I think my first concern about the economy is that really we've been powered by a series of bubbles. In the late 90s, we were powered by a stock market bubble. That had a painful burst. Then we had a housing bubble power us for the next 8 years. That burst painfully. And now I'm worried we have a debt bubble that's been powering us ever since. And I'm worried that that's going to be the worst burst of all. And I really hope we can talk more about the deficit numbers, because we just had the deficit double to its highest level in American history outside of war and recession. It went from $1 trillion to $2 trillion in 1 year. And depending on what you think about the tax cuts and interest rates, we could be heading for deficits of $3 to $4 trillion by the end of the decade if we don't. And my concern is, just like the other two bubbles didn't end well, if we don't get a hold on our budget, this bubble will not end well either.
Okay, thank you for all of that. There were some issues I hadn't actually thought you would mention, but we're going to start, and that's an excellent segue to where I wanted to start, with a deeper dive on deficits and debt. Maya, I've recently watched your policy director, Mark Goldwine, and if y'all aren't familiar with the committee's website, there is so much content there that is very informative. There are video presentations like this one that I'm talking about. It was called Riches to Rags. So I was thinking we could start with the question that he tries to answer with regard to our massive national debt, which is basically, how did we get here? What policy choices, Maya, over the last couple of decades have been the biggest drivers of deficits and debt?
Yeah, so this is a study that we undertook because anytime we go and testify for Congress or talk about the issue of deficits and debt, it just starts into this painful finger-pointing game between the two political parties. It is your fault. No, it is your fault. And it's like just right there. I'm always afraid that while I'm doing a congressional hearing, I'm just going to suddenly lose my temper and start yelling like, you guys are breaking the country. None of you care about this. None of you are you're acting like children. I'm embarrassed for my children to watch you. And so I should stop testifying until I learn to meditate or something. But there's been just an incredible blame game going around. And the biggest part of it started when they're on the Democratic side. It could have been on the other side. There was a chart that showed if we had not cut taxes under the Bush era and the Trump era, our budget situation would be fine. We would not have deficits. And we went and I said, I bet that's probably true, but I bet that's not the whole part of the story. We went and looked at this. And basically, it shows that whether you look at spending or revenues, they've all, on their own, contributed so much that we've kind of deteriorated the situation from when we were running budget surpluses to deficits many times over. So what's really interesting we found is there's two ways to look at this. The legislation that you put in place, and what we found there is that the deterioration was about 1/3 from tax cuts, 1/3 from spending increases, and 1/3 from a recovery from the crises, the Great Recession and COVID. Of that legislation, by the way, close to 80% of it bipartisan. This is not a Republican or a Democrat situation. Both parties love to borrow. And then the other way to think about it and look at the issue is, where are we with spending and revenues at GDP compared to where it was when we were running budget surpluses? And basically, if you look at it that way, 1/3 of the problem is revenues, and 2/3 of the problems are spending. The reason it's different there is because so much of our spending is automatic growth in the budget. You don't vote for it, or legislation doesn't change it, but Social Security and Medicare keep going up automatically. And so we just wanted to put out the numbers, get over the blame game. In fact, almost all of you voted for these things. There was enough on spending. If we hadn't done any spending increases, basically the debt could be close to paid off. If we hadn't done any tax cuts, our deficit would be maybe much, much lower than what it is. all of it has contributed. Everybody's been a part of it. One tiny other study that we recently did, because I was getting frustrated with the no new taxes pledge, like you promise not to raise taxes. I was just curious how many of the members who have promised not to raise taxes have raised spending, because in my mind, a courageous pledge would be no new spending or no new borrowing. But it turns out that roughly 80 to 90% of the folks who have taken the pledge not to raise taxes have also increased spending. So it's just, there's such a hypocrisy here, and this is on both sides. You could look at all the people promising not to touch Social Security. But there are very few clean hands when it comes to how we got here, and if we don't stop and just start looking forward to the really tough choices that we are going to have to raise taxes, we are going to have to fix Social Security, we are going to have to cut all sorts of spending, then we are going to be lost in this continued growing fiscal deterioration.
Okay, thank you. So just to give you all some quick numbers, last year the federal budget deficit was $1.7 trillion, and federal debt held by the public today is 98% of GDP. Now, just a few years ago, there were so-called economists promoting theories for why deficits and debt don't matter. We can just keep printing money and spending it as fast as we want. As long as we're issuing debt in US dollars, it's never going to matter. So why is it important? We'll start with Doug and then Brian. Why is it important that we address the deficits and the debt?
It's very important. I just want to touch a little bit on what Maya went through. I was at the White House in 2001, 2002. I ran the CBO for 3 years after that. I was on the McCain campaign. I've been running a think tank that ostensibly testifies more than anyone else in the private sector over that period. So people ask me, like, what happened, Doug? I'm like, you were there. You did this. And pretty much my fault. So, yeah, thanks, Doug. But I have thought a lot about it. There's this old saying that budget is policy. And if you looked at the budgets of my old boss, George W. Bush, those budgets said we were going to win the war on terror at all costs. That was it. If you looked at the Obama budgets and listened to them talk about them, they said, as long as the rich pay their fair share, it's all good. We can do the ACA, we can do whatever we want, we don't have to worry about it. President Trump did not say one thing about debt or deficits 4 years in office. Not a word. No State of the Union, nothing. This crowd came in and promised us Build Back Better, whatever you want, just more and more and more. The most important economic fiscal educators in the country have, for the 21st century, told the American people there is no problem. So they don't think there's a problem. And so if you vote to raise taxes, cut spending, and fix the problem, you're going to lose your job. And that's where we are. It's not complicated. The American people have to be told there's a problem. And I'm about to tell you why it's a problem. You're all going to fall asleep and then drink. But, we do have a problem, and they need to be told. And then they will be willing to vote for people who will fix the problem and vote against people who won't. And the problem is really twofold. Number one, we have these enormous deficits, $2 trillion a year over the next 10 years, probably bigger than the projections. That's cash that has to be raised by the federal government, and when they go into financial markets to get that cash, they are taking it at the expense of private firms and households and Americans who want to invest it in education and technologies and businesses and all the things that advance their real wages and their standard of living. So they're competing for that, and they're crowding it out, and it comes with the cost. That's the, I think, most well-recognized channel by which this affects things. There's a really important channel that I don't think people understand. Our government is simply spending too much, and when it spends money, it doesn't invest, it subsidizes consumption. An economy can only grow if people save and invest in the future. What we do with our federal budget is we take that private sector investment dollar and we use it to subsidize consumption and thus steadily erect a headwind against future economic growth. That is why we're growing slower in this century than we did last century. We are not taking care of business, and we're eating away at the quality of the economy that we're leaving behind to the next generations. We're leaving them with a poorer standard of living and the financial bill. And so that is a big problem, and that has to be recognized and corrected.
Thank you. I'm going to take a lot of the same points as Doug and just put my own emphasis on it. I'm a numbers person, so bear with me. Interest costs 2 years ago in the federal budget were $350 billion. Last year, they were $663 billion. Next year, interest cost is going to pass defense, Medicare. A decade from now, depending on if we extend the tax cuts to everything else, interest costs alone could approach $2 trillion a year. At that point, 30% of your federal taxes will be paying interest on the debt. So you will work and pay taxes for 3 months out of the year just to pay interest. It's not going to finance a Social Security check, a veteran, or build a highway, just interest. And then it keeps going. Over 30 years, we're on pace to borrow anywhere between $119 and $150 trillion, depending on current policy assumptions. By the end of that, you could be paying half or more of your money to the government just for interest. It's such a waste of money. And fun fact, every point interest rates rise adds $30 trillion in interest costs over 30 years. That's per point. That's another Defense Department. Now, all of this assumes interest rates stay low. But here's the problem. Let's say we're going to borrow $119 trillion over 30 years. Who's going to lend us $119 trillion? China only holds $1 trillion, and they're selling our bonds. Japan only holds $1 trillion, they're selling our bonds. The Fed holds $5 trillion, they don't want to finance the debt because that's inflation. How are we going to borrow $100 trillion from what? Domestic lenders? Mutual funds, insurance companies, savings bonds for your kids, state and local governments? That's going to raise interest rates. You're not going to be able to borrow $100 trillion from Wall Street without raising interest rates. And that's when the debt hits you from that angle. Higher interest rates, higher debt costs, higher mortgage rates, higher business tax rate or business investment interest rates, and you get less investment and growth. So debt bad.
Would you mind if I add a couple more? Because I'm just worried you guys
Can we
aren't
do
worried
competing
enough.
fun facts?
What? Yeah.
Can we do competing fun facts? You go first.
You go. I was going to do worries. You do fun facts, and I'll do more things to worry about.
These are numbers that if you can remember and repeat, you will have no friends at cocktail parties. Ready?
I have no friends at cocktail
Over-
parties. Yeah, none.
This is the biggest group I've been in like 6 years.
Are you guys all staying for cocktails? We'll stay.
Over the next 10 years, the federal government's going to spend $82 trillion. $12 trillion of it will be interest costs, so that's gone. 20 of it will be things that Congress actually votes on every year. The remaining 50 are on autopilot. These are the so-called entitlements, mandatory spending. Of that 50, 32 are Social Security and Medicare. What have your nation's leaders pledged not to touch? Social Security and Medicare. I win.
All right, I'm going to tick really quickly through a couple other concerns you need to have. So Doug is right that the crowding out is going to lead to slower economic growth. Brian is right that the borrowing is leading to growing interest payments and the risk of higher interest rates, which will lead to a spiral. Beyond that, though, we do need to be able to borrow when emergencies happen, like COVID or downturns. We've always been able to borrow, and our rates have not gone up. That is an incredible privilege, which we are squandering. There's going to be more crises. They seem to be coming more and more regularly. It is going to become increasingly difficult for us to borrow when we should, because we borrow when we shouldn't. Another reason to worry is that we have a social contract that is absurdly outdated. It fixed the problems of last century. It's like not well suited for this century at all. We also have two trust funds, Social Security and Medicare, that are headed towards insolvency and political promises to do nothing. But we should be thinking about what we need to do for a new social contract that insures against today's risks instead of the old risks. We don't have the money to even entertain that discussion. In terms of foreign policy, though, because this is the one that actually freaks me out a lot these days, wars are not about boots on the ground in the same way that they used to, right? They are economic and they are digital. Our ability to be economically and fiscally strong is a huge portion of our national security. Many people believe that other countries are encouraging us to borrow more because it is weakening us. That only makes sense in my mind. And so this is a huge national security risk at a time when global hotspots appear to be everywhere. Just finally, there could be an economic crisis, meaning inflation happens, interest rates go up, you can't get out of it. And if we get through all of those and we're fine, we've still hosed our children because we've said we have given a budget that is terrible. You owe all sorts of money on it, interest payments. You owe all sorts of promises that you have to obligate to support us, even though we didn't do anything to invest in your future. And there's going to be huge intergenerational tension.
Okay.
I don't know about your household, but huge intergenerational tension is already here.
Right, if you have teenagers, that's just the status quo.
All right, we've had lots of numbers, and now we're going to do math, and then a couple more numbers maybe. You will not be tested on this. So, in spite of what some political actors would have us believe, we can't just eliminate deficits and start paying down the debt overnight. Maybe 25 years ago, 25 years ago, some of you might remember worrying about what happens if we pay off all the debt. Well, that's not our problem now. The budget math is really against us. And CRFB on their blog had a couple of posts last week about the budget math. And I just wanted to see if Maya could give you some idea of the scale of the problem and how much you would actually have to cut spending just to stabilize the debt relative to GDP and start to bring it down to more manageable levels. So, Maya?
Yeah, one of the things that I think is very important is that you set out fiscal goals that are reasonable. Well, first, it would be great if we just set out fiscal goals, period. We actually don't pass budgets. So if we did, there are no requirements for fiscal goals in those budgets, but we get around that by not passing budgets. The Senate Budget Committee did not even offer a budget this past year. I don't know how someone gets to keep their job if that happens. But the other problem, though, is when people overpromise. And so you will hear promises, I'm going to balance the budget in either 10 years or 4 years. And the answer is, no, you're not. And it is a huge disservice to pretend that, because once you put out goals that you're going to completely miss, then the whole process gets compromised. So it used to be that you would try to balance the budget. To balance the budget would require 15 or 16, you have my numbers, 16, we'll go with 15 so I'm not exaggerating, $15 trillion over a decade of savings, right? We just did the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which focused just on discretionary spending. I'm a fan of this. I think this was a great policy. Shouldn't have been tied to the debt ceiling, but it was great that we generated some savings. I hope we stick to them. But that was 1 to 2 trillion. So we are not going to be able to suddenly save $15 trillion the next go round. We are so dysfunctional. The polarization is huge. People have promised not to raise taxes, cut defense, cut Social Security and Medicare. It's not going to happen. The last time we raised anything close, that we saved anything close to 15 trillion was never, not even close. So I think a lot about what's the best fiscal goal that we could get to, and I think the most aggressive, and I honestly don't even think we could get there, but would be to stabilize the debt where it is, keep it under 100% of GDP. That's going to require about 7 trillion in savings. We've done a blueprint, we being a nonprofit where nobody aspires to be anything other than what we are, no political aspirations, so we can say things that are suicidal. And to get there, you had to do everything. We raised a lot of taxes. We cut every dollar we could find in Social Security and Medicare. We cut money in defense, and we're not going to be able to. Defense is going up. It's not going down. That's just the reality of where we are. So that was a huge lift. But my push to Congress is pick as high a goal as you can possibly get to, but that is actually reasonable and we could get there. If we had savings packages going forwards of 2, 3, 4 trillion, I would call that a huge win at this point.
Okay. A couple of y'all have touched on this, one more from political, another from process perspective, but I think a significant barrier to addressing deficits and debt, it's partly a process problem and a political problem. So what is broken about fiscal policy making that makes it so hard to do anything to reduce deficits, and what are some process fixes that might enable progress?
So I am firmly in the camp that was begun by Rudolph Penner, the second CBO director. Rudy is famous for saying the process isn't the problem is the problem. I'm with him. I don't think these are process fix. I think this is a leadership issue. You could take the existing budget process and generate serious attempts to address it if we had presidential leadership, first and foremost, that provided the air cover for Congress to do the things that are necessary to do. Without that, there is no process that Congress can execute on that will solve the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, we do have process problems. We don't pass a budget. 70% of the budget is on autopilot every year. But the ultimate driver here is not the process. It is that over the next 30 years, Medicare faces a $77 trillion shortfall. Social Security faces a $38 trillion shortfall, and no one is pledging to do anything about it. You could have any process in the world, but until it is not politically suicidal to point out that we can't borrow $116 trillion for 2 programs, we're not going to fix the problem. And I'm going to level with you. There is no way to address long-term deficits, no way to stabilize the debt at 100% of GDP unless Social Security is reformed and Medicare is reformed and middle-class taxes are going up. Look, I'm a conservative. I hate tax hikes. You can't get rid of a $116 trillion shortfall just on spending cuts. The math doesn't work and the politics don't work. And the reason the problem gets worse is because the 3 things politicians take off the table are Social Security, Medicare, and middle-class tax changes. Again, I hate the idea of raising middle-class taxes, and I want to minimize it as possible. But I feel like it's my duty as someone who works in this policy to warn you, you should expect that middle class taxes will rise over the long term, because that's just where the numbers are.
Can I respond? Because I also think clap for Brian. I do think the process can make a difference a little bit. I think a huge part of the problem is that everything you need to do to fix the fiscal problem is the opposite of what our polarized moment has created. So if you want to create fiscal progress, you need to focus on the long term, not the short term, like not the immediate, the longer term. This is good for the health of the economy and making things sustainable. You need to focus on good policy, not good politics. You need to admit that there are hard choices instead of pretending everything is a free lunch. And you need to compromise, which used to be a good word and now in a lot of circles is a bad word. So those are literally the opposites of the things I see going on with polarization. So it actually leads me to think that the process does have to be more of the fix. We actually have to take some of this power away. It's not very democratic, but our democratic leaders are not doing anything hard. They're unwilling to. So I would require that there's a budget. And if there's no budget, I'd have an auto CR or an auto CR that cuts spending across the board, or spending and raises tax across the board, something that encourages a budget but makes an automatic one. I would stick with the pay-go rules. Pay-go means if you're putting new spending in place or tax cuts, you have to offset it. And they have this whole workaround where at the end of the year, there's a scorecard, they pretend it didn't happen, they wipe it clean, they don't even know the vote happens. I would make it really clear that pay-go is the law, and you have to stick to it. So if you want to do something, this is what budgeting is. If you want to do something, you have to figure out how to pay for it. And I have come around to the belief that we desperately need a fiscal commission or something that would insulate the politicians from the actual hard choices that they have to make. So I think, the problem is the problem, the leadership is the problem, but I also think the process could help nudge us towards a solution.
Would either of y'all like to comment on the fiscal commission idea? There is a lot of information on Maya's website. Again, I keep pointing people there. It's a whole FAQ on fiscal commission and what it means, how it would work, and that sort of thing.
So I'll make 2 points, and in the process disagree with Maya, which is something that she and I do really well. But not that often. I know. But point number 1 is, I really do not believe you can ask people to put the politics aside and go do the right thing. They're politicians. They can't put the politics aside. That's who they are. So it is incumbent on people like me to make good policy, good politics. And that's what we need to do. We need to get the education to the public and change the atmosphere that surrounds the politics so that it is good politics to do the right thing. And I've dedicated my adult life to that mission and to the notion that better educated policymakers would make better decisions. There's absolutely no evidence any of those things are true. So, for the record, so that's number 1. But I do question whether you can trap them into doing the right thing. It never works. Second, fiscal commission. I'm not a believer. I was telling Brian, the very first commission was created by the very first president, George Washington. It was supposed to solve what became the Whiskey Rebellion. He had to send in the troops and shoot my ancestors. Commissions fail. They all fail. In the end, members of Congress have to vote, and they have to be willing to take the vote that will support a good policy, and so we're back to that issue. A commission won't get you around that problem. And so I want this commission idea that you can run Congress and run our politics. That's an illusion. It's not going to work. I was also on the Financial Crisis Commission. 2 years, millions of taxpayer dollars, accomplished nothing. No more commissions.
I've also had the joy of working on a commission that didn't work. I staffed the 2011 super committee that failed miserably. I was Senator Portman's lead negotiator. I'll take the squishy middle between the two of you on commissions. Here's what a commission can't do. A commission cannot create the will for reform when no will exists. If Congress does not want to fix the problem, a commission cannot make them. They will not get together, they will not compromise, they will not take the risky vote. And my worry right now with the commission is, even if we create one, if you don't have presidential and congressional leadership buying it of both parties, they're never going to compromise, they're never going to build a realistic plan, and they're never going to bring it to the floor and pass it. You have to have the will to reform first. If you get the will to reform, a commission can help structure the reforms. It can get everybody in the room, it can create a structure, it can provide some credibility to the public, and it can get fast-track vote in Congress. So you can implement a will with commissions, but my worry is if you want to know if a commission is serious, check who they appoint to it. If they appoint congressional leaders and chairmen of major committees, this is a serious commission. If they appoint backbenchers and ideologues who have no history of compromising and no real credibility, then this is a check-the-box commission that's going to die a quick death.
Okay, so we've got a leadership issue. That's a big part of why we're here.
Yep.
So we've only got about 9 minutes left. We're not going to get to tax policy or inflation or regulation, I guess, unless y'all want to ask questions about those things. So we're going to use the last 9 minutes for questions from the audience. Right here in the front, we've got one.
Why is nobody mentioning
I
billionaires?
can take that.
A blog post just a couple of weeks ago.
I wrote a report last year.
Repeat the question.
The question, why aren't we talking about billionaires? I wrote a report last year you can Google called The Limits of Taxing the Rich. And billionaire taxes are going to have to be on the table because everything is going to have to be on the table. If we're going to tax the middle class, like I said, I'm sorry they're going to, you're damn right. Rich people should be on the table as well. They have the ability to pay, and I think they will be on the table. But we also have to be realistic. If you seized every dollar from every billionaire, and I mean every house, every yacht, every car, every investment, every business, right down to the kid's Nerf basketball hoop, you could fund the government one time for 9 months. And then it's gone because the resource is gone. It's not a renewable resource. When their wealth is gone, it's gone. One time for 9 months. So the idea that billionaires can fix the problem, I think, is mathematically just not the case. The idea that if you're going to ask, plumbers, waitresses, and teachers to pay more in taxes, billionaires should be included, you're damn right.
What contribution could more generous immigration policy make to reducing the deficit?
So the question is, what contribution can more generous immigration policy make to reducing the deficit? There is no single, I think I'll answer this. There is no single economic policy that is more powerful than immigration reform, period. The native-born population in the United States has sub-replacement fertility, fancy talk for. In the absence of immigration, we're Japan. We get older, we get smaller, we get less potent on the global stage. The flip side to that is all of our future growth in population, workforce, composition, and skills of that workforce, and thus the economy, hinges on our immigration decisions, and we are currently fumbling this opportunity away.
Doug, you had on your, I don't know if you call it a blog or on your website.
Those are personal musings that are therapy
Yeah,
each day.
yeah. Daily something. Just the other day about how much money we spend on immigration enforcement
Yeah.
versus how much we would spend if we actually processed immigrants in the normal fashion and put them to work.
Yeah.
Or let them go to work.
It's the problem with being an economist. You're always trying to find the least cost solution to a problem. And, you know, it is way cheaper to execute on the legal immigration and visa granting system than to sort of try to close up the southern border, which is a real problem. I don't want to minimize that. That would be a mistake. It's a very, very serious problem. But it is cheap to get people into the economy. And right now we have an enormous visa backlog. And a wise man once told me, if you've got a problem that you can solve by just throwing money at it, that's an easy problem. Solve it. And we can, by the scale of the federal budget, solve this backlog and put millions of people to work and generate tons of additional GDP and tax revenue if we just gave the U.S. Customs and Immigration Service a little more resources. It is right now a fee-driven system, so that the immigration community, the immigrants and the people bringing them here, are paying fees to run the system, and the backlog's enormous. If we just pumped a little extra money in there, it'd be a sensible thing to do.
I don't want to call on everybody in the front. Let's go over here.
You were talking about how entitlements make up a large and growing part of that. You know, Social Security is one thing. Medicare, a little bit different because there's kind of a market behind it, the actual cost of the services. Can you talk a little bit about there? It's not so much, hey, we've got to cut the spending, but there may be some other things you need to think about from a policy perspective that would perhaps maybe bring our Medicare costs in line with, maybe not in line, but closer to what it is around the rest of the world?
So I think we all have ideas in this, and so why don't you go first? And
Go
first.
You guys do help.
Okay, here. So here's the deal.
I'll fix Social Security.
Here's the important things on Social Security and Medicare. Social Security is just money. It's way simpler, and anyone on this panel can fix it numerically. It's about the politics of getting to reform. But the important characteristics Social Security and Medicare share is that they are growing much more rapidly than the economy will grow, and thus any source of tax revenue will grow. So it's not about cutting them. It's about having them grow more slowly so that they grow at the pace of the economy and no faster. So that's the goal. With Medicare, there are 4 parts to Medicare, cleverly named A, B, C, and D. And A is the one that has a payroll tax. The others are premium financed, but when they designed them, they thought, can't have them pay the whole premium. I mean, no one should pay for their health care. So the premiums cover about a quarter of the cost of the Medicare program. 3/4 comes from general revenue. So it has an unlimited draw on the Treasury. And that's a problem. Medicare is by itself responsible for 1/3 of all federal debt outstanding. First thing you should do is just stop the unlimited draw. Put Medicare on a budget and say to the Medicare community, the beneficiaries, the doctors, the providers, the pharmacy companies, the device makers, this is it. This is what you got this year. Go do something good with it. And then you could maybe take that 7% growth rate and get it down to something closer to the 4 we need while still delivering medical services. But turning Medicare into a high-value system is the key. Right now it spends a lot of money, delivers adequate care. Everyone thinks it can do better on the quality front. It should cost less as well.
Okay. Right here.
What about raising the max on Social Security to get the payroll deduction?
Yes.
Keep in mind, though, the reason the tax is capped is because the benefit is capped. And so, you know, the question if you raise the cap is, do you also let the benefit rise, or do you, for the first time, delink the tax and the benefits? But if you do it, let's say you eliminate the cap, you eliminate about half of Social Security's shortfall. You know, Social Security has a shortfall that's going to balance at about 1.8% of GDP by the 2030s. Getting rid of the cap and giving no benefits gets you about 0.9% of GDP, so about half. So I think lifting the cap should be on the table. It's going to be part of the solution along with age and benefits. Really, again, the three real levers with Social Security are the tax, the age, and upper income benefits. You can't solve the problem with raising the cap, but it'll be part of the solution when they do it.
It's also really important, though, that you can't solve it with that because a lot of people just say, I would lift the payroll tax cap and that's it. That isn't a full solution. It did used to be a decade plus ago, and it's just a reminder that by procrastinating, the cost of waiting to fix Social Security has been huge. So all the things that we could have done before that would have fixed it, and people would really not have felt much difference at all, those are no longer available to us. We're going to have to basically do every Social Security change there is. I would definitely lift the payroll tax cap, but I wish we didn't have to because I would raise revenues for higher income people, but my first best use of it is not giving pensions to people who don't need them. I think we need those dollars for a lot of other things much greater priority. So really the cost of waiting has been huge, and I hear a lot of people thinking we should wait until the last minute, and that to me is a fireable offense across the board.
We already have. I mean, when we were doing Social Security reform, when we were doing Social Security reform back with Bush, and I was at the CBO, my bumper sticker was "Get Doug Holthaken," because I was the kind of guy who doesn't need the pension that I was promised. I'm, the trailing edge of the baby boom generation, which is the demographic shift. And if you grandfather me, you've grandfathered the problem. And so far, they've grandfathered me.
Yeah, by letting the whole baby boom retire without catching them, that has been a huge problem. And I think I speak for all of us that we would say cutting the benefits of people who don't need them first would be, along with raising the retirement age, would be the most sensible priorities.
Okay, I've got a clock flashing over here. It says 0000.
Turns out that's the rating.
So with that, I want to thank our panelists for coming out today, and thank all of y'all for enduring us.
All right. How's everyone feeling? Right here at the end of the day. Day one. It has been just a fantastic day. It's been great to see and meet many of you, a lot of you returning, a lot of you here for the first time out in the hallways. Such a pleasure. We got a great day in store tomorrow as well. But to cap us off this evening, to bring us home, I can't think of a better person to put a capstone on what we're doing here today and this weekend. He's someone that I greatly admire, his leadership, both in Maryland but also at the RNC. He's Mr. Michael Steele. Steele made history when he became the first African American to be elected to statewide office in Maryland, where he served as lieutenant governor from 2003 to 2007, and when he was chosen to be the first African American chairperson of the RNC from 2009 to 2011. I think it's important to understand, though, what happened in both tenures of his leadership. As chairman of the RNC, Steele was charged with revitalizing the Republican Party. Under his leadership, the RNC broke fundraising records, with more than $198 million raised during the 2010 congressional cycle, and I don't know, but I don't think it went to pay anybody's legal bills. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but a round of applause for that. As Lieutenant Governor of Maryland, Steele's priorities included improving the quality of Maryland's public education system. He championed the state's charter school law, for instance, expanding economic development in the state, reforming the state's minority business enterprise program, and fostering cooperation between government and faith-based organizations to help those in need. He is a leader, a principles first leader of just the highest order. He's someone I greatly admire, and I'm really looking forward to hearing his vision for, not just our country, but for the group of people and leaders assembled in these chairs today. And so with that, I would like to welcome Mr. Michael Steele.
What's up? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Y'all got me worried here. Y'all know y'all rebels, right? You know. I love it. I love it. Well, this is a real honor for me to be a part of this conversation, but more importantly, this movement towards preserving, protecting, and defending democracy, towards lifting up the values of America and the principles that we live by. And you, all of you, are on the front line of that. And so the honor for me is to be here with you and to thank you up front, not at the end, but at the beginning of what I have to say, for what you are doing, what you are bravely enduring, and what you're about to do, because that's what I want to talk to you about. And I want to lay down for you some tracks so that we understand and get our heads around the moment we're in, because we can't deal with stupid, right? We can't deal with ignorance and not understanding what this moment represents. So thank you for allowing me to share some thoughts on that. And thank you, Heath, and the entire Principle First team for bringing us together this way. Because it's important. And I see my buddy, Mr. Raffensperger, in the house, so I know I'm good, right? I'm safe. So I want to start with the 1970s. The 1970s. America was changing. The idealism of the 1960s were being tested by the trials of Watergate in Vietnam. From the full-throated expression of conservatism by Ronald Reagan, I recall as a young man that this time was different. I recall what seems so strange to some people today, that a 17-year-old black kid growing up here in the inner city of Washington, D.C., could find himself, his values, his priorities, his beliefs, reflected in what he heard from a Republican Party and its leader, whose experiences and backgrounds were so very different from his own. In a life spent advancing Republican principles since then, I've had the privilege to do so when it wasn't particularly easy. In fact, in many instances, it was unwelcomed. And yet, with all my Republican bona fides, like many of you in this room and outside this room, in today's Republican Party, it's not enough. It's not enough. Over time, we would watch Republicans lose their voice on things that mattered as they bent the arc of the party towards the baser motives of one man who was neither a Republican nor a conservative. More and more of the men and women who once stood on the front lines of moving the party into the future were forced to retreat from that future and watch this once honorable political movement, rooted in principle and core philosophies, spiral into a cult of personality. So I'd like to begin this conversation with a defense of the things, and a particular thing, that our mamas told us as young kids that we didn't have too much of: common sense. What our parents knew is common sense is the unsung hero of our decision-making, the silent guide that often goes unnoticed but remains an essential element of our daily lives. It's the pragmatic, intuitive wisdom that helps us navigate the intricacies of existence, offering practical solutions to complex problems. In a world where we're bombarded with information and conflicting opinions, common sense stands as a beacon of clarity, guiding us through the noise and the chaos. So what the hell happened? How did we lose our common sense? Common sense is supposed to be an equalizer. It levels the playing field where the wisdom of a sage aligns with the insights of a child. But when it comes to our politics today, it appears the children have gagged and bound the sages. In the complex landscape of contemporary politics, the application of common sense is often overshadowed by partisan agendas, polarized ideologies, and sensationalism. However, harnessing the power of common sense in any political movement and its decision-making is not just beneficial, it's imperative. It's imperative for the well-being of our societies. At its core, common sense in politics involves approaching issues with practicality, rationality, and a focus on the common good rather than the personal or partisan gain. It requires a shift from divisive rhetoric and entrenched positions towards solutions that actually benefit the broader population. Which brings me to our two political parties. Political parties, as many in this room have come to learn, are at times a bit like a rash. Unsightly, irritating, and lacking any intellectual or ideological coherence. However, also like a rash, political parties can be a problem. They cannot be safely ignored because a rash may prove inconsequential. A rash can heal itself. But in the case of our current political climate, it may be a symptom of a malady that's much more serious, with consequences that could leave a permanent scar or worse. You see, since our founding, the story of America largely has been about what we aspire to be. No doubt our recent presidential and midterm elections have tested that proposition, as our elections have become more and more about what pisses us off, what makes us mad. Historian Alexis de Tocqueville once noted, quote, "There's nothing more dangerous than unmet expectations." And it has been the unmet expectations of countless Americans, fueled by the lazy and oftentimes incompetent behavior of elected officials, compounded by the zero-sum engagement of both political parties, that have defined the current political landscape. We've allowed our anger and frustrations to be exploited to the point that we no longer recognize the face of America, or that it doesn't have to be the great America, because America is blessed. Folks, we've lost sight of our blessings. We are blessed by the fruits of this land. We are blessed by the spacious skies and amber waves of grain. We are blessed by the exceptional nature of the people who call themselves Americans. And at the heart of all of that is the faith that we place in freedom. This was important to our founders, so much so that they enshrined this ideal in these words, quote, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity." Damn. They wrote those words when a lot of people in this room weren't included in them. But we are now. And that is the blessing of America. But while the idealism of our founding would be transformational, so too were concerns about its lasting resilience. Ben Franklin noted upon the signing of the Constitution, quote, "Our new Constitution is now established. Everything seems to promise it will be durable. But in this world, nothing is certain except death and taxes." Indeed, Franklin would go on to say, quote, "The people must take part in and support the government in order for it to be successful." Let me repeat that. The people must take part in and support the government in order for it to be successful. During his 1776 farewell address, President George Washington warned, quote, "However factions, political parties, may now and then answer popular ends, they are likely in the course of time and things to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion." Washington and Franklin knew what the hell they were talking about. They saw us coming. And now we bear witness today to Washington's warning, as, for example, the Republican Party has become infected by such cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men who have done their very best to subvert the power of the people. We've watched senators and House members walk away from re-election because of this infection. Representative Liz Cheney lost her Republican House Conference chairmanship and ultimately her seat in Congress because of this infection. Our fellow Americans stormed the halls of the United States Capitol because of this infection. But once seized by infection, we must want to get better, to be better, to do better. How else do we go on to form that more perfect union? Liz Cheney was direct and to the point about this. Quote, "We cannot embrace both the big lie and embrace the Constitution or even democracy itself. Because defending the indefensible time and time and time and time and time and time and time again has left a stain. It has left a stain on this country, and it has left a stain on us." So while former President Trump has spent considerable time successfully reshaping as much of the Republican Party into his image, and failing that, setting the rest of it on fire, the fracture within the Republican Party is not the biggest issue in American politics today. And we lose sight of that. In fact, this fracture was long in the making before there was even a President Trump. Now, this fracture is significant in highlighting the ongoing battle to preserve, protect, and defend American democracy. From voting rights, the Constitution, and the rule of law, to the once lauded choice of principle over partisanship, character over corruption, and country over party, we have witnessed the systematic deconstruction of the legitimacy of our republic, ultimately to the point that one of our two major political parties declares that the events that occurred on January 6th were legitimate political discourse. How messed up do we have to be to get to that point? Americans are exhausted, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. But the question I have for all of you in this room and those of you who are hearing these words is simply this: are we so exhausted that we can't begin to address our wounds, that we can't begin to unify behind our shared beliefs, that we can't again look at each other and say, let's do this together? To truly unify, we must first be honest about what our nation is going through And more important, give a damn about it. And I presume that's why you're here. Because you give a damn about your country. You give a damn about your neighbor. You give a damn about your friends. Hell, you give a damn about people you don't even know because they step foot on this soil and want to be a part of this great experiment. Because they want to find their little piece of the American dream, as many of the families and individuals in this room have and outside this room have. That's been our story. That's been our blessing that we've shared with the world. And you give a damn enough about it to want to protect it. Our republic ultimately has reached the point that our minds are fogged over by the magnitude of post-COVID life and current global events, the distractions of politics, but we've always found a way to lift each other up as we lift the nation to do better and to be better. As Mr. de Tocqueville noted, quote, "The greatness of America lies not in being more enlightened than any other nation, but rather in her ability to repair her faults." Remember, as I said, it's not about America's greatness, but rather about how blessed we are. And that we have the ability to face adversity and the difficulties that we encounter, to repair our faults and to move our country forward. And now the hard part. This is where your leadership comes in. This is why each one of you are here, to help us heal, help us repair, and help us reconnect with our fellow Americans, and to help each other understand why this wacky, crazy experiment still matters in the 21st century. You listen today, and you will tomorrow, to people laying out practical solutions, and they are important, and they are real, and they're doable. And we digest and we go through and we kind of work out some of the angst and the pain and the frustrations we have with all of it. But it's time, folks, to get busy. It's time to get serious. It's time to stop making excuses. And it's time for each one of us to stand up as part of we the people, the legacy that's been handed to each one of us to help strengthen this country and to move it forward. You just can't sit on your ass and think someone else is going to do it, because they're not. You have to lead now. You have to be the leader now. Because our country has witnessed difficult times. It witnessed an appalling injustice, and at times falling far short of the ideals posited at its founding. We have learned that, notwithstanding our ideals and the heroism and sacrifice of prior generations, we still remain vulnerable to the appeals of baser elements of our nature. How much do we really, truly appreciate the dangers of unmet expectations? Are you even concerned that at this hour, our nation is moving further away from its ideals and hopeful optimism? Are you just rationalizing all of what's happening because of the tribe you belong to? Which do you value more, the price of gas or the price of freedom? Which concerns you more, the increase in the rate of inflation or the rate at which state legislatures are decreasing access to the ballot box and fundamental rights? The problems we face are real. And voters, particularly those maligned as deplorables or as clinging to God and guns and religion, or coming from shithole countries, or from cities no human being would live in, those people, our fellow Americans, are right to feel marginalized and ignored. Many of our communities, particularly those far from Washington, New York, and Silicon Valley, are afflicted by growing despair. In turn, that despair breeds pathologies that further afflict our neighbors and even our families to where basic truths and facts are no longer believed. And one individual can come in and reshape the land in his image. Through the choices we have made in scores of national and local elections, we've abolished slavery, expanded suffrage, welcomed the immigrant, provided the conditions that have fostered a standard of living unmet anywhere else on the planet. More important, the men and women we choose to lead during these times understood that despite all else, our American purpose remained to work toward achieving the ideals written on parchment 248 years ago. More than most, President Abraham Lincoln understood that those ideals, if they were implemented, would be transformational. A nation conceived in liberty could, and it did, empower us, each one of us, we the people, in this moment, to help our country, to stand with our neighbor, and to defend against illiberal, ugly behavior. This is our time. The question is, do you still believe in America? And it's on us to understand and answer exactly what that question is asking. Finally, addressing a reunion of Civil War soldiers in 1875, President Ulysses S. Grant predicted the dividing line in the nation's next great conflict, quote, will not be Masons or Dixons, but between patriotism and intelligence on one side and superstition, ambition, and ignorance on the other. 1875, y'all. He just called us out. He just called us out. The narcissism and self-indulgent grifting in Washington and state capitals across the nation not only impedes the formulation of sound public policy, but it has corroded our politics, bastardized our patriotism, turned facts into lies and lies into truths, and made our personal relationships, one to the other, nothing short of nightmarish tribal entanglements. Everything's a fight. We have become like our public officials, either too afraid to speak truth or apoplectic about banal and absurd nonsense. We lose our mind over dumb stuff. An electoral or governing coalition that coalesces around a personality or the latest rantings of unserious people rather than addressing the nation's needs is not just unsustainable, it's dangerous and debilitating. It is not leadership. And that is what you're required to bring in this moment. Each one of you, leadership that's focused and driven by principle, that people see themselves reflected in, their pains, their aspirations, their desires, elevating up for them their freedoms and helping them understand why we're all connected. So I have no ending here. That's why you're here. Because the ending is left up to each one of you in this room when you walk out that door. You're writing it. You're going to live it. You're going to share it. And you're going to make it possible for someone else. And it will either be a good ending or it won't. Dr. King knew that his dream, that movement towards civil rights and human dignity, would not be realized on that National Mall in August of 1963. It would not be realized in his lifetime, but rather would in fact rest in the dreams and ambitions of future generations of Americans as they faced, like his generation, efforts to use the Constitution and our civil rights against us. He understood that was the essence of the dream, that we would rise up in that fight. As we witness our leaders today using our rights and the Constitution against each one of us. His faith in us led him to believe that we could nonetheless write this new chapter. Write this new chapter on behalf of liberty, write this new chapter on behalf of freedom, write it on behalf of opportunity, write it on behalf of the American dream. But the question is, are we willing to do so? Are we willing to pay the price to do so? So defeating ambition and ignorance with patriotism and intelligence begins with applying a little common sense. As we do so, we must not only embrace but proudly extol our core democratic principles like pluralism and civic responsibility, the rule of law and constitutional order. This is how we defeat the tyranny of Donald Trump. This is how we defeat the tyranny of the illiberal, destructive behavior that undermines the very value of the proposition that all of us are free. Last point. We have work to do. Otherwise, this does not end well for any of us in this room or outside this wall, or outside these walls. So don't screw it up.
All right, day one in the books. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I think 3 quick announcements, very quick. The first, if you did not get a chance to get your book signed by Cassidy Hutchinson, she enjoyed herself so much she's coming back tomorrow. So she'll sign some books tomorrow if you didn't get that chance. The second announcement is if you're interested in the grassroots leadership session, it's an optional session. It'll be in here at 7 p.m. So go get some food, take a break, and come back. We'll be talking about a little bit more about Principles First, what we have planned over the rest of this year, brainstorming ideas about how we can kind of take this energy and momentum throughout the course of what's going to be an important 2024 year. And then last but not least, what is the third thing? I'm like, it's Rick Perry over here. What's the third Department of Energy? Is it 1 or 2, 3? Who's Cassidy? Oh, start time tomorrow. 9 a.m. We'll start with the Duty Honor Country panel. Michael Wood will be joined by Terry Virts, as a former commander of the International Space Station, so that'll be interesting, and Corey Shockey of AEI, and then right after that we will have George Conway, Michael Ludig, and Barbara Comstock. So come back. We'll get going tomorrow morning.